Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Way of the Protector in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 16, Admit Your Love. Ichigo was still trying to overcome his surprise at being caught by Yoriyuki in the middle of sex with Anohana, and so it took him a full minute to realize that Nell was at the doors, staring at his naked self. Specifically, she was staring at one part of him and it made Ichigo shift uncomfortably. Nell. 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 Hearing his yell, Nell blinked and shook her head, confused. Huh? Yeah, what? Would you mind looking elsewhere? When she realized what she was staring at, Nell widened her eyes and turned around, embarrassed. Ichigo looked around, trying to locate his clothes, when he felt a light tremor, caused by an explosion outside of the building. Right, I don't have time to get shy, those two are fighting, even if I don't understand the reason. He tried to get up, only to get pulled back. With a click of his tongue, he glanced to the back, at the chain that was still tying him to the bed. What is this chain made of? What is going on here? Great. Ichigo thought bitterly, when a new voice entered the room. He turned his head forward, to see Lilynet staring at the same spot as Nell was just a minute ago. Lilynet. Lily. Getting irritated with the situation, Ichigo loudly called out to Lilynet, who for a second glanced at his eyes. Yes. Turn around until I get my clothes. I don't want to. Good, The negative response caught Ichigo off guard and he was left staring at Lilynet, speechless, as she smiled ghostly and continued to stare at the certain spot. He managed to recover in a matter of seconds and a tick mark appeared on his forehead. Growling a little, he strained his muscles and broke the chains into pieces, fell off the bed and quickly grabbed his clothes. He changed into them after a moment and turned around to see Lilynet still staring at him, albeit a bit disappointed, as far as he could tell. Walking past her, he leaned a bit, so that he was on the same level as she was, and whispered into her ear. I'll explain later. The sound of fast movement was all that was left after he used a shunpo to quickly catch up with Anohana and Yoriyuki. Lilynet formed a small smile after hearing his words and took a deep breath. She turned to Nell. Come on, Nilil-san. We should go, too. Outside of the Las Noches. Hey. Bam. TCH, you're a bit aggressive today, Shihoin-san. Anohana stated after narrowly dodging a dropkick that sent out a small shockwave. She had to shield her eyes from the sand that was blown her way. In front of her, kneeling on the ground, was Yoriyuki. Her Ryotsu was wildly raging around her, the air cackling with electricity. Shut up, Retsu. She sprang into action and Anohana barely noticed the sparks emitting from Yoriyuki's boots, before the said woman's leg was nearing her stomach. She put up her guard, shielding herself with her Zanpakuto, but to no avail. Being blown away, she felt electricity flow through her arms, making them a bit numb. After a series of somersaults, she landed on the sand, some distance away from the goddess of Flash. She rubbed her right hand, in which she was holding her Zanpakuto, and looked at her opponent. I see, you're using your Shikai, that's rare. I heard that so far you've used it only a handful of times. Yoriyuki growled. I reserve my Zanpakuto for those who anger me greatly. She jumped high and turning around, she kicked the air and a bolt of lightning suddenly flew to Anohana's location. Bakudo number 81, Danku. The captain of the 4th Division hastily formed a defensive wall in front of her, which stopped the attack just in time. How have I angered you, Shihoin-san? She asked, her eyes scanning for any incoming attack. Her Shikai abilities are incredibly difficult to deal with. Not only she's fast normally, but her Shikai helps her achieve even greater speeds in all kinds of movements. Well, looking at it from a different point of view, Shihoin-san's Zanpakuto was always interesting. In Shikai the blade transforms and attaches itself on the wielder's boots, creating a lightning-based coating and allowing high-speed movements, which earned her the title Goddess of Flash. She can even manipulate the lightning her boots create. Quite fitting, considering that her Zanpakuto's name means the God of Thunder. Anohana thought, and then she heard an even more feral growl. How have you angered me? Are you screwing with me, Retsu? This is just like with Tenjiro. Still hovering high above, Yoriyuki rapidly kicked the air, sending more lightning bolts at Anohana, who was forced to hide behind her Bakuto. What about Tenjiro-san? He's still a member of the Royal Guard and we haven't seen each other for more than a century, she stated, frowning a little. Yoriyuki finally landed on the ground, sending sparks everywhere and looked up. She sent a murderous glare at the confused Anohana. He was my first love and you wooed him with sex, you took him away from me. She yelled and kicking the dirt. In the next instant her fist was only inches away from Anohana's face, as she maneuvered around the Kido wall. Wordlessly, Anohana released her own Shikai and blocked the incoming punch with it. She was forced to slide back, but she managed to hold her guard. Yelping a little, Yoriyuki retracted her fist, which was emanating a smoke. She glanced at Anohana's Zanpakuto and narrowed her eyes. You released a Shikai too. I see that it does not possess just healing abilities. Anohana slowly lowered her arms so that the blade of her Zanpakuto pointed down and something oozy and green dripped on the sand, where it hissed and smoked. She offered Yoriyuki a derisive snort. Of course not. The goddess of flash glanced at her hand. It seems it's some sort of an acid. By the way, I never wooed Tenjiro-san with sex. I just offered him a deal. Yoriyuki's head snapped up. What? Anohana chuckled a little. It's simple. It was him that so long ago, before you were even born, had taught me the healing Kido I'm now known for. He was the one who had managed to transform the first Kenpeki of the Soul Society into the best healer and I was indebted to him. When we had met again, it was when he had been apparently flirting with you and you naively thought that he was the one for you. I'm not sure what he had thought of you, maybe he did love you, I don't know. In the surge of an anger, Yoriyuki spun around and sent another lightning bolt at the person standing in front of her. Stopping the strike with her blade, Anohana continued to talk. I didn't know about you and him, that is the truth, but I wouldn't care for it either. By that time, my real self had been suppressed for a long time and the new person that had been living in my skin eventually started to feel desires, different from the previous ones. I felt lust. I wanted to be sexually satisfied. So when the situation had offered itself to me, I never hesitated. When I had met with Tenjiro-san, I told him that I had never really repaid him for what he had done for me and that I wanted to do it now. In return for his help, I had offered him my body. It was a win-win situation. He would have gotten free sex, I would have repaid my debts to him and moreover, my desires would have been finally satisfied. In retaliation, Anohana closed on Yoriyuki and slashed at her. With her enhanced movements, Yoriyuki managed to jump above the blade and backwards. For a few days, I had sex with him. When my desires settled down, I never met him again, so what happened between you two afterwards has nothing to do with me. When she landed, Yoriyuki punched the ground in front of her, creating a small shockwave that forced Anohana to jump away. You're talking like it has nothing to do with you, fine. I don't care. I got over Tenjiro. What happened then doesn't matter now, that's what I'd like to say. But the same thing is happening again, right now. You're trying to satisfy your selfish desires by wooing somebody I love, and I won't let you take away Ichigo from me too. Yoriyuki yelled and pumping Ryuryoku into her legs, she jumped high and rapidly spun around. The lightning bolt that appeared below her feet started to get crushed and as she spun more and more, the more crushed lightning bolts appeared and started to mash together. After a moment, Yoriyuki roared and with a mighty kick, she hit the ball of lightning and sent it flying towards the wide-eyed Anohana. What, a bee-ball lightning? Cursing heavily, Anohana hastily erected another Banku in front of her. Yoriyuki's attack collided with the Kido and for a moment, it seemed as if they tried to cancel each other, but then a huge explosion engulfed both of the combatants. Neither of them noticed a teen with orange hair watching them fight from a distance that was small enough to allow him to hear their conversation. With Ichigo, 5 minutes ago. Where the hell are they? Ichigo huffed and emerged from the Las Noches, shielding his eyes as the sharp light hit his face. Damn, we must have been in that room for quite a long time. The memory of Anohana sitting on him in all her naked glory entered his mind and he furiously shook his head. Focus, damn it! He muttered to himself. He felt a surge of Ryutsu coming off from a distant location and so he started to use Shunpo to close the distance. When he got near enough to see and hear the two women, he was forced to stop as a shockwave from Yoriuki punching the ground prevented him from getting closer. In that moment, he heard her talking. He widened his eyes and opened his mouth in shock. Completely stunned, he watched as the ball lightning shot from Yoriuki's boots and hit the Kido spell, where it exploded, sending smoke and sand at him. Yoriuki and Anohana. Even if I have to beat you down, I won't let you take him away from me. Yoriuki stated between her coughs and tried to get away from the smoke that was surrounding her. You are few centuries too young to beat me, Shihoin-san. Anohana replied in a muffled voice. When the smoke cleared after a minute, it revealed the two of them, their clothes lightly singed from the explosion, but still looking battle-hungry. Yoriuki was still angry. Anohana was getting into her old rhythm. With a yell, they shot from their location and aimed to strike each other. Just when they were about to meet in the center of their battleground, a person landed between them and in a quick motion, he caught Anohana's blade in his right hand and Yoriuki's leg in his left, absorbing the electricity from her lightning into his body. Enough. Yoriuki and Anohana widened their eyes and looked closer at the person in front of them. Ichigo. Kurosaka-san. The orange-haired teen glanced at his left, at Yoriuki, and then at his right, at Anohana, and with a frown he threw them to the sides. They landed 20 meters away from each other and slowly got up. What are you two doing? Yoriuki seemed to recover from her surprise first and opened her mouth, but Ichigo held up his hand. Actually, don't say anything. He took a deep breath. I heard enough to deduce what is going on here. When he said that, Yoriuki gaped like a fish at him and one could see the blush creeping on her cheeks, even though her skin was dark. This Anohana wanted to say something, but she was silenced the exact same way as Yoriuki. Don't. Yachiro. When she heard her real name, Anohana went silent. Standing between the two women, as if he was a wall, that was preventing them from jumping at each other again, Ichigo sighed. Look, both of you, I think we have to get things straight. First, Yoriuki-san. He turned to the left and stared at the goddess of Flash, both of them trying to fight the awkwardness that suddenly arose between them. Anohana-san is not taking me away, she's not stealing me. I don't love her and she doesn't love me, you know. Ichigo said and watched as multitude of emotions flashed through Yoriuki's eyes. I did something to her and this was the only way she'd forgive me. Using sex. Yoriuki snapped and yelled at Ichigo, who cringed. Why yeah, quite an unconventional way. He muttered and averted Yoriuki's stare in embarrassment. Swallowing hard, he turned to Anohana. Anohana-san. Yachiro. Whatever happened between the two of you, I don't want to see you fight again, understand? Moreover, I'm guessing that I have earned you forgiveness by now. He steeled his gaze, so that he wouldn't waver, in case he would remember more of their shared activities. Anohana looked up and stared back at him. Kurosaka-san. I won't lie to you. Even if I'm satisfied for now, I still hunger for your body. When you'll be alone and I will feel lust again, I'll find you. I know that the guilt you're feeling will prevent you from running away from me. But yes, I won't fight Shihoin-san again, until she'll try to fight me, of course. Then I'll have no other choice but to defend myself, won't I? She replied and corrected her clothes, which she hastily put on before she was forced out of the dark room. Before any of them could react, she turned around and using the shunpo, she flashed away. Ichigo shook his head. This solved nothing. He glanced behind, at Yoriuki, who returned his gaze, but he could see the hurt in her eyes. Yoriuki-san. She slowly got up and turned around, walking away from her spot, away from him. When she got 50 meters away from Ichigo, she heard a yell. Fine then. It was Ichigo's angered voice and she was suddenly forced to turn around. Before she could say anything, she was forcefully kissed on the lips, leaving her stunned. Breaking the kiss after a moment, Ichigo gasped and with pink cheeks, he tried to look angry. Yes, I heard you say that you love me. He said, the blush on his face getting more profound with his every word. But frankly, I'm not sure if what I feel is love. I'm stupid in that area, I really am, so you have to forgive me, but I know that I don't want to see you hurt, sad, angry. I don't want to see you anything else than happy. If that's what love is, then I do love you. He felt her tense in his arms as he finished his sentence, and Yoriyuki slowly looked up to gaze at his eyes. She had tears in her eyes. Yes, you idiot. That is love. Ichigo smiled a little and raised his hand. He used his thumb to wipe the tears of her face. Then why are you crying? She shook her head. Because I'm happy that you love me and because I'm angry. If you love me, how can you have sex with Anohana? That was a hard question, and Ichigo pulled Yoriyuki into a hug and patted her head. I will explain everything to you, Yoriyuki. I promise I will. She squeezed him, and when she heard him say her name without honorifics, she slowly pulled away from the hug. Grabbing his head, she pulled it down and locked lips with him. As they gently kissed, Yoriyuki felt her heart beating like crazy and more tears escaped her eyes. This time, they were tears of pure happiness. Following day, Seoul Society. After he managed to stop the battle between the captain of the 4th Division and the former captain of the 2nd Division, Ichigo took the latter to his temporary room in Las Noches, so that he could explain everything to her, details and everything. On their way there, they met Lilynet, who had been waiting for Ichigo ever since he promised to explain things to her too. So the three of them ended in his small room with single bed, where Ichigo started his explanation with his fight with Kenpeki, what resulted from it and how it affected the two-faced captain of the 4th Division. Quite ironically, despite being younger, at least in appearance, Lilynet actually listened to his explanations calmly, whereas on the other hand, Yoriyuki could barely contain herself. It didn't help Ichigo that he claimed that what he had done, he did it because it felt right. No matter how much he tried to explain, in the end, Yoriyuki still gave him a small beating. However, her anger was short-lived as she had no real reason for being angry at him. When Ichigo engaged in a sexual intercourse with Anohana, he was unaware of Yoriyuki's feelings for him and was emotionally confused, so he concealed his feelings in the back of his mind. Just for that explanation, Yoriyuki wanted to punch him in the face. Yet in her mind, she knew that it was for her own fear of being rejected by him, that she hadn't tell him her feelings sooner. That may have prevented what had happened from happening, and so she berated herself for that. Knowing that it wasn't really Ichigo's fault, she calmed down and gave him a small peck on the lips. She remained annoyed, but it was no longer because of Ichigo but her own self. While Yoriyuki was expressing her dissatisfaction with what had happened, Lilynet remained quiet, but after she got a free space to talk, she turned to Ichigo and sighed. Lilynet talked only for a minute, but during that small period of time, she managed to include in her speech everything she wanted to say to him. It left the substitute Shinigami stunned for a moment. He snapped out of it and smiled only after he received a hug from the small Aaron car. He glanced at his side, at Yoriyuki, to see her reaction. His fears of her being angry again were put to ease as the goddess of Flash only sighed and nodded with a small smile. How could she be angry at a little girl, who only wanted a companion? With that being said and done, Yoriyuki proposed the idea of them staying in Las Noches for the night. The three of them spent it in Ichigo's room together, with Lilynet curled on Ichigo's left side and Yoriyuki lying on his other side, her head resting comfortably on his chest. It took a long time for Ichigo to finally fall asleep. That day, he had lost his virginity to a sex-crazed captain, and now he was sleeping with another two women next to him. It was quite unnerving for him. Before they had finally fallen asleep, Yoriyuki spent few minutes just watching the small Aaron car tossing around, before settling on curling up to Ichigo's side. She knew she should have been more nervous about her new boyfriend being surrounded by that many different women. The only thing that was easing her mind was the fact that Ichigo was still the same clueless teen, who barely recognized that what he felt towards her was love, and the fact that Lilynet wanted from him only companionship, as the concept of love was too foreign for the Aaron car. She was afraid of the future though. The thought of sharing him with somebody else bothered her. She feared that she would lose him. Mainly to Anohana, who, quite calmly, stated that in case she'd get horny and she'd catch Ichigo alone, she would practically rape him. That made Yoriyuki shudder uncomfortably, but when Ichigo felt her movements and unconsciously pulled her closer to him, she pushed those thoughts out of her mind and smiled. She would forget about the past, enjoy the present and not worry about the future. The next day, she and Ichigo left the sands of Hueco Mundo, and after the teen tore open a small garganta, they returned to the Soul Society. Their first stop was Shiba's household, where Kyokaka was anxiously waiting for any news from Yoriyuki, but when she noticed that the two of them walked inside while holding hands, she started to laugh and forced them to make a toast on this beautiful day. Yoriyuki was used to her friend teasing and laughed together with her, leaving Ichigo to be the only one embarrassed. 1 hour later. Damn, those two don't realize that I'm still underage. Ichigo heavily sighed and grimaced when the taste of sake still lingered on his tongue. He had managed to escape the Shiba's household before the two childhood friends could get him drunk and was now just walking around the Siratii. Yo, Ichigo. Ichigo gulped when he heard that voice and slowly and carefully turned around, awaiting a swift attack. He came face to face with Kenpeki, who was grinning even more than ever. Hey, Kenpeki. You were already released from the hospital. Ichigo greeted him, looking at the man suspiciously. TCH, like I am a pussy who needs a week to recover from such small wounds. Kenpeki replied, making Ichigo sweat drop. He calls that small wounds. Ichigo glanced at the bandages wrapped around Kenpeki's torso and sighed. He almost forgot who he was talking to. So? What do you want? Kenpeki's grin faltered a little and he uncomfortably looked at the direction of the 4th Division. I hate this wimpy stuff, so I'll say it quickly. Thanks, Ichigo. Sure, for what? Ichigo stared at him, dumbfounded. He never heard Kenpeki thanking anybody. TCH, thanks to you I now know what I have been missing these past few decades. Not to mention, I made a contact with this little piece of shit. Kenpeki said and showed him his Zanpakuto. Ichigo widened his eyes and had to pinch his cheeks to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Kenpeki's Zanpakuto was no longer that worn-down sword that he always used. It was still the same Zanpakuto with a size similar to a Notaki and with a guard which extended inward from its center, similar to a Shina. But the blade itself was now completely repaired, looking perfectly new. Wait, did he say what I think he said? Ichigo overcame the surprise and looked back at Kenpeki. You mean, you learned the name of your Zanpakuto? His wide grin returning, Kenpeki nodded. Yeah, this little bastard is even bigger demon than I am. Katsuki no Gasada Kuro, that is his name. A memory of the two of them fighting for the first time entered Ichigo's mind and he remembered the skull-like appearance of Kenpeki's Ryutsu at the end of their clash. Blood-starving skeleton? Sounds fitting, if not terrifying. He shuddered and nodded to Kenpeki. Sounds interesting, so what does it do? A sound of a mighty laughter filled Ichigo's ears and Kanapchi's grin widened even further. You can figure it out in another fight, Ichigo. No thanks. The teen quickly declined the offer. Kenpeki laughed and surprisingly wasn't looking disappointed. Yeah, I guessed you'd pussied out on me, but no matter, Ichigo. I can finally show my face in front of her again, and she even agreed to spar with me sometimes. I owe you a serious one, Ichigo. He said, and with another laugh he walked in the direction of his division, leaving Ichigo standing in the middle of the crossroads, shaking his head in amusement. I already pity his next opponent. Then he realized that Kenpeki's next opponent would be probably somebody he would spar with, and when he looked at the 4th Division main building nearby, he grinned. Or maybe not. Outside of Siratii. In a secluded cave, not far from the 10th district of Western Rukanga, the sounds of heavy breathing and gasping could be heard. Even if a stranger had tried to explore the inside of the cave, he wouldn't have been able to get past the entrance. The spiritual pressure that was constantly pouring from the hole was enough to completely freeze a normal plus soul, preventing it from entering the location. Once more. A hard voice commanded inside the cave. Tsuji no Mai, Hakuren. A second voice called out. A sound of something hard hitting the stone resonated through the area, followed by another yell. Some no Mai, Tsukishiro. For a second, there was a silence, interrupted only by few sharp intakes of breath. Then, something cracked and exploded, forcing the second voice to cry out in pain. Damn it! Someone walked forward and approached the carrier of the second voice that was trying to get up from the ground. When a light hit the faces of the two individuals, the guy with red hair tied into a ponytail squinted and shielded his eyes. Take a break, Rukia. We've been going at it for 3 hours straight. You won't get better results if you're exhausted. Renji stated and looked down at the smaller Shinigami. He looked like he wanted to help her stand but also knew that it would be disrespectful. Rukia sighed and sat back down. She leaned on the wall behind her to support her back and put her Zanpakuto next to her. So, what do you think? She asked tiredly. Renji frowned and after a minute, sat down opposite of her. He too, put his sword next to him and rubbed his hands. Both of their respective Zanpakuto were in their Shikai release. Well, it's been only a week since we started this training, so it's too soon to tell, but you've been certainly improving at a steady pace. Renji replied and watched as Rukia sighed. You really think I can achieve Bankai like this? She cracked her neck joints and massaged her neck. Renji secretly stole a glance at her momentarily exposed skin and coughed a little. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know, but what I know is that you wouldn't be able to use the same method as Ich dash. I mean Urahara-san used to achieve his. He cursed quietly when he realized the slip of his tongue and glanced at Rukia's face. A pained expression flashed through her features, but despite that, she managed to smile, even if sadly. It's alright, Renji. You can't avoid saying his name forever. Renji nodded and bit his tongue, trying to suppress his emotions. When he had heard what had happened between Rukia and Ichigo, he had been quite furious and wanted to go and kick the substitute's ass. It didn't matter to him that he would probably be the one who would have ended with his butt kicked. However, Rukia forcefully stopped him and instead asked him to help her train. Fine, either way, you wouldn't be able to use their method. Your Ryutsu levels are too low for that, not to mention that those two are probably the only ones who could survive that training. That's why we have to go the usual way. As you know, achieving Bankai basically means that you need to be able to materialize and then subjugate your Zanpakuto spirit. The way you are now, even if you managed to materialize Sode no Shirayuki, it would barely last for a minute or so. That's where I come into. Rukia knew all of that, but she listened to Renji anyway. It made her rest a bit more peaceful. We will spar until you'll force me to go into my Bankai. If you manage that, you'll probably have enough Ryuryoku to sustain the materialization of your Zanpakuto spirit for a while. When you can do that, you'll be trying to sustain it for longer and longer. After you arrive at the point where you'll barely feel any decrease of your Ryuryoku while materializing your Zanpakuto spirit, you'll start fighting it, her. Renji trailed off and got up. From that point, it'll be sorely on Sode no Shirayuki's judgment whether you'll be able to finally achieve Bankai or not. He finished his talk and looked at Rukia expectantly. Groaning a little, she slowly got up and showed him her determined face. Yeah. She said and moved to the center of the cave, awaiting the start of their next spar. Renji managed to form a little smile. And maybe, just maybe, you'll even get over Ichigo. He thought, a small bit of hope hiding behind his smile. With Ichigo. Yo, Shinji-san. What's up? Ichigo called out to the current captain of the 5th Division and watched as the man turned around, his Haori fluttering in the air. Ichigo, nice to see you. What brings you here in my little piece of hell? Shinji replied, frowning when a member of his division walked to him with a stack of paper. Damn this paperwork. He sighed and took the papers from the scrawny-looking officer. He dismissed him with a nod. The officer bowed lightly and turned around to leave, but when he noticed Ichigo, he gasped and quickly bowed again, this time deeper, and ran away. Ichigo looked embarrassedly at Shinji, who was giving him a dirty look. Great, you are held in bigger regards in my division than I, their captain, is. Shinji whined and turned to walk towards his room, motioning Ichigo to follow him. Sorry about that. The captain just waved his hand. It's nothing. So? Are you here just to visit me or? He asked again. Ichigo shrugged. I was just visiting Hinamari-san, and when I left I realized that I have nothing more to do. Shinji shot him another dirty look. Must be terrible to have so much free time. The wizard stated jealously, but in his mind, he was thanking Ichigo for continuously visiting the lieutenant of his division. I mean, it's just unusual, you know. Ever since I became a Shinigami, my life has been quite hectic and I haven't really had a time to just laze around. Ichigo admitted and looked around, before both of them entered the captain's room. Walking in front of him, Shinji's expression briefly changed into the one filled with pity, but he quickly hid it. Ichigo wasn't one of those people who wanted to be pitied. "I guess," he said instead and put the papers on his table. Ichigo curiously looked at the wall, when he noticed a blank space where apparently a framed picture used to be. Must have been Aizen's. "Since I'm here talking to you, how have things been for you and the rest of the Vizards? You know, it's been barely 2 weeks after the Bastards' defeat and this is probably the 5th time you've asked this same question." Ichigo glanced at Shinji with wide eyes. "Really? Sorry about that." Shinji chuckled a little. "Don't you worry. It's actually really nice of you. Lisa would be delighted to know that you care for us so much." The substitute widened his eyes more, this time in horror, and furiously shook his head, making Shinji laugh more. "Just kiddin'. You know, ever since the old geezer told us, captains, about what happened 1,000 years ago in details and that it might happen again, the rest of the Vizards took it seriously and started to train harder than ever." His laughter died down and he looked at Ichigo earnestly. "Really? I mean, they have never seemed like they care about the fate of the Soul Society." Ichigo replied honestly. Shinji shook his head. "That's true, but you are forgetting one little detail." Ichigo looked at him confused. "And that is?" The captain raised one of his fingers. "It's quite possible that Aizen has been cooperating with Iwak or his subordinates." The teen stopped moving and released his breath. "I see. Well, I knew that he has been somehow involved in this ever since I found out that he met with the Ancient. Yes. We, Vizards, failed the first time we dealt with Aizen Sosuke, and we even failed the second time. Hell would sooner freeze over than us failing the third time in a row. He'll be back and we'll be ready for him," Shinji stated, his voice full of anger and resolve. A smile crept on Ichigo's face after hearing that, and he offered the Vizard a wide grin and a thumbs up. "Yeah. I bet you will." Following day. Ichigo awoke to a nice scent hovering just under his nose, and with his eyes already opened, he glanced down to see Yoriyuki lying next to him using his arm as a pillow. Surprisingly enough, she was not nude. Instead, she was wearing a pajamas, which were almost fully covering her skin. She wasn't wearing it voluntarily, but after she and Ichigo had a small talk before they went to sleep, and Ichigo stated that since they were now officially a boyfriend and a girlfriend, he wanted to take things slow. He didn't mind sleeping together in one bed, but they both had to be clothed and he refused to have sex. When Yoriyuki whined about both points, Ichigo just sighed and said that while he had no problems with the sex itself anymore, he was afraid that doing it practically on the same day as they had finally got together would be just forcing their relationship to a point where it should go at a slower pace. Yoriyuki tried to press it, and eventually, Ichigo admitted that he was simply not ready for lovemaking, which was in his opinion different from the sex he had with Anohana. The sex he wanted to have with Yoriyuki would be filled with emotions and love, while the one he had with the captain of the 4th Division was not. The goddess of Flash agreed to it for the moment, even if the first thing she wanted to do was to rip his clothes and ride him until the morning came. However, she also realized that he was still young and both of them had more than enough time to advance. She waited for him for a long time, she could restrain herself for just a bit longer. So this morning, Ichigo watched as Yoriyuki peacefully rested on his arm, her chest moving up and down with every breath she took. He was so immersed in watching her that he didn't realize she had woken up shortly after him and was now grinning widely. "Is my chest so interesting, Ichigo?" Ichigo widened his eyes when he heard her voice, and she could see his ears getting red. He tried to put up a brave facade and grinned back at her. "It sure is," he said cheekily and gave her a peck on the lips. Seeing her stunned made him chuckle, and he quickly got up and escaped the room before she could react. After he left, Yoriyuki realized what had happened and touched her lips with her fingers, a smile forming on her face. "Good one, strawberry," she muttered, and with a yawn, she slowly got up too. When she arrived to the dining room, Kyokaku and Ichigo were already bickering. Kyokaku noticed Yoriyuki coming and turned to her. "Do you get this kid? He's refusing my sake even in the morning." "It's because it's morning that I'm refusing it. Do you know who drinks alcohol in the morning? An alcoholic," Ichigo loudly protested. Bullshit. That's just the weakling's talk. Yuriuki sighed and sat down. She grabbed the mug of sake and quietly poured some of it into her glass, gulping it down in one shot. Yuriuki! Ichigo exclaimed scandalized. What? It's just one shot to help me relax. The people in the world of the living have their cup of the coffee in the morning. Me and loudly have a shot of sake. Yuriuki retorted offhandedly. Ha! Kyokaku grinned at Ichigo victoriously. I'm still not having any, just give me grape juice that's over there. Said teen just shook his head and watched his cousin as she poured the juice into his glass. So, what do you two lovebirds have planned for today? Kyokaku suddenly asked, making Ichigo spit out his juice in surprise. Come on, loudly, don't give him a heart attack in the morning. Yuriuki said accusingly while lightly punching Ichigo's back, trying to stop his coughing fit. Loudly just happily laughed and slapped Ichigo on his back, earning a dirty glance from him. I'm just making fun of you, Ichigo. Don't take it so seriously. I'm only happy for you too. She offered him an honest smile, eventually melting his glare. Thanks. He muttered and took another sip from his glass. When they started to eat the food, Kyokaku spoke again. You still haven't answered my question. Do you have any plans for today? Ichigo bit from his slice of bread and chewed it slowly, thinking about the question. Just as he opened his mouth, a black hell butterfly flew into the room through an open window. A hell butterfly. Yuriuki looked at it suspiciously. It seems that it's meant for Ichigo. Kyokaku pointed out after studying it for a moment. They both looked at Ichigo, who returned their stare with a confused one. What do I do? Yuriuki chuckled at his clueless expression and pointed at his hand. Just raise your hand and let it land on it. It will automatically play the message after verifying it's you. Oh, okay. He did as told and watched as the small insect landed on his fingers, and after a while, he heard the voice of the captain commander. Kurosaki Ichigo, this is a matter of an utmost importance. The Zero Division, otherwise known as the Royal Guard, have informed us about their arrival later on this day. Your presence is required. Be in front of the main building of the 1st Division at 1 p.m. and I hope I don't have to remind you not to do something outrageous, again. We were not told about the reason of their arrival, but it is essential for you to be there. Do not be late. End of the message. Kyokaku widened her eyes a little and she and Yuriuki exchanged worried looks and glanced at Ichigo, who listened to the recording with a blank expression. What time is it? He asked nobody in particular. 11 a.m. Kyokaku answered him instantly. Ichigo, you okay? Yuriuki slowly put her arms on his shoulders. He turned his head towards her and smiled a little. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Now that we are together I won't do anything reckless. Kyokaku almost chuckled when it was Yuriuki's turn to wear a blank expression after hearing that. Well, since we have some time, why don't you tell me something more about the Shiba clan, Kyokaku? Ichigo looked at Kyokaku, who almost instantly lightened up and started to talk about the time when she was younger. The head of the Shiba clan smirked when Yuriuki finally got over her surprise and hugged Ichigo from behind, smiling warmly at him. 1 a.m. in front of the 1st Division's main building. Ichigo arrived to the predetermined place with a few minutes reserve, still trying to get over the surprising information he got from his cousin. It would never occur to me that Kyokaku was once such an important person. To be somebody who was entrusted with a means of transportation to the royal palace, that's really, wow. When Kyokaku had told him about her past days, it really had rendered Ichigo speechless. Seeing Shinji with Kensei and the rest of the captains standing together nearby, he walked up to them and quietly greeted the wizards. Hey guys. Yo. Shinji grinned at him, albeit a bit strained. Ichigo. Kensei nodded in acknowledgement of his presence. Ichigo took a glance at Shinji and frowned. What's the matter, Shinji-san? The captain of the 5th Division sighed and corrected his Haori. Nothing, it's just that I don't think you of all people should meet them, considering. Ichigo waved his hand casually. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid, I promise. Yeah, right. Shinji immediately retorted and grimaced when Ichigo pouted at him. Kensei clicked his tongue and tilted his head. I think they are coming. Ichigo looked around but couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. Now that you mention it, Kyokaku and others mentioned that the Zero Division live in the Royal Palace, but I never heard about the location of it. He stated, confused. He heard a small chuckle from his left and glanced to the side to see Kyokaku walking closer to him. Ichigo-kun, do you remember the very first time you came to the Soul Society, or to be more precise, to the Siratii? Do you remember the wall around it falling down? The captain in pink Haori asked quietly. Ichigo narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the wall in the distance. Now that you mention it, yeah. It did fall down, but ever since then it stayed down, so I never really thought about it. Kyokaku nodded shortly. Yes, since there has been a lot of trouble lately, the wall has been surrounding the Siratii the whole time, but originally it was only meant to come down during emergency situations. So, if that wall only protects the Siratii during emergencies, what do you think it is usually protecting? Through the shadow that was covering the captain's face, Ichigo could barely see a small grin, and he suddenly understood. The Royal Palace. He replied with a surprised tone. Kyokaku nodded again, and Ichigo had to shield his face from debris, when a tall pillar crashed down in front of the group of captains and Ichigo. What the? Tenhyurin, it is the Zero Division's mean of transportation between the Siratii and the Royal Palace. All of the members of the Zero Division are in there. Kyokaku added. Ichigo glanced at the pillar and then back at Kyokaku. All of them? Isn't that a bit small? Kyokaku offered him a short chuckle and slowly tilted his head backwards, so that Ichigo could see one of his eyes. The Zero Division has no soldiers. All 5 members are captains, and their total power surpasses the power of all the Godii 13 together. As a small doors appeared in the center on the pillar and slowly opened, Ichigo was left stunned. They are that strong. Shinji placed his hand on Ichigo's shoulder and leaned forward. Well, let me say it this way. The leader of the Zero Division is even stronger than Captain Commander. That left Ichigo floored, and all of them heard the Captain Commander snort a little. Yamaji doesn't like this fact. He and the leader of the Zero Division used to spar a lot when he was younger, and even though Yamaji managed to win some of them, the leader is a member of the Zero Division for a reason. He won most of their spars. Kyokaku whispered. But the commander always says that in 1,000 years there hasn't been born a Shinigami stronger than him. Ichigo protested and heard footsteps coming from the entrance of the pillar. Who said that the leader was born in this millennium, Ichigo-kun? At the same time Ichigo saw 5 pairs of feet. He was hit by a huge amount of Ryotsu. Yeah, they always show off. Kyokaku scoffed and shook his head. Being prepared for anything, Ichigo felt a bead of sweat on his forehead from the nervousness. But when he finally saw the Zero Division in their whole glory, he felt more sweat on his forehead. This time, it was disbelief combined with the urge to slap his head. With all of his strength. One of the members of the Zero Division was holding a huge flag with the symbol of the Zero Division on it and was yelling. Second member had some weird artificial arms protruding from the back, and those arms were holding and playing on lots of different musical instruments, creating a chaos of sounds. Third one was posing like a rapper from the TV, yelling along with the first one. Fourth member had a huge spoon tucked in her hair. The last one, presumably the leader, was pompously walking down the road, laughing all the way. Here we are, here we are. The Zero Division is here. Ichigo gaped like a fish on a dry land. It's been a long time, fledglings of the Godii 13. Are you eating and sleeping properly? Ichigo wasn't the only one shocked, as Shinji was sweat dropping next to him. Kind of different from what I was expecting. He was suddenly whacked on the head, almost sending him flying forward. The hell? It's been so long, Shinji. Why isn't Hiyori-chan with you? I'm so sad. Hearing the female voice behind him, Shinji slowly turned around to see quite an obese woman with purple hair. She was the one with the giant spoon tucked in her hair. So long. Who the hell are you? Wait. Shinji stopped moving and his jaw dropped to the ground. Hi Hiyori-chan. The woman feigned tears and pointed at herself. What are you saying, Shinji? Did you forget about me? It's me. Kiryu Hikaifun, the king of cereals. King of cereals? What, am I in a circus? Ichigo had troubles regaining his composure. It was nothing in the comparison with Shinji, who was sweating beyond belief. Keikirio-san. You've changed, You haven't just simply changed. Who are you? I don't know you. He cried while the woman, Kirio, whined. No, Shinji. I haven't changed that much. She took a look around. I'm hungry. Ichigo left the crying captain of the 5th Division and turned around when he heard another voice. Been a long time, Anohana. A tall man with the undone jacket and ridiculous hairstyle circled around the captain of the 4th Division, staring at her menacingly. He leaned above her. How are you? Are you using the healing techniques I taught you properly? Anohana's eyes were closed and she calmly replied. Naturally. Really? I've heard that you've been quite useless and some human girl had beaten you in healing. How come? The man chewed on the stick in his mouth and yelled provocatively. Ichigo gulped when Anohana slowly opened her eyes and stared at the man blankly. What you have heard doesn't always have to be the truth now, does it, Tenjiro Kairinji-san? The substitute widened his eyes at the mentioning of the man's name and studied him closer. Tenjiro Kairinji was even on the second glance quite a tall guy. Not so much as Zaraki Kenpeki, who was standing on the other side of the group, but tall nevertheless. His hair was arranged into an outlandishly large pompadour while the sides of his face were covered with tapered sideburns. It's still a ridiculous hairstyle, Ichigo noted in his mind. The teen tried to find out more about Tenjiro just by looking, and to his surprise, he noticed a small detail. While Tenjiro talked to Anohana in quite the condescending tone, it didn't seem to reflect in his eyes that looked simply bored. In the next instant, Tenjiro was forced to bend forward when the leader of the 0 Division jumped to him and put his arm on his shoulders. Oh well. It's really been a long time and I'm sure you must have a lot to talk about, but we don't have the time. He exclaimed, and Ichigo noticed that Tenjiro just clicked his tongue and stayed quiet. It seems you and the rest of the 0 Division is the same as ever, Hyasub. Captain Commander stated and glanced at the leader of the 0 Division. Hyasub. I'll try to remember it. Ichigo thought. Oh, look, it's Shunsui-kun. Hyasub exclaimed again and walked to the captain of the 8th Division. Heh, look at the commander. He looks like he's going to explode any second. Ichigo jumped in surprise at the devious tone of Ichimaru-jin, who suddenly appeared behind him. Rather than yelling at him, the teen listened to the man and looked at the captain commander, who had quite a large tick mark on his forehead. Don't ignore me. The commander exclaimed and raised his ryutsu for a moment. The leader of the 0 Division sighed and turned to the commander. Sure. You still can't take a joke, Yamamoto. He said and shook his head. What is your purpose here, Ichibe Hyasub? The captain of the 1st Division asked after suppressing the urge to release his Zanpakuto in irritation. Ichibe narrowed his eyes and turned around to Ichigo. You're Kurosaki Ichigo, right? We are going to take you to the royal palace as the Soul King himself wants to speak with you. The reaction was instant. All of the captains of the Godi 13, save for Kenpeki, tensed and glanced at Ichigo nervously. Nonsense. The commander said and glared at Ichibe. Said man ignored the commander and took a look around. Well, we have to collect others, so there is no need. I have everything that was on the list, aside from Kurosaki Ichigo. Another voice stated from behind the group, and they all turned around to see a slender woman with artificial arms, which had been used to hold musical instruments at the moment the 0 Division emerged from the Tenhyurin. Behind her stood the uncomfortably looking Renji, along with Ikeku. Great. We have everything on the list, so we can go back. Ichibe exclaimed and turned into a seemingly random direction and started to joyfully walk forward. Wait. Am I the only one who's confused? Renji asked with perplexed expression. Senjumaru Shudera, TCH, always a displeasure to see you. Mayuri called out to the woman with artificial limbs. Oh, Mayuri, it's you. You still sane? She grinned and let one of her arms scratch her chin. Meanwhile, Ichibe turned to Renji. Don't worry, young one. You will most likely survive your trip to the royal palace. That doesn't make me calm, nor it explains anything. Renji instantly retorted in a panicked tone. Don't worry, young one. You will most likely survive your trip to the royal palace. You're repeating yourself. Ichigo watched the whole scene and felt a great headache coming his way. They're broken, the whole Zero Division is broken as hell. He sighed deeply and slowly moved in the direction the rest of the Zero Division, along with Renji and Ikeka walked. After they left, Kiraku turned to the commander. Yamaji. Is that okay? Allowing them to take not just Ichigo-kun but Aburai-kun and Madaram-kun too. The commander gripped his cane. Even if I had disagreed, it wouldn't have mattered. He said, and the rest of the captains could clearly hear his displeasure. Why did they even take those two? I'd understand Kurosake, but Madara and Aburai. The commander glanced at the small frame of the captain of the 10th Division who asked the question. This is probably connected to the fact that both of those mongrels managed to break their Bankai, which, as you all know, never goes back to its original state after being damaged with the exception of Captain Komamura. Mayuri explained. I see. Or they could use them as hostages in case the Soul King would want something from Ichigo-kun. Kiraku spoke quietly but his voice carried a big warning. At the Shiba's mansion. Ah, Shiba-san, it's been a long time. Ichibe greeted the head of the Shiba clan, who was glancing between the members of the Zero Division, looking quite uncomfortable. Yeah. Does your arm give you any troubles? His gleeful demeanor suddenly changed and he stared at Kyokaku with a serious gaze. She frowned but shook her head. No, come on. Let's get it over with. Kyokaku impatiently pointed at the platform behind her, where the Tenhyurin appeared. Ichigo was quiet during their talk but then he felt something light jumping at his shoulder. It seems that the Soul King wants to meet me, Yuruki. He whispered and felt a gentle lick on his neck. The small black cat rubbed against his head and purred quietly. I thought it would be something like that. Be careful. Giving him another lick on the neck, Yuruki jumped off his shoulder and ran inside the mansion. Unbeknownst to them, Kairanji followed the cat's movements with his eyes and when she disappeared behind the entrance doors, he sighed. Ichigo, we are waiting for you. Kyokaku called to Ichigo, who was deep in thoughts. He raised his head and hastily got inside the Tenhyurin with the rest of the Zero Division. It felt quite cramped and he wanted to shift a little, but he heard Kyokaku's yell and realized what it meant. Fly. A small explosion followed and Ichigo felt the pillar rapidly accelerate. Why are there no seat belts? He yelled when he was forced to bump into Senjumaru who only grinned at him. It's more fun like this. She replied simply. An hour later. Gah. I thought I'd die. Ichigo fell out from the pillar and gulped down the fresh air. He glanced behind at Renji and Ikaku, who were barely faring better than him. So, you guys are being quite calm. Ikeka took a deep breath and nodded to Ichigo. That's just on the outside. I'm actually quite nervous. Not many people have been here, in the royal realm. He replied and Ichigo's brain caught up to the fact that he was now in a place where the Soul King resided. He got up and took a look around. The view was incredible. It's just like Madaram-kun said, you should feel proud. Normally, a simple Shinigami isn't allowed here. Ichibe spoke loudly, forcing Ichigo to look at him. I know, this is the place that Aizen was trying to get, wait a minute. Aren't you supposed to use the king's key to enter the royal realm? The substitute's yell was met with a simple movement of Ichibe's arm. The leader of the Zero Division raised his right arm. It's this. Huh. Ichigo looked at him cluelessly. The king's key is created with the power of the Soul King. It's his way of marking those who are chosen to become the members of the Zero Division. It is actually in our bones. Ichibe answered and after a pause, he continued. There are two ways one can enter the royal realm. We can allow you to enter or you can come with us. So, basically, what was Aizen Sosuke trying to create was life itself. I was sure that Shiba-san told you. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. She just told me that she used to be the one in the charge of transporting people from Soul Society to the royal realm. She never mentioned the Ukin. Ichibe rubbed his chin. Well, maybe I'm not the best person to tell you this but Shiba clan was actually blessed by the Soul King himself. The head of the Shiba clan was always given an ukin so that he could transport people into the royal realm if needed. However, more than 100 years ago there had been an incident, where it was decided that the ukin would be taken from the former head of the Shiba clan, Kyokaku Shiba. He explained and didn't notice Ichigo's wide eyes. An incident? The teen thought, bewildered. The removal of the ukin isn't a trivial thing, and she ended up without her right arm, where most of the ukin was situated. She remained the head of the Shiba clan and could still transport people to the royal realm, but only when a member of the Zero Division was there. Ichibe sighed and shook his head. That incident apparently still bothered the leader of the Zero Division. What happened? Ichigo asked tensely. Ichibe sighed again and formed a smile. That's something you'll have to ask Shiba-san yourself. Now, follow me. He exclaimed and turned around. Where are we going? To meet the Soul King. You're dumb or what? No, we have other things to do before that. What a dumb brat. Fuck, that hurts. Kairanji spoke loudly from behind Ichigo and immediately received a smack on the head. Explain properly. Kiryu was the one who whacked Kairanji, and she turned to Ichigo. She pointed at the 5 huge discs flying above and around them and the cocoon-like building floating in the distance. Listen. We are currently at the Ryokyu Omote Sando, which is basically an entrance to the royal palace. See that building in the distance? Kiryu asked and waited until the mentioned building was in Ichigo's line of sight. He nodded and turned to her again. That is the actual palace, where the Soul King resides. Those floating things that look like trays are in fact Zero Division's quarters. On each of those trays lies a city that the Soul King entrusted to us. She explained further. Whole cities. Senjumaru walked up to them. As it has been already said, Aizen Sosuke was trying to create an artificial ukin, a king's key. Do you still remember the requirements for the creation of such a thing? She asked Ichigo. He remembered instantly. Of course, he wanted to use the Karakura town to, wait a second, don't tell me. The slender woman grinned at him. Precisely. Those cities, our headquarters, are the cities used to create 5 ukins, for each of us. Oh, I can see the horror that thousands of innocent people were sacrificed for this in your eyes. Let me assure you that this is not what had happened. Before Ichigo could voice his question, Senjumaru continued. They probably taught you this in school, so you know about few cities that were completely wiped out in the past, right? The Atlantis, Sodom, Gomorrah? All of them had been destroyed in a catastrophic events, and such great amount of souls would tip the balance, so they were used to create ukins. Since that, those souls have long ago joined the reincarnation cycle again. Trying to soak all the information in, Ichigo finally had the chance to ask something. But I thought that the souls used in the process would get inevitably destroyed. Kiryu butted in. That would be the case with Aizen's actions. Since these ukins were created with the power of the Soul King, he was able to preserve them. She said with a smile. From what the ancient told me, the Soul King shouldn't be that old. I mean, the theories say Atlantis had been destroyed thousands of years ago. Something doesn't add up. Ichigo thought and glanced beyond the 2 Zero Division members to watch Renji and Ikeiku following Ichibe and Kairanji. Another question arose in his mind. You said 5 ukins, but you also said that Kyokaku had 1. Isn't that a miscalculation? Senjumaru shook her head, the artificial arms behind her swaying in the air. No. We, the Zero Division, used to consist only of 4 members. Just a bit earlier than a century ago, Kiryu-san here was admitted into the Zero Division. She was left without the ukin for a while, but then, funnily enough, not long after that the ukin that was in the possession of Kyokaku Shiba was taken away from her. It was then transferred to Kiryu-san. Simple as that. She glanced at Kiryu, who nodded with a smile. I see. Ichigo muttered, and since there was nothing else he wanted to ask, he and the 2 female members of the Zero Division trailed after the remaining members. Ichibe and the others were already waiting at a small platform. Before you can meet the Soul King, you 3 will be sent to Nimeiya-san's place. Ichibe announced and motioned Ichigo to stand at the platform, along with Renji and Ikeiku. Who's that? Renji nervously asked. He's the last member of the Zero Division and at the same time, the second oldest one after me, you'll understand once you'll get there. I thought that somebody was missing. Ichigo thought and narrowed his eyes at Ichibei, who only shrugged. He's a bit eccentric, but who isn't? Ichibei laughed heartily and walked away. Yeah, right. Ichigo thought and watched as Kairanji raised a big hammer. That gave him a bad premonition. Wait, how are we going to get there? Ichigo's yell was stretched out the moment the hammer in Kairanji's hand fell on a button, which sent the trio flying in the direction of the Nimeia's place at high speed. Damn, I hate this place already. Ichigo whined and tried to remain steady. 5 minutes later. Oi, it seems like nobody's here. Ikeiko spoke and glanced back at Ichigo and Renji, who served as a cushion for his fall. Great. Ichigo groaned from under Renji, who took his time to get off him. Just when all of them finally stood again and were looking around, a bright light blinded them. Ah! Too bright! Ikeiko exclaimed in pain. Guests! Have a seat! A tremendous roar came out off a huge loudspeaker that appeared in front of the trio. Ah! Too loud! Renji exclaimed in a bigger pain. Your heads are too high. In other words, your heads are too high. With a yell, a small figure landed in front of them, holding his hands high, a sudden smokescreen surrounding him. Ah! Too lame. Ichigo's sweat dropped. I am number 1 Zanpakuto creator. Nimeiya Oetsu. Nice, to meet, ya. The dark-skinned man exclaimed while repeatedly pointing at himself. He extended his hand and with a glint in his eyes pointed it at the trio. Zanpakuto. Love it. Ikeiko lightly elbowed Ichigo in his side. You seeing what I'm seeing? Unfortunately. These Zero Division members are disturbing. Renji stated, standing next to them. The trio stared at the man, both sides not moving, but when the man continued to look at them expectantly and assumed a rapper pose, they quickly applauded him. Just so that they could move. It seemed to please him and he motioned them to follow him. I have a bad feeling about this. Renji muttered. Welcome. The mixture of many female voices greeted the trio immediately after they had entered a small mansion. I changed my mind. This is freaking amazing. Renji muttered again when a group of females to whom the voices belonged to showed themselves and started to squeal at the sight of the 3 Shinigami with loose clothes. What the hell is this? Ikeiko asked disinterestedly, but his lips were slowly curling upwards. Don't let them deceive you. I'm sure it turns out they're all guys, or something like that. Ichigo whispered, picturing Yoriyuki's face in his mind to cool himself down. No way, this is paradise. Renji muttered as his cheeks were getting pink. He then shook his head and, like Ichigo, pictured face of somebody else in his mind so that he would stay calm. Yo! Kurosaka-chan, Aburai-chan, and Madaram-chan. Did ya enjoy the show? Let me introduce myself one more time. I'm Uritsu Nimeiya, proud owner of this place. The dark-skinned man with thick black hair, clothed in a sleeveless puffer jacket and green undergarment with the gold-framed sunglasses on his face, took Ichigo's hands and moved with them to complete a set of rapper-like greeting, finishing it with a clap. Nice to meet ya. Ichigo let his hands in the final position and without moving his head whispered to Renji and Ikeiko. I don't care who, but take my place. I can't keep up with this guy. Like hell I will. Renji and Ikeiko replied simultaneously. However, they couldn't escape the overly enthusiastic captain and all 3 of them were forced to do weird positions, until they satisfied him. Uritsu corrected his glasses, a glint escaping his eyes. Very good. Nice pose. He hastily crouched and took a picture with his camera that seemingly appeared from nowhere. While the trio stayed in their last position, standing upside down, Uritsu quickly showed the picture to the ladies from the mansion and they all shared a loud laugh at it. Bastard! Ichigo, Renji, and Ikeiko thought at the same time. In that moment, Uritsu was blasted forward and he slid on the ground, his face biting the dust. How long are you going to keep this up? A young-sounding voice came from behind him. Meanwhile, the trio stood up again. What are you doing, Mara-chan? You're ruining my fun. Uritsu rubbed his dirty cheek and childishly pouted at the girl that kicked him. The girl, Mara, nodded to the trio and showed them a thin road. Come on. With Master, it's never going to start. She sighed, and after making sure that they heard her, she took the road. After a small walk, they arrived at a small hut near the cliff. This is my real mansion. Urutsu sighed in a depressed tone. Wow, quite the difference. The trio thought. Master creates dubious things like that because he doesn't want to acknowledge that he lives here. Come on in. Mara opened the small doors to the hut, inviting the trio inside. You're cruel, Mara-chan. Urutsu cried and refused to follow them inside. So noisy. Ikeku muttered. He, along with Ichigo and Renji, took a step inside. They seemed to hover in the air for a split second, before falling into a dark pit. Ow, damn. Where the hell are we? TS, haven't ya realized? Kurosaka-chan, Aburai-chan, and Maduram-chan? Ever since ya came to my headquarters, aside from me, ya haven't actually met any Shinigami. Those honey-chans in the first mansion were all in fact, Zanpakuto. Urutsu called to them from above. Ichigo glanced at Renji, who too looked surprised. Ikeku was frowning. Zanpakuto. Urutsu shook his head. Didn't I tell ya that I am the god of the sword? The number one Zanpakuto creator? What did ya think ya came here for? The trio exchanged confused looks. Ah, that's weird, really weird. Even though y'all are Shinigami, ya can't distinguish between a Shinigami and a Zanpakuto. Yeah, not okay. Urutsu continued, and in a swift movement he took out something from behind him. They were Zanpakuto of each of them, and they widened their eyes. When did he? Ya got no love for ya Zanpakuto, that's why ya lost the ability to distinguish them, am I right? Urutsu smashed the Zanpakuto together, breaking Zabumaru and Hojikamaru to pieces. Ichigo's Zanpakuto remained whole, much to his surprise. Oh, so one of ya gets it after all. Seems like I was wrong about ya, Kurosaka-chan. However, with a sharp blow to the ground, even Ichigo's Zanjutsu broke. The trio watched him in horror. Zanpakuto that ain't loved breaks so easily, huh? Kurosaka-chan, ya may know what's right, but fighting without an actual blade is still not good enough. Renji grabbed Ikeku's and Ichigo's shoulder. Guys, do you hear it? A quiet humming sound, which was getting louder and louder, slowly surrounded them. High above them, Urutsu chuckled. If ya can get alive from the wrath of Zanpakuto, I'll personally reforge your Zanpakuto, and in your case, Kurosaka-chan, I'll give you a new Asachi. The source of the sound was getting closer, and Ichigo tried to see through the darkness, tuning out Urutsu for a second. Renji took a defensive stance. I'm not sure what I'm seeing, but I sure don't like it. He stated. Yeah, what are they? Ichigo asked. Asachi. Surprisingly, it was Ikeku who answered him. That's right. They are the strongest Zanpakuto as they can become anything. The Asachi. Urutsu grinned deviously, and the trio jumped a little when the first Asachi showed his face. It had a body similar to a human, with the exception that it had no skin and there was no face on the head. Instead, where its eyes were supposed to be, a pair of small mouths was visible, chewing the air around them. When the horde of the Asachi jumped at the trio, Urutsu sat next to the hole and started to explain, as from the looks of it, he was sure that at least Ichigo was clueless in this department. See, every single member of the Godai 13, former or current, is temporarily loaned a nameless Zanpakuto when he graduates from the academy. Right now, there are 6,000 members in the Godai 13. All of them have these Asachi. They eat, they sleep, they train with these Asachi, and in the process, they project the very essence of their soul onto them. This way, they all construct their own, unique Zanpakuto. Even the members of the Zero Division. And they were all created by one person. Me. Urutsu Nime ya. Ichigo, who was backing from the Asachi, called out to him. If I understand this right, these are all external projections of Asachi? So why do they look like they want to kill us? Urutsu wagged his finger at him. External projections, huh? Yes. It's a little different, but no matter. The point is, they are angry at you. Well, mainly at Aburai-chan and Maduram-chan. The two of you have acquired Bankai and yet you foolishly tried to use them without properly understanding them, leading to a serious damage to them. Why wouldn't they be angry at you? You've been treating them wrong. You think your Zanpakuto is your friend? Your family? Your senior? Your junior? A tool? Your subordinate? Your pet? Your mentor? Your loved one? Your lover? Uritsu rapidly fired questions at Renji and Ikeka, who were trying to fend off the Asachi. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Who do you think is on top? A Shinigami or the Zanpakuto? The Zanpakuto creator yelled with a serious expression. The horde of the Asachi completely surrounded the trio and were slowly closing on them. Renji glanced at his right at Ikeku, who was getting ready to fight. Both of them, even Uritsu, however, noticed that Ikgayo only took one calming deep breath and made a step forward to a group of Asachi. Oh, nice look in ya eyes, Kurosaka-chan. Maybe y'all be able to do it right now. Uritsu trailed off when the Asachi around Ichigo suddenly kneeled and kept their heads down. Ichigo scanned the group and his gaze stopped at one Asachi kneeling close to him. He walked up to him and offered him a hand. The Asachi took it and all of them watched as its head morphed into a head of a young-looking man with short white hair and a pair of hollowish horns. Zanjitsu, Ichigo said, and the transformed Asachi responded by raising its head and offering a smile. We are finally whole, Ichigo. He nodded to its wielder. Didn't see that one coming so soon. Great job, Kurosaka-chan. Come here, I'll forge ya a new sword. You too. Uritsu motioned Ichigo to come up and after that, called out to Renji and Ikeka, who were in deep thoughts. You'll stay here until you understand what is important. For your own good, I hope you'll make it before the clock marks 72 hours. Have fun. Soul Society. You think Ishine will be mad? Yuriuki asked and stretched herself on the ground. Kyokaka grimaced and took a gulp from her bottle of sake. Who knows? If you'd asked me that 2 weeks ago, I'd definitely say yes. Now? I'm inclined to say that he's just worried. Wouldn't you be? Grabbing her own bottle, Yuriuki grimaced. Pointless question. I'm enough worried as it is. You don't think he would really do something crazy, do you? Yuriuki glanced at the head of the Shiba clan and then shifted her eyes to look at her bottle. She shook it to determine how much was left and, before taking a gulp, she grinned. If you'd asked me that 2 weeks ago, I'd definitely say yes. Now? I'm inclined to say that it'll be okay. Kyokaku just stared at her before arching backwards and erupting in a full-blown laughter. Yeah, for a regular Shinigami, 2 weeks are nothing, but once again, Ichigo has to be a special case and mature in such a short time. Royal Realm, 4 days later. Ichigo stared at the cocoon-like building that lied in front of him and took a deep breath. He needed to calm down, to keep his mind sharp and his emotions in check. It was finally time for him to meet the Soul King. The meeting would take place in the main building of the Royal Realm, where the Soul King spent all his time. Nobody else would go inside with him. It'd be just him, a human with every possible power that existed, along with a linchpin that held together all of the afterlife. It'd also be a meeting between an ancestor and a descendant. Between a boy who lost his mother and a being that was partly responsible for it. Well, this is it, Kurosaka-san. There is only one more thing you should know before going in. Ichibei patted Ichigo on his back, gaining his attention. What is it? From his side, Senjumaru spoke up. Nothing serious. It's just a warning so that you won't be confused when you emerge from the Soul King's chamber. The Soul King's presence is overwhelming, and one of the reasons why he stays in his place all the time is that his energy is potent enough to disturb the normal flow of the time. Simply put, an hour in his presence will be a day for the rest of us, who are outside. Ichigo slowly turned to her with his mouth forming a circle and a bead of sweat of his forehead. That's nothing serious? You could have mentioned this beforehand, you know. She flashed his a wide grin. Now, where would be the fun in that? Shaking his head at the impossible quirks of the Zero Division's members, Ichigo nodded to Renji and Ikeku, who were standing behind them, and took a step inside. When the entrance doors closed after Ichigo, Ichibei turned to the two remaining visitors of the Royal Realm. Now, Aburai-san and Madaram-san, I see two options lying in front of you. The duo narrowed their eyes and almost unconsciously, their hands slid down to the hilts of their new swords. Seeing that, Ichibe laughed and waved his hand. Just relax. I only wanted to say that there are two ways in which you can spend the time until Kurosaki-san emerges from his meeting. 1. You can just laze around, take a tour of the royal realm, well, you get it. Ikeko glanced at the remaining members of the Zero Division walking away and tilted his head to the side. You mean there is another way? Ichibe laughed again, his wide grin remaining on his face. Why, of course. You can join me in my place for a special training. What do you say, Aburai-san, Madoram-san? Do you want to get stronger? Ikeko glanced at Renji, who was barely containing his excitement, and with a grin on his own face, he exclaimed. Hell yeah! Ichigo walked up the stairway, his eyes barely seeing the outlines of the stairs. The darkness in the building was intense. Finally arriving at the top, he entered a simple chamber. His eyes were instantly drawn to a massive transparent crystal in the center of the room. It was glowing with a bright white light. Ichigo recognized a human body inside of it, but due to the intense glow, he couldn't tell what the person looked like. Welcome, Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo spun around when a deep voice echoed around him. The Soul King, I presume. He stated loudly and tried to control his breathing that sped up due to the surprise. It was a really hard thing to do, as something more surprising was happening right in front of his eyes. The person that was inside of the crystal started to slowly move, and after a moment, it emerged from it and hovered just above the ground. The glow slowly diminished, allowing Ichigo to finally see the face of the Soul King. We finally meet. Ichigo gulped when a wave of energy washed over him, creating a weird sensation on his skin. Is he human? The teen tried to remain calm, but when an androgynous person, that lacked any sort of distinct characteristics, a person who eerily reminded him of Aizen after his Hogyaku-induced transformations, a person whose eyes didn't have human pupils, only blackness with a four-edged white star stared back at him, he almost took a step back. Relax, Ichigo. Remember the reason for your presence here. A familiar voice called out to him. Right. Swallowing his nervousness, Ichigo nodded. Yes, we finally meet. His eyes flashed to the Soul King's feet and back at his face. I sense that my appearance disturbs you. Should I change it? When the face of the Soul King started to morph into somebody else, despite his surprise, a small snort escaped Ichigo's mouth. It does surprise me, but I prefer to see and talk to your real self. The Soul King closed his eyes for a moment and returned to his original appearance. I see. You could, however, land and stand on the ground. Ichigo stated after watching the Soul King float around. The being ceased to move and turned to Ichigo with his blank stare. I'm afraid that is something I cannot do. Due to the unique properties of my energy, I can't come into contact with a solid matter as it will quickly disintegrate. You, Kurosaki Ichigo, are very lucky that the same thing isn't happening to you too. Hearing that, Ichigo frowned. What do you mean? There was a short silence during which the Soul King simply stared at Ichigo, slowly unnerving him. Aizen Sosuke, in your fight, using the Hogyaku, he forced himself to ascend to transcendence, into a new dimension of living. Kurosaki Ichigo, the same can be said for you, as you are a true transcendent being, whose energy exists on even higher plane of existence than that of Aizen Sosuke. You surely understand that your energy cannot interfere with simple beings until you allow it to. Don't you think that the matter around you exists on the same plane of existence that other simple beings? The Soul King finally replied. No. What? The Soul King continued to stare at the teen, never blinking. You are lucky, Kurosaki Ichigo. Every kind of your power has some sort of manifestation in your inner world. Be it your inner Quincy, your inner Hollow, or your Zanpakuto. Your soul is in a perfect balance, an equilibrium with them, and that fact alone shields everything around you from being destroyed. Me, on the other hand. Cough, my energy is. Cough, sorry. Cough. The supreme leader of the afterlife started to cough violently and ended with a coughing fit, shocking Ichigo, who didn't know how to react. After a moment, the coughs stopped and the Soul King hovered with his back straight up again. I apologize for that. Now, as I was saying, your energy is in balance while mine is not, it's that simple. That is also why I have to stay in this crystal. He pointed behind him. Ichigo glanced at the crystal again. I see, if that is the truth, I'm more than just lucky. I can't even imagine what my life would be if I couldn't be allowed to touch anything. He sighed in relief, and then a different thought entered his mind. That crystal, is it just me or it almost looks like? It looks like the Hogyaku Urahara Kisuken Aizen Sosuke created. Ichigo jerked his head to the side, to stare at the Soul King in surprise. Yeah, how did you? The Soul King slid through the air only to stop near the crystal. No wonder it reminds you of it. It basically is the same thing. Ichigo blinked. I'm sorry, what? The being in front of him didn't chuckle, neither had it offered a smile. It just stared at whatever was in his line of sight, expressionlessly. This crystal, it is a creation made from a combination of every power that resides in this universe. Energy of a human soul, power of a Shinigami, spirit of a hollow, and the holy light of a Quincy. It keeps my energy somewhat stabilized. The thing you call Hogyaku, which can manifest one's inner desires, is created by using the same process. He explained. Standing opposite of him, Ichigo was on a brink of an information overflow. The Soul King didn't give him a chance to recover and continued. Why is that? Well, the Hogyaku and this crystal, being made from the same thing, resonates, and so the Hogyaku draws upon my power and thus, affect people the way it does. Kurosaki Ichigo, when you first saw me, you thought that I looked similar as the form Aizen Sosuke took after his Hogyaku-induced transformations, didn't you? That is correct. Since that man fused with it, the Hogyaku was trying to make him to my image. That is interesting, but we both know that I didn't come here to listen to this. Ichigo suddenly said, preventing the Soul King from talking any further. The Soul King pointed his stare at him. Yes. You wanted to ask me why I allowed your mother to die. No. I already know the reason. You couldn't allow your descendant to be with a descendant of Iwak. When Ichigo stopped talking to take a breath, the Soul King interrupted him. That is incorrect. Ichigo already had his mouth open to say what he had planned to say when he realized what the Soul King uttered. What did you say? The Soul King tilted his head, a first sign of emotion during this meeting. Is it safe to say that this assumption of yours is based solely on the information you had received from your father, Ishine? What? Why yeah. The Soul King circled the crystal few times and then stopped in front of Ichigo. Your father is mistaken. My descendants can marry and live with whoever they want to. Then why? Ichigo raised his voice a little, his emotions slowly surfacing. Your mother was never a target. You were, Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo just stared at the Soul King, unable to comprehend what was told to him. He blinked twice and took a shallow breath. I was the target. He whispered to himself, a grimace forming on his face. Yes. I was aware of you, but I couldn't interfere with the lives of the humans. However, when an opportunity offered itself to me, I took it. I was not aware of your mother being with you on that day, as I cannot track a Quincy. That she died was an accident. Ichigo. Calm down. You won't achieve anything if you'll give in to your anger, Zanjitsu called out to Ichigo, who was shaking from anger. So after all this time, after all these years trying to persuade myself that I was not responsible for my mother's death, it turns out that I, in fact, am responsible. Ichigo sadly chuckled, Ryotsu starting to pour off him in great amounts. The Soul King, unaffected by it, continued to stare at the teen. That is incorrect. You are not responsible for the death of your mother, Kurosaki Ichigo. TCH. Ichigo gritted his teeth and jerked his head upwards. What the hell are you talking about? Of course I am. If I wasn't fooled by the Grand Fisher, it wouldn't attack me and she would still be alive. He yelled and the walls started to bend from the inside from the intense riot so that was pouring from Ichigo. That is debatable. Iwak made his selection of Quincy either way, and there is a possibility that should she survive, he would kill her himself. What I am saying, Kurosaki Ichigo, is that the death of your mother, there are two persons responsible for that. One is Iwak and the second one is me. The Soul King stated firmly. His hand almost unconsciously sliding to the hilt of his Zanpakuto, Ichigo asked through his gritted teeth. Why do you care whether I think I'm responsible for her death or not? I don't. I only want you to understand something. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. And what is that? The fact that I feel truly apologetic about the death of your mother and about my attempt on your life. The substitute opened his mouth and then closed it soon after, but no sound came out. This unforeseen situation took him aback. Maybe it would be better to explain why I targeted you in the first place. The answer is simple. Fear. I feared the potential power inside of you. You are a natural transcendent being, first to appear after a few millennia. I was afraid that this power may corrupt you and you would end up destroying the precious balance between the worlds. Seeing that Ichigo stopped emitting huge amounts of Ryotsu, the Soul King continued. However, after watching the road you took I realized my mistake. Ever since my stepbrother tried to kill me I became paranoid and forgot what it means to trust the others. Ichigo was breathing heavily. He glanced at his left hand that was lightly shaking. How am I supposed to react, damn it? Thinking about his mother, he clenched his left fist. Ichigo. I've been with you for a long time, so I'll just say this. There were a lot of people who wanted to kill you, but you never held a grudge against them. Only when they threatened your friends. The Soul King is just one of those who were after you. Will you forgive him, knowing that he is responsible for your mother's death, even if by accident, or will you try to take revenge against him? I tried to calm you down, not to leave you give in to your anger, but know this. Whatever road you'll take, I'll stand with you till the end, Ichigo. Whether you remain the protector or you stray from that path. Zanjitsu called out to him and Ichigo couldn't help but to exhale sharply. He remained motionless for a long time. The Soul King was meanwhile still hovering in front of Ichigo, as if waiting for something. Ichigo bit his tongue. The hell, Zanjitsu, you're making me look like the bad guy here. Swallowing hard, he glanced at the Soul King. However, before Ichigo could say something, the Soul King spoke first. I heard that you claim to understand what is in the heart of your opponent once you cross your sword with him. I have no sword, but I think that my arm would suffice for this. He raised his left arm and waited. Seeing this, Ichigo gripped the hilt of his Zanpakuto and pulled it from his back. It would be so easy to kill him. In a swift motion, he pressed his sword against the Soul King's neck. The linchpin of the Soul Society never wavered, and for the first time, his mouth formed something that Ichigo interpreted as an attempt for a smile. If that would ease your emotions. The Soul King calmly closed his eyes. Is he so sure that I wouldn't do it? Ichigo wondered and his hands shook. He glanced at his sword, his blade that was the mirror to his soul. What am I doing? He remembered the past, when he claimed that he wanted to protect a mountain-load amount of people and slowly pulled his Zanpakuto from the Soul King's neck and pressed it against his raised arm. When Ichigo finally left the chamber, the Soul King glanced at his left arm and slowly lowered it. I'm glad I was right about him. He turned around and neared the crystal when another coughing fit attacked him. Almost falling on his knees, he grabbed the crystal for a support. After he calmed down, he took a deep breath and another emotion showed on his face. A worry. It seems I don't have much time left. With a certain amount of effort he managed to stand up and slip into the crystal. Before he entered a deep slumber, a sigh escaped his mouth. The time to do it is coming. With his head full of thoughts, Ichigo emerged from the Soul King's building, not aware that the whole Zero Division along with Renji and Ikaku was waiting for him. He realized it only after he bumped into Ichibe. Huh? What are you all doing here? We were waiting for you. Recalling the conversation he had with him before he entered the cocoon-like building, Ichigo looked past the head of the Zero Division to look at his two friends. Widening his eyes a little, he turned his eyes back to Ichibe. How much time has passed out here? A week. Taken aback, Ichigo again glanced at the Shinigami duo in the background. That's a long time, oh damn, Kyokaku and Yoriyuki must be wondering what's taking me so long, but Renji and Ikaku. He clicked his tongue and grinned a little. I'm guessing you didn't just do nothing in my absence, right? He addressed his words to Renji and Ikaku, who snorted together. Got that right. I'm offended you would even think the opposite. Ichigo gave them one last glance. Yeah, I can feel you're stronger. Both of you. He stated, and after they showed him their huge grins, Ichigo turned to Ichibe. Is there anything else you wanted from me, or can we go now? Ichibe shook his head negatively, but Senjomaru stepped out with something in her hands. I'm sure you didn't think that me taking your measurements was just for fun, did you? She chuckled at Ichigo's uneasy expression. Sure. He replied and shuddered unconsciously. The short visit in Senjomaru's place while Renji and Ikeka were getting their Zanpakuto reforged left him with a deep impression. Not a good, nor a happy one. I'm saying this again, all of these Zero Division's members are broken. He shuddered once more and accepted the thing Senjomaru was offering him. His eyes brightened when his fingers touched the fabric of the thing. It was amazing. What is it? He asked, uncertain. Your new Haori. I made it myself. It is to differentiate you from the rest of the Shinigami, as you are clearly unique. Someone like that should have a unique clothing too, don't you think? Senjomaru explained while Ichigo's sweat dropped. Like I'm not standing out enough. She reached for the Haori and unfolded it to show it in its full glory. It looks awesome though. He admitted and marveled at the clothes. His new Haori was nothing like the ordinary one the rest of the captains wore. Though the base color was white as the regular Haori, this one had black flames, just like the ones his Zanpakuto produced, spread all over it, creating an amazing effect with the added whitish, almost silver lining. It was also sleeveless. On its back was in a blood-red color written Ichigo, which at first irritated the teen, as it could have been read as the word strawberry, but at the closer look his mouth formed a smile. Using a faint line, the two kanji for Ichigo's name were separated, creating a complete different meaning. The one who protects her. Shaking his head at the ingenuity of the design, Ichigo thanked the Senjomaru and hastily put it on. Glaring at Renji and Ikeka, who were smirking at him, not properly seeing the line between the kanji, Ichigo rubbed his chin. I thought you'd do a Haori for Ikeka and Renji too. Senjomaru shook his head. As much as I would, enjoy it. She trailed off and let her eyes roam over Renji and Ikeka, who suddenly shuddered. After a short pause she continued. It is not customary for a third seat or a lieutenant to wear something over their shiakusho. Saying this, I asked them about it and they stated that they are satisfied with the regular clothing. Almost sounding disappointed, she went silent and let Ichibe to take the lead. When they all reached the first platform, Ichibe turned to the trio. Now that this is behind us, we will now send you off. Senjomaru-san, if you would. Ichibe nodded to Senjomaru, who tapped the floor with her foot, and Ichigo watched as a seemingly infinite stairway that was leading down, appeared. Using this path, you should reach the Sirati in a few days' time. Ichibe stated and let the three of them to jump down after they nodded to each of the member of the Zero Division as a form of a goodbye. Observing their free fall, Kairanji, who stood few steps behind the group the whole time, called out the Ichibe. So? What do you think? Ichibe frowned and then tried his hardest to fake an evil genius stare. Ah yes, Tenjiro Kairanji-san, this will not go just as planned. Oi. Kairanji spit his stick and hit Ichibe in the face with it. The leader of the Zero Division recovered instantly, but a slightly serious expression settled on his face. But seriously. I'm afraid that things really won't go as the Soul King planned them. Kurosaka-san is too much of an unpredictable person. I can easily see him do something that none of us would expect. Thought so. Kairanji clicked his tongue. All members glanced at the hole where the teen disappeared into and collectively sighed. Soul Society, 4 days later. Well, I don't know how about you guys, but I'm going home to sleep. Ichigo spoke while dusting himself from the dirt that stuck to him after the three of them landed in the middle of the Sokioka Hill. Right, I'm going to report to the captain. We've been there for quite a long time after all. Ikeka stated and turned into the direction of the 11th Division barracks. With a short nod he took off, leaving Renji and Ichigo alone. Sensing the stare at his back, Ichigo sighed. Spill it, Renji. I've been aware of your stare for a few days now. Renji grimaced and, slightly hesitating, he walked up to Ichigo and punched him in the gut. Ichigo widened his eyes a little. The punch packed surprising amount of strength. What the hell? He wasn't that strong before. What training did he do while I was talking with the Soul King? Coughing a bit, Ichigo glanced at Renji, who was cursing loudly and trying to shake off the throbbing pain from his right fist. This is about Rukia, isn't it? Ichigo asked carefully, massaging his stomach. He suspected this to be the reason, considering that ever since his talk with Rukia, he barely saw either of them. Concluding that Renji must have been helping her with the issue, Ichigo never brought it up. Renji's eyebrows twitched, confirming Ichigo's theories, and angrily flexed his right fist. Yeah, fuck it, Ichigo. Why did you turn her down? She really loved you, you know. He held back enough not to yell. Taking a deep breath, Ichigo looked him in the eye. What would you want me to do, Renji? Lie to her? I care about the midget, but that is all. I don't love her that way. Maybe I told her that harshly, but that's because I didn't know how to handle it. They stared at each other for a minute before Renji finally averted his gaze. He scratched his head and glanced at his fist thoughtfully. No, it's just. You care about her too, and it pisses you off seeing her hurt. Ichigo finished for him and Renji nodded. Yeah, okay, I don't have time for this. Renji shook his head and narrowed his eyes. I know that it's not your fault for not responding to her feelings, but you do realize that you deserved that punch, right? Ichigo lightly chuckled. Yeah, I know. So, how is she? Renji clicked his tongue and looked at his right, in the direction of the western Rokanga. If you want to know how she is, you should ask her yourself, but, she is a bit better, that's all I'll tell you. With that, he disappeared with a shunpo. That's good. Ichigo muttered for himself, and using his own shunpo, he flashed towards the Shiba household. 5th Division. Shinji stared at the members of his division obediently training as per his instructions and put a small letter back inside the pocket in his haori. He got up from his chair and reluctantly joined the rest of his division in the workout. Stopping himself just before he pulled out his Zanpakuto, he noticed a small unoccupied area in the corner of the ground. Sighing a bit, he dragged his feet to it. Ushering a long incantation he learned from Haki, he created a translucent gold barrier around himself, and only then he took out his Zanpakuto. Collapse, Sakanade. He whispered and raised his sword before his eyes. I may as well train too. The humiliation Aizen gave me still bugs me. 2nd Division. Faster. 20 more. Do you lazy bastards want me to take out the whip? Captain, Captain, I heard shouting. What's wrong? Oh, Omada, good. You can put those down and join the rest of the men. But Captain, I just got my Shiakusho from the cleaning end. Captain? Why are you taking out your whip? Crack. That hurts. 3rd Division. Shoot to kill, Shinso. Kira suppressed the urge to groan when a sword cut him on the shoulder. He rolled to the side, breathing heavily. Drops of blood could be heard, but he couldn't even glance at his injuries, or else he would end up with the more serious ones. Oya, what's the matter, Kira-kun? It's been just a few minutes and you're already all bloody. The sly voice of Ichimaru-jin reached Kira's ears, but he remained silent and concentrated on the Zanpakuto in his captain's hand. Don't frown like that, Kira-kun. Despite everything I've been teaching you, you are too weak, so in the near future, I'll force you to get stronger. Be it through sweat or blood. Jin grinned and raised his Zanpakuto again. In his office, a small crumpled letter lied on the table. Shoot to kill, Shinso. 6th Division. I see that you have returned from the royal realm, Renji. Byakuya acknowledged his lieutenant's presence with a short nod and returned to commanding the members of his division that were exercising in the training grounds. Yes. Captain, I've read the letter. Since I did some training in the royal realm already, can I go? Byakuya took a peek at Renji and nodded. Before his lieutenant disappeared behind the doors, he called out to him. Take care of Rukia for me, Renji. Stopping abruptly, Renji turned around to stare at Byakuya, whose head was already pointed at his men. Yes, sir. When the sound of Shunpo entered Byakuya's ears, a small smile crept on his face. Thank you, Renji. He thought with his eyes closed. 7th Division. So the Captain Commander wants us to prepare for the imminent war with the Quincy, sir? Yes, Iba. Komamura nodded to his lieutenant and watched as the man bowed. I'll gather the division at once, sir. The captain of the 7th Division watched his lieutenant disappear with a grim expression. I will not fail you, Genryo Saidano. 9th Division. Until you realize that you shouldn't fear your own sword, you will spar with Mashiro. Hiya. It's time for the super lieutenant to enter the stage. Don't shout into my ear, stupid. Kensei whacked Mashiro on the head, forcing her to pout at him. Bwaye, Kensei-chan is angry. She quickly jumped away from him and landed next to Hisagi, who was holding his Zanpakuto, looking quite uncomfortable. I realize that Captain Tuan betrayed us, but I won't abandon what he taught me just for that. This isn't Nixespi. The lieutenant of the 9th Division was forced on his knees when Mashiro kicked him in the gut. Kensei looked at him in disappointment. Idiot. It's not about the teaching. It's just basic survival instinct. Use the sword. It's yours for a reason. He turned around. You have to use it, or else Mashiro will kill you. It's that simple, Hisagi. 10th Division. Captain, I couldn't find Kira-kun or even Hisagi-kun, so you'll have to drink with me. Rangiku entered her captain's office with a bottle of sake in her hand, only to find it empty. The only thing she found was an open letter on the table. Captain. In a secluded cave on the outskirts of Siratii, a layer of ice was covering the ground with a panting Toshiro in the middle of it. Ha, it's not enough. I can protect her with this. When he heard something behind him crack, he narrowed his eyes and angrily swung down his Zanpakuto. One more time. 11th Division. TCHE, why should I train? Kenpei muttered under his nose and threw out a small letter in a trash bin. He once again entered the meditation pose, cursing the whole time. Oi, do you see what I see? Yeah, Captain is meditating. Ken-chan is talking to his new friend. Ikeku and Yumichika barely suppressed the urge to scream when a pink-haired lieutenant suddenly appeared behind them. Ken-chan also said that you will play with me. The two seated officers looked at each other with a painful expression and sighed deeply. 12th Division. Hold this. I said hold this, you stupid girl. On the outside of the laboratory, Akon, the third seat along with other seated officers tried to listen to the conversation and sounds coming from inside of it. What do you think Captain is doing? Rin Tsubukura, one of the seated officers asked quietly. No idea. I'll bug his laboratory later. For now, help me with this. Bug Captain's lab? He'll kill you, Akon-san. Akon just disinterestedly turned around. 1st Division. You really think we are that weak, Yamaji? Kiraku asked and received an elbow to his side from Yukatake after gulping down the contents of his cup. The captain commander watched his two former students with a weary expression. The Godi I-13 is not weak. However, certain person made me realize that we are also not strong enough. In the corner of the room, Anohana nodded. I agree with Kurosaka-san. We have no idea what the Quincy will come up with against us and we need to be properly prepared. Nonsense. Who mentioned Kurosaki Ichigo? I certainly did not. The captain commander stomped the ground with his cane and turned around. Genryo Saidano, it's no secret that Kurosaka-san can change people's minds. Yukatake carefully stated, elbowing Kiraku again, when the latter tried to pour more sake into his cup. Kurosaki Ichigo. I did not receive any letter from the royal realm, which means he behaved. At least one positive thing on this day. The commander replied in a slightly relieved tone. So. I think that's all, right, Yamaji? Kiraku turned for the doors and tried to leave the room, excited about the new bottle of alcohol his seated member managed to smuggle out from the world of the living. The captain commander waved his hand, dismissing them, but before the three of them reached the doors, he called out to them. Don't forget the letters. Keep them with you all the time, so that you'd be reminded of what needs to be done. The three captains grabbed their letters and slowly left, leaving only one copy lying on the table. The commander glanced at the letter. He wrote himself. Inside it stated. Following this day, every division of the Godi I-13 is to train hard, hone their skills in every area, be it Zanjutsu, Kido, Hoho or Hakuta, no exceptions. Do not take this lightly. Another war is slowly approaching, and this time, we will be fully prepared. This order will last until further notice. Genri Yusai Shijikuni Yamamoto, the captain of the 1st Division, the captain commander of the Godi I-13. And so, a month has passed since the Winter War, and the Godi I-13 started to prepare for what will come to be known as the most devastating war in the history of the Seoul Society, exceeding even the one that happened 1,000 years ago. Chapter 17, Blitzkrieg. Seoul Society, 4 months later. A lone person emerged from the Danga, the precipice world that existed between the Seoul Society and the human world, the bridge that connected life and death. It was a young man, no longer a teen, with bright orange hair, which seemed to glow in the black night surrounding him. He was dressed in a standard Shinigami clothing, tweaked to his own preferred design. He wore a black sleeveless shiakusho under a unique aori that had been given to him as a gift from a member of the Royal Guard. There was a rather sizable zanpakuto tightly secured on his back, giving off the impression of a formidable combatant. Despite the weary and somewhat saddened expression on his face, his steps were brisk and steady. He was Ichigo Kurosaki, a substitute Shinigami of the Godi I-13, a transcendent being, partly a hollow, partly a human, partly a Shinigami and partly a Quincy, a strong-willed person, some would say even stubborn, a person that more than 4 months ago had become known as a hero of the Winter War but also was only a 17-year-old youngling. And right now, Kurosaki Ichigo wasn't having a much pleasant day. The reason for it was a simple information he had received earlier that day from the most intelligent man he knew, a scientist living under the disguise of a simple salesman, Urahara Kisuke. 1 more month, huh? I hope that you're not hiding anything from me, Urahara-san. Ichigo thought as he recalled their conversation. During it, the genius had informed him that regrettably, his human body was still unable to cope with his transcendent Ryuryoku, but he also shouldn't lose hope. According to Urahara, everything was going along nicely, only if with slight delay, as the process should have been already finished. It was not what Ichigo had hoped to hear, and he wanted to press the scientist into somehow speeding things up, but at the last moment, he changed his mind. He knew that Urahara was trying as much as he possibly could. The genius was still trying to repair the damage he had done to the relationship he shared with the young substitute. Obviously, Ichigo had forgiven him weeks ago, but it was Yuruki's idea to try and teach the man a lesson. The scientist had obvious issues with keeping important things secret, which was in a long run only hurting his chances of being a trustworthy person. The thought of Yuruki eased up his mind and brought a small but at the same time a real smile on his face. It had been 4 months since they got together, and he couldn't have been happier. His girlfriend was still the same playful and teasing gal she was when he first met her, but over the time they spent together, she became also more feminine and less flirty, at least with other men. Ichigo grinned. He was already looking forward for the night with her. Ever since they had let their relationship shift into next level, Yuruki barely let him sleep at night. Instead, she preferred to spend the late hours doing something more fun, more pleasurable. Never once had Ichigo tried to protest. Not that he actually could have. The first time they shared intimacies, the shockwave from Yuruki's orgasmic pulse of Ryutsu almost destroyed the part of the Shiba compound they were living in, and Yuruki deemed the experience so amazing that she always made Ichigo an offer he could not refuse. It was either her sultry voice whispering into his ear, her long and slender legs wrapping around his waist, her smooth skin caressing his back, or the pink nipples, pointy in excitement, of her ample bosom tickling his chest, or the playful tongue that licked any part of his body she hungrily attacked. Just thinking about it caused him to shiver in anticipation. He had greatly changed from the teen that had been refusing any woman's advances, and it was all thanks to her. He had changed so much that he was now no longer even bothered when Anohana had managed to catch him alone in a dark place. However, she had always been able to get only to kissing and tearing just parts of Ichigo's clothes before Yuruki appeared and ruined her fun. Although, these incidents weren't as numerous as Ichigo feared them to be, and he had to thank Kenpeka for that. The Juggernaut captain was keeping the captain of the 4th Division quite busy with his often offers to spar. "Good evening, Ichigo-san." The young substitute raised his head in surprise and realized he had already gotten to the Shiba compound. With a short nod, he greeted the 2 guards, Kaganihiko and Shiraganihiko, and entered his home. After a few weeks he had managed to convince the Shiba's guards to stop calling him Shiba-sama or Ichigo-sama and instead call him only Ichigo-san. The fact that they, along with Kyokaku and Ganju, still thought he was a Shiba had also been bothering the substitute. As his father was only pretending to be a member of the clan under the orders from the Spirit King, he, his son, was in no way connected to the once great noble clan. However, as he was greatly similar to the late Kyokaku's and Ganju's older brother Kyan, coupled with their happy smiles whenever they thought of him as their family killed any resolve Ichigo had. He just couldn't bring himself to tell them something like that. And to be honest, they were such a great company that he already considered them a family. Obviously, Ichigo hasn't forgotten about his family in the world of the living either. After he had emerged from the Urahara's shop in a disposable Jigai, he headed towards the Kurosaka clinic to meet with his sisters and his old man. Yuzu and Karen had missed him very much, but he had been glad to see that they were holding on. After he had returned to Urahara and had left the slowly corroding Jigai there, he had gone out again to meet up with his group of friends. As all of them were spiritually aware, the Jigai wasn't needed. He was pleased to see that his friends were doing well, even if Tatsuki had admitted to miss him a little. She had also quickly added it was because he was her favorite punch bag in the dojo. It had been already nighttime when he had entered the dango with a hell butterfly as his companion. Finally, he had been allowed to take a casual pace while walking through the precipice world, unlike the old times when he had to run for his life. When his eyes recognized the doors to his room, he left his thoughts disappear and opened the doors with a smile. He managed to take only 2 steps inside when somebody jumped at him from behind and wrapped her legs around his waist, pressed her breasts against his back and whispered into his ear, sending a hot breath on his earlobe. "You've taken your sweet time, mister." Ichigo felt shivers run through his spine. I see your today's attack is a triple combo, ease up hun or I might explode before you can take my clothes off," he replied. He received a lick on the collarbone, making his fingers curl up and a small growl escaped his mouth. A small chuckle entered his ears and the person dropped from his back. "I can see that. So? How did it go?" Even though the room was dark, Ichigo was still able to see Yoriyuki walking past him. She was wearing only a shirt and while heading towards the inner part of the room, she pulled the fabric of the shirt higher, giving him a full view of her perfectly shaped butt cheeks. Mesmerized by their movements, it took Ichigo a full minute to comprehend the question. "Huh? Oh. Urahara-san says he needs 1 more month. Yuzu and Karen are fine, same with the others." Standing at the sink, Yoriyuki poured herself a glass of water. "I'm sorry to hear that, but on the other hand, I get to keep you to myself for a bit longer," she said and took a sip. After that she offered the half-full glass to him. Ichigo grabbed it while chuckling. "Getting a bit possessive, aren't we?" Yoriyuki walked up to him and gave him a quick hug, slapping his ass in the process. "You bet." The substitute had already put the glass away and with a growl caught Yoriyuki in his arms. He raised her up so that she was straddling him and let her unfasten his clothes while walking towards the bed. When he reached it, he grinned and threw her on the futon, making her yelp in surprise. However, before he could climb on top of her, he heard a voice coming from a radio receiver stashed on the table. "Aki. Kurosaki. Hey, you hear me, Kurosaki?" With a disappointed sigh, Ichigo's shoulders slumped down and after a moment he forced himself to stand up. Ignoring Yoriyuki's suppressed giggles, he walked up to the table and picked up the radio. "Yeah, I hear you, Grimjo. What is it?" Hearing a static for a second, Ichigo spared a glance at his girlfriend to see her slowly spreading her legs and allowing him to see his tonight's meal. He wiped the drool from his mouth and concentrated on the radio. "You said to call in case something would happen, right? Well, it's here. I'm sure I saw some blue flames in the distance and there is nothing in Hueco Mundo that could burn. It looks like Reishi flames." Ichigo narrowed his eyes. "I see. It could be anything, but just in case, tell Lilynet not to go out until they disappear. I don't want any accidents. Inform me if those flames get closer." He heard a quiet growl. "Fine. Oh, and Grimjo. Yeah. You can go outside if you want. Now that I think about it, if there's a possibility of something bad happening to you, you should definitely go. Bite me, Kurosaki." The radio went silent, the static noise died and Ichigo put it back on the table with a small grin. It was always nice to screw with Grimmjow. Oh Mr. Substitute, I think I need you to use your Zanpakuto on me. Ichigo's grin widened, it was always nicer to screw with his girlfriend. He turned around and jumped on the bed, rational thoughts leaving his mind. Without the two lovers noticing, a lone shadow materialized next to the table, taking a form of a human being and leaned above the radio receiver with a satisfied smirk. Captain Commander of the Godi I-13 watched his subordinates arrive to the assembly hall of the 1st Division, his muscles a bit tense from the message he had received first thing in the morning from the captain of the 12th Division. It seemed that the rest of the captains had no knowledge about it and so they were quite carefree, some of them even yawning. It was, after all, only almost a lunchtime, the commander thought with a tick mark on his forehead. He glared at Kiraku, the person who was yawning the most, and suppressed the urge to hit him with a stick as he had used to back in the old days. The captain of the 8th Division seemed to notice his glare and he turned to the commander with a cheerful smile. So, Yamaji, what's the emergency? Genri Yusai Yamamoto's eyebrow twitched but he settled for only a sigh. You'll see in a moment. Kiraku just shrugged and yawned again, testing the commander's patience further. It took 5 more minutes for the rest of the captains to assemble before him, and when they did, he hit the ground with his cane, signaling the start of the meeting, and called out to a certain captain. Captain Kuratsuki, I believe you have some crucial information for us. Said captain nodded and stepped up. Certainly. As you know, we, in the 12th Division, meticulously control the amount of souls in the Hueco Mundo, the world of the living and the Soul Society, in case the balance of the souls would be threatened. He stated and watched the rest of the captains nod. I'll go straight for the important. We have determined that ever since yesterday, large numbers of souls have been getting destroyed. The amount is great enough to potentially destabilize the balance in the close future. Therefore, I'm requesting a permission to send a letter to the Soul King to momentarily stop every soul of the Soul Society from joining the reincarnation cycle. Mayuri finished. The captains looked at him in surprise. Yamamoto clutched his cane. Is the situation that bad? You didn't listen carefully. I'm not saying that the souls, the hollows, in the Hueco Mundo are getting killed. I'm saying they are getting completely destroyed. I'm sure you get what I'm trying to imply. The Quincy. Yamamoto stated in low voice while sharp intakes of breath were heard in the hall. Indeed. It seems that they are beginning their attack, but I don't understand their motive. Destabilization of the balance of the souls is hardly a worthy strategy. However, having said that, the situation is getting worse every minute, and if we won't take precautions it could get bad. After a certain amount of souls will get destroyed, I'll have no other choice than to randomly destroy souls in the Rokanga to counterbalance it. Mayuri said in a harsh tone, effectively silencing the room. Without missing a beat, Yamamoto nodded. Permission granted. He wanted to say something more, but there was a commotion outside and he and the rest of the captains turned around. Main barracks of the 1st Division, 5 minutes earlier. Sasaka Vice Captain. The dying yell of a member of the 1st Division fell on deaf ears of his vice captain, Kojiro Sasakaibe, who was staring at something in front of him. Before him stood a group of 6 people, all of them fully clad in white robes with masks covering their faces. There were few droplets of blood on their clothes, which came from the multiple dead bodies of members of the 1st Division who tried to stop them. However, the appearance of these intruders wasn't the reason why the vice captain of the 1st Division had been rendered speechless. When the group of men had suddenly appeared from nowhere and headed towards the assembly hall where the captain's meeting was taking place, Sasakaibe tried to stop them. But he couldn't even budge them. So he had released his Shikai. Still without effect. As the last resort, after more than 200 years, he had decided to release even his Bankai, and that's when it happened. His Bankai was stolen from him, his Zanpakuto spirit completely leaving his sword and his mindscape. It had hit him so hard, he had been unable to comprehend the situation for a moment and just watched his men die under the hands of the intruders. However, hearing the scream addressed to him, he finally shook of the shock. I don't know who you are, but you will pass me only over my dead body. Heido number 73, Soren Sokesui. Sasakaibe stated, and holding his hands forward, he gathered his Ryuryoku and fired a Kido spell, intending to blind his opponents, while he prepared another Kido. Raising his palm up to the group of men, he closed his hand into a fist. Bakudo number 63, Seijo Sabaku. A thick rope made out of yellow energy appeared above them and quickly slithered around their bodies, binding them together. Sasakaibe wiped a small bead of sweat from his forehead and turned to his right, to the only member of his division that was still alive. Make haste and alarm the captains. I'll try to hold them off. The unseated officer was in panic and barely heard him, but his mind registered the words make haste. It was all it took for him to realize he was supposed to run away, and so he did. Sasakaibe turned his attention back to the group of intruders when a blinding white arrow passed him by and hit the running member straight into his back, drilling a gaping hole into his body. He was dead before he had hit the floor. Wadesh Sasakaibe widened his eyes when he noticed his Bakudo slowly dissolving. Using such a measly attack against us, that's pitiful, Shinigami. A man standing at the front of the group called out to Sasakaibe, whose brain was trying to come up with some solution to the situation, and so he remained silent. But before he could even think about any strategy, the man nodded to a large person standing next to him, who quickly raised his hand and formed a massive arrow of light. Out of the way, Shinigami. And in the next instant, Sasakaibe found himself flying backwards, barely noticing the pain of having his body pierced by an enormous arrow. The group of men moved forward, following the flying body of the vice captain. Behind them was a strange man with a blank look on his face, a tall thin man with pale skin and shaggy, dark brown hair, who got sucked into a living shadow. The barely alive body of Sasakaibe crashed through the entrance to the assembly hall, where the captain's meeting was taking place, and landed in the middle of the room, swirling the dust and rubble around him. The sudden intrusion left the captain stunned. However, when Yamamoto realized what just happened, his eyes opened wide. Sasakaibe. Before he could move to his subordinate, a group of men appeared next to the fallen vice-captain. What is the meaning of this? Who are you? Yamamoto angrily exclaimed, his hand holding the cane already rising. We meet for the first time, Captain Commander of the Godi I-13, Shijikuni Genri Yusai Yamamoto Dano. We came here to declare war on you. Apparently, the leader of the group calmly replied. The audacious statement silenced the room. The only sound was the haggard breathing of Sasakaibe, who was trying to move his hands. The leader of the group glanced at him and then back at Yamamoto. You should praise him. He was so kind as to show you what will happen to all of you. 5 days. In 5 days, Seoul society will be annihilated by the Holy Empire, the Wandenreich. All of the captains finally reached for the hilts of their Zanpakuto and began to raise their ryotsu. I can see on your faces you already know who we are. Well then, farewell. The leader said, and before their very eyes, the captains watched as a black shadow suddenly rose from the ground, encompassing the whole group of intruders. Trying to catch them, all of the captains released their swords at the same time, overloading the room with the ryotsu. The following explosion tore of the roof of the assembly hall but failed to apprehend the intruders. When the smoke cleared, Yamamoto was crouching next to Sasakaibe, the arrow piercing his body already destroyed. The commander was trying to help his subordinate, but it was obvious there was nothing he could do for him. The vice-captain of his division was bleeding profusely and his eyes were nearly without life. Using his last bit of strength, Sasakaibe supported himself on the ground and turned to his captain. They can steal bank. He couldn't even form his last words as the life finally left his body and he collapsed on the ground. It was a late evening when a memorial service for the recently deceased vice-captain of the 1st Division, Sasakaibe Tadaoki Kojiro, began, with most of the captains and vice-captains present. While the captain of the 13th Division talked about the life of the departed, about his lifelong loyalty towards his captain, Genri Yusai Shijikuni Yamamoto, about his devotion to preserving justice at the cost of the least amount of violence, about his strength, about his interest in the Western traditions, which always horribly clashed with his captain's love for the Eastern culture, and about his death, the captain commander watched as the escort carried Sasakaibe's body towards the platform, where he would be incinerated. He was angry. It had been a long time since he felt such fury. Barely anything he had lived through in those millennia could have even hoped to come close to this. It had been more than 1,000 years since he had met Kojiro. It had been more than 1,000 years since Kojiro had become his right hand, despite all his attempts at discouraging the kid. It had been more than 1,000 years since Kojiro gave him a scar on his forehead with his immature Bankai, which he had been furiously training ever since. It had been more than 1,000 years since Kojiro had become the closest thing he had to a friend. The commander was the strongest Shinigami of the Godai 13 and of the Soul Society, but he was still only a human being. It didn't matter, he was also the oldest and the most experienced fighter. Nothing could help him suppress the emotion, which felt like tearing him apart from within. He was thirsty for revenge. He wanted to find the enemy and unleash every ounce of his power at them, to skewer them, to burn them to ashes, to completely annihilate them. The body of his late vice-captain caught on fire and the flames reflected themselves in the commander's eyes. After 1,000 years, it was time to show the world the full might of Ryujinjaka and Zankan no Tachi again. Following day. Multiple sights of what the witnesses described as living shadows all around Siratii, but we were unable to ascertain the reason behind them. These intruders called themselves the Wandenreich and the Holy Empire. It's only logical they are also the reason behind the hollows getting destroyed in Hueco Mundo, as both groups are, as you must have already realized, Quincy. Mayuri trailed off and watched as all of the captains nodded, Kirako staring at him a bit disturbed. Taking another breath, Mayuri continued with a small grimace. 4 months ago, Urahara Kisuk contacted us with a crucial information regarding the Quincy. When a Quincy uses his powers to eradicate a hollow from existence during his life, after his death, his soul doesn't pass on to the Soul Society but to Hell. Specifically, they go to the special pocket dimension known as Mukin, which the Soul Society uses as a highest-level prison for the worst criminals. It is that dimension that the Quincy Emperor, Iwak, had been sealed into 1,000 years ago. Because of that, the massacre of Quincy 200 years ago only helped them to return to their leader. It is unclear how could have they manipulated the dimension and rebuild it for their own purposes, but somehow, they did it. The escape of Aizen Sosuke is the clear indication of their abilities. Not only that, but it seems they have also invented a means of transportation from the Mukin to Siratii, which doesn't affect the Shakinmaku. Additionally, according to the last words of Sasuke Kojiro, they are also able to affect our Bankai, presumably even steal it. It is the captain of the 12th Division was forced to stop talking as the commander spoke up. Enough. We have exchanged enough information. I only have one question. How long until we are able to invade Mukin? Yamamoto stated and sent a chilling stare at his subordinate, who, despite his slightly insane mind, was forced to shudder. Unfortunately, it is nigh impossible to do so. Mukin is a dimension, which was created with the power of the Soul King with the sole purpose of sealing Iwak. We can access it quite easily, however the infinity of the dimension and the eternal darkness makes it practically impossible to orientate in it. We would all die before we could even locate the enemy headquarters. Mayuri replied and slowly backed to his original position. The commander closed his eyes for a moment and then he hit the floor with his cane. I hereby order all the captains to prepare for the battle immediately. The enemy soldiers announced the start of their attack to be in 4 days from now. However, we cannot trust such a statement. Not from an enemy, who made such a heinous raid on us. We have been rigorously preparing for this war for the last 4 months. We cannot let them take us by surprise anymore. While all of the captains were on the captain's meeting, Ichigo was meditating on the Sokioku hill, his Zanpakuto resting on his thighs and his mind communicating with Zanjutsu. He had heard about the sudden attack and the death of the vice-captain the day before. The substitute had been expecting the Quincy to attack, but even he had been left surprised. As 5 days were passing quickly, he decided to spend the time with meditation. It was at that moment when he was disturbed by a pair of hands on his shoulders. Recognizing the person instantly, he smiled a little. I told you I wanted to meditate. He expected to hear a chuckle, but when the silence around him remained, he opened his eyes to come face to face with a worried Yoriyuki. His smile disappearing, he stared at the goddess. What's wrong? She shook her head. You need to hear this. It was only a minute later that Ichigo stood in his room, listening to the radio receiver on the table with wide eyes. Kurosaka-san, something must be wrong with your receiver since I can't get through to you. That's why I'm recording this and setting it so the radio will continuously try to send it to you. Those blue flames, it's them. They are attacking the Las Noches. I wouldn't ask for help just like that, but their numbers are too great and I fear we will be unable to hold on for too long by ourselves. I can only hope you'll get this before this is over. I repeat. Kurosaka-san, something. Yoriyuki turned off the radio and glanced at her lover, whose face was hard as a stone. She showed him a small device. I found this, attached to the radio and blocking any transmission. Ichigo grabbed it and looked at it for a minute before crushing it with his fingers. How old is this recording? Yoriyuki grimaced. As far as I can tell, Haribel had been trying to contact us ever since yesterday's late evening. The substitute clenched his fists and turned around. I'm going. And before Yoriyuki could blink, he was gone. I know, just be careful. She whispered and headed towards the second division. Hueco Mundo. Fuck this shit. Grimmjow yelled and sliced his thumb, drawing a bit of blood and aimed his hand towards the group of enemies in front of him. Gran Rey Zero. The bright blue blast of energy annihilated the Jillians swarming around his position. Some of his human opponents were caught in the attack too and their charred corpses dissolved under the strong burst of wind that went along the strike. He turned around to see how the rest of the Eren cars were doing, but he was blasted away when a shockwave coming from a powerful roar hit him head on. Only thanks to his Iero, which became more durable in his resurrection, saved him from potential damage to his body. Still, he crashed through the sand dunes, the blast sending him further away from Las Noches and his companions. After the speed of his flight died down, he rolled a few times and came to a complete stop a moment later. With a disgusted snarl, he spit some of the sand from his mouth and slowly got up. Whatever made that roar special made his bones shake at their very core and made it very painful to keep concentrating on his opponents. Seeing a huge explosion, which tore a gaping hole in the outer wall of Las Noches, he clenched his jaw and kicked the dirt, speeding towards the battlefield. He tried to ignore the pain coming from the numerous injuries all over his body. In front of the entrance to the Las Noches, Haribel was breathing heavily while trying to fend off the attackers with her Tiburon. The fight was not going very well, and just like she recorded in the message for Ichigo, she was getting worried they may not survive another hour. When a barrage of Reishi arrows headed towards her, she hastily raised her Zanpakuto to shield herself. She noticed a trap a second later when a glow from a joint zero, courtesy of a group of Jillians, flew at her from her left. Jumping high, she dodged it and sent her own, which effectively killed the pack of Minos. Her Pesquisa alarmed her of a presence behind her, so she spun around and aimed her Zanpakuto forward. La Gata! She exclaimed, and a blast of condensed water flew at her enemy. However, the man only grinned and raised his hands, holding them against the attack, which was rapidly approaching him. Before it could hurt him, the water seemed to slow down and started to rotate. Giving the hovering water a virtual slap with his hands, the man sent Haribel's attack straight back at her, but with an added effect of the water spinning around. The small whirlpool crashed against the former Espada and smashed her against the wall. Her back connecting with the solid matter, her breath was momentarily taken away and she coughed. A bigger Reishi arrow was rushing towards her, but it was deflected with a slash of a large double-sided lance. Thank you, Nilil. Haribel grunted and pried herself from the wall. Nell replied, busy deflecting another barrage of Reishi arrows. In that moment, a blue-haired figure crashed next to them, cursing violently. You okay, Grimmy? After she successfully repelled the attack, Nell called out to that person. Fine, fine. Grimmjow coughed violently, apparently not okay. Haribel silently walked to him and helped him stand, ignoring his growls. Have you seen my Fraxion? She asked worriedly. Grimmjow nodded with a grimace. The last time I saw them, they were fucking fine. There was another group of Jillians heading towards them though. The green-haired midget was with them. He said and rolled to the side to avoid a Reishi arrow. Haribel frowned and touched her bleeding thigh with one of her hands. She raised it in front of her in the same manner as Grimmjow did just a while ago. Gran Rey Zero. While their opponents were busy trying to avoid the blast that seemed to warp the space around it, Haribel grabbed Nell and Grimmjow and using her Sonido, she headed towards her Fraxion. They managed to come just in time as the small group was slowly getting overwhelmed by multiple attacks from every direction. Slicing the Minos along the way, the trio of former Espada landed between Haribel's Fraxion and Lilynet. Near them were lying Pesha and Don Don Kaka, too injured to continue fighting. Haribel-sama. Sung Sun tiredly welcomed her mistress, ready to fall down from exhaustion. The said Arrancar nodded and critically studied her Fraxion, looking for serious injuries. So, let me get this fucking straight. Grimjo spoke up while motioning Haribel's Fraxion to form a defensive circle around Pesha and Don Don Kaka. I expected the faggots in the white dresses to eventually show up, but what the fuck is with all those Jillians working with them? I swear to fucking hell, Quincy fighting alongside Hollows, this shit makes my skin bleed by itself. He continued while sending his Guerra de la Pantera at the enemies. Nell seemed as if she wanted to reply to him, but Haribel was faster. Grimjo, if you have enough strength to spit bullshit like this, then try to fight harder. The blue-haired Arrancar's mouth went wide open when he glanced at Haribel. He had never heard her curse before. Lady. Haribel. I can't go on. Lilynet suddenly spoke up, before falling on the ground, barely conscious. Nell and Haribel exchanged worried looks and then stared at Grimjo, who noticed it after sending a Zero to a Quincy, who repelled it with a roar. What the fucking what? He exclaimed when the two women continued to stare at him. You realize it was your job to help Lilynet-chan fight, right Grimmy? Kurosaka-san will go bankai on you when he'll arrive. Grimjo's eyes widened and he glanced at the heavily breathing form of the small Arrancar, but then his face hardened. If he'll come. He muttered, instantly silencing the whole group. Ichigo was speeding towards the end of the Garganta as fast as possible, cursing all the way. His Zanpakuto was already in his hands, the blade almost glowing with the Ryotsu that was pouring out of him. He was pissed. When he got to the exit, he resolutely jumped through it, landing on the sands of the Hueco Mundo, and took a look around. It seemed that he landed next to the Las Noches, but there was nobody in the vicinity. Closing his eyes and concentrating on his senses, he tried to locate the group of Arrancars and thanked himself for the rigorous training he underwent, after which he became able to locate others by sensing their Ryotsu. It took only a moment for his eyes to snap open and he jumped high and started to run on the wall of the Las Noches. He discovered that the group was fighting at the opposite side of the fortress. He considered crashing right through the massive building but realized that it would take too much time. Instead he decided to run over it. From the state of the group's Ryotsu, things were clearly bad, and so he pushed his Shunpo to its utmost limits. Running multiple times faster than the speed of sound, his eyes were barely able to keep up with him, but he didn't care. The group was in danger and he wouldn't let anything bad happen to them. His enormous speed allowed him to cover the great distance in a matter of a few minutes, and after jumping down from the roof, he finally saw the situation the group found itself in. True to his senses, it was bad. The large amount of enemies, consisting of human beings and Minos Grande, were converging on a tiny group of Arrancars, forcing their defensive circle to get smaller and smaller with every passing moment. Gritting his teeth, Ichigo raised his left hand and started to gather his Ryuryoku. Sprinkled on the bones of the beast. Sharp tower, red crystal, steel ring. Move and become the wind, stop and become the calm. The sound of warring spears fills the empty castle. Heido number 63, Reikoho. Ichigo recited an incantation for the strongest Heido in his arsenal and released a massive lightning strike from the palm of his hand. Immediately after that, he raised his right hand too and started to rapidly punch the air, releasing the hollow parts of his energy. Bala. As the finishing touch, he concentrated on his hollow Ryuryoku more and an orb of energy formed at the tip of his raised Zanpakuto. Zero. He watched as the three attacks flew down a lot faster than him and hit the enemies dead on, creating explosions of accumulated energy and instantly vaporizing many enemies with the sheer raw power behind them. When the explosions died down and only smoke remained, Ichigo finally landed amidst the group, who collectively released their breaths. Sorry I'm late. Deep in the darkness of the Mukan. Inside of a humongous ice castle, created only from Reishi, a man with long black hair and a mustache, clad in a white, double-breasted trench coat with a tattered, ankle-length black cloak over it, sat on a throne and watched his subordinates move around with a bored expression on his face. His name was Ewok, he was the Quincy Emperor and the brother-in-law of the Soul King. Next to him stood a tall young man with a thin build and long light, almost white hair, which descended past his shoulders. He was wearing a white uniform, consisting of a hooded cloak and a thigh-length trench coat, along with white trousers and shoes. The name of this man was Jugram Hashwalth. He was a right hand of the Emperor, a Sternritter Grand Master. His face was calm, his expression relaxed. The two of them were quiet and the only sounds in the building were murmurs of their subordinates, the Quincy Holy Army. Jugram's gaze moved to a radio operator not far from him, who was pressing a button on a computer screen and appeared to be carefully listening to a message. "What is it?" Jugram asked after the man lifted his hand from the button. "We have just received an important information, sir. It seems that the special asset, Kurosaki Ichigo, has just arrived to Hueco Mundo and is helping the group of Aaron Cars, which resides in the Las Noches. The hunting squads number 1 and number 2 are currently fighting them." The pronounced cheekbones on Iwaka's face moved and a grin appeared on his face. "Just like you have predicted, Jugram." The Quincy Grand Master bowed deeply and turned to the Emperor. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The monarch moved his hands and supporting himself on the throne, he slowly stood up. "Notify the Sternritters. It is time for the Wandenreich to purge the Shinigami. Back in Hueco Mundo. If I understand correctly, the Quincy army is fighting alongside the numerous Jillians and there are 2 obvious leaders of the army, who call themselves Sternritters." Ichigo asked and diagonally sliced through the whole Minos Grande in front of him. "Yes." Haribel confirmed with a nod but had to swiftly sidestep a large Reishi arrow. Ichigo's mind was soaking in the information and came to a simple conclusion. The ancient was helping Ewok, his son, and was supplying him with an army of Jillians. While the thought of the Quincy fighting together with Hollows was mind-boggling to him just as it was for Grimjo, Ichigo didn't dwell on it for long and concentrated on keeping the barrage of attacks under the control. From the corner of his eye, he saw Nell and Haribel's Fraxion helping Pesha, Dondonkaka, and Lilynet to get inside of the Las Noches. He, Haribel and Grimjo were trying to buy them some time. Suddenly, the volley of Reishi arrows and occasional Siro died down and Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Something was amiss. He was right as the main army pulled back and only 2 men remained standing in front of them. "Special Asset Kurosaki Ichigo, we have just received an order to dispose of you. My name is Walden Wendell. I'm the Sternritter W, the Whirl." The man with short brown, curly hair introduced himself, while the other one walked up next to him. "And I'm the Sternritter R, the Roar, Jerome Guisbat." The ape-like man stated in a thunderous voice. Ichigo frowned. "It seems I don't have to introduce myself," he said when a bright red Siro flew by him and hit the second Sternritter dead on. Without even turning his head around, the substitute knew it came from Grimjo. "Fuck your names." When the Siro died down, Ichigo widened his eyes when he saw that the attack did 0 damage to the man. The only thing it did was to burn a part of his clothes. However, after looking closer, Ichigo noticed a faint pattern on the man's skin. "It's called a blood vene. You'll have to try harder, Aaron Carr," Jerome stated and got on all 4 before opening his mouth and releasing a mighty roar. Ichigo cursed and got out of the way but the shockwave was too fast for Grimjo, who got blasted backwards. Haribel managed to almost dodge it but one of her legs got caught and she was sent spiraling into the air. High in the air, Ichigo's expression hardened and he slashed the air below him. "Getsuga Tensho." The attack hit Jerome but Ichigo was blown to the side when Walden appeared next to him and punched the air, sending a small whirlwind to Ichigo's shoulder. Meanwhile, the smoke from the Getsuga cleared, revealing only a lightly singed Sternritter, who was running towards the falling Haribel and Grimjo. Before they hit the ground, he sent another roar at them, blasting them through the walls of Las Noches. Seeing that, Ichigo used his Shunpo to appear right in front of Jerome with his sword already in mid-swing. The Sternritter was able to react and before the blade made contact with his skin, he shot another roar. The shockwave sent Ichigo flying but he still managed to finish the swing of his sword and blood spurted from Jerome's torso. Walden landed next to his colleague and intercepted a white Siro, trying to repel it with his whirl ability. Haribel's Gran Ray Siro however, proved to be too powerful to completely redirect, and the two Quincy were hit with the partial power of the strike. Not taking any chances, after Ichigo flipped himself in the flight, he poured his Ryuryoku into the blade and slashed the air again. Getsuga Tensho. He landed a bit further away and sighed when he felt Haribel and Grimjo appear behind him. Both of them were breathing more heavily than before, but it was mostly because of the exhaustion. Together they waited, uncertain of the fate of the Quincy. At that moment, two bright pillars of light shot from the location where the Quincy were, the energy plowing upwards through the air. This action completely scattered the smoke and the swirling sands surrounding them. Because of that, Ichigo and company could see what was happening. Ichigo cursed. He had been warned about this kind of a thing by Urahara. Quincy, Volstandig. Both Quincy exclaimed, each of them spurting a pair of wings, protruding from their backs. They raised their hands and an amazing amount of Reishi began to condense in their palms, the particles being sucked out from surrounding plants, rocks, sands, and dead Julians that hadn't dissolved yet. Using the Reishi manipulation, the two Quincy formed two huge arrows and with a flick of a wrist, sent them flying towards the group. Ichigo noticed that they were aiming at the two former Espada behind him, and he almost let it out of his head, convinced the Aaron cars would evade the attacks easily. However, when he heard small gasps and from the corner of his eye saw them stagger and almost fall on their knees, he cursed. Hastily, he let go of his Zanpakuto and with both of his hands stretched to the sides, he intercepted the arrows with his own hands, trying to stop them from hitting their targets. He felt the projectiles slowly digging through his arrow and gritted his teeth. It was time to try the same thing the Quincy used moments before, the same technique he had been trying to reproduce these past few months. Ignoring the pain from having his arms bend under the force behind the arrows, he concentrated hard on sending his Ryuryoku into his veins. When he almost felt he failed, a faint web-like pattern appeared on the skin of his arms and rapidly traveled across them, all the way to the palms. The pain from his hands slowly disappeared and he knew he did it. His blood venae stopped the projectiles from piercing his skin and straining his muscles, he growled, and sent the attack back at the Quincy. They widened their eyes and barely sidestepped their own arrows. Ichigo glanced at his smoking hands and sighed in relief. Raising his head to stare at the Quincy, he allowed himself a small grin. You should have attacked while I was doing that. Now, it's my turn to strike, he stated. However, just after he grabbed his Zanpakuto, the two Quincy slowly bowed. Narrowing his eyes, Ichigo noticed a lone figure coming from behind them. When the person got close enough for everybody to recognize him, Ichigo clenched his fists. So we finally meet, my son, born in the darkness. Ichigo gritted his teeth. Iwak. Soul Society. It was a rather busy afternoon in the Siratii. The Shinigami from all divisions were running through the barracks and the Siratii itself, trying to complete the orders from their supervisors. A group of Onmitsukido members were rushing to the Maggot's nest to tighten the security. Another group of Shinigami from the 4th Division were running from the storage unit back to the main building, to ensure that enough medical units would be available after the battle would start. Small and nervous group of newly admitted Shinigami from the 5th Division were listening to the lecture from their seated officer concerning the nature of the Shinigami versus the Quincy conflict. Soon, multiple new alarms built by the 12th Division started to violently ring, waking up even dead from their sleep. They were detecting multiple foreign riot signatures all around the Siratii, and all of the Shinigami stopped what they were doing and anxiously waited for anything to happen. The captains rushed from their division's barracks outside, just to witness numerous living shadows to appear all around Siratii. From them, a dozen special gates arose, with their design reminding the gates of hell, and when they opened and a thick spiritual energy flowed from inside of them, a panic began. Feeling the riot which was covering the whole Siratii, Kenpei Kizaraki grinned. He jumped from his meditating pose, grabbed the hilt of his Zanpakuto and hurried outside, to see the weird gates opened and faint silhouettes slowly emerging from them. He could taste the raw energy on his tongue, and using his limited ability to sense riot he concentrated on the biggest one and rushed at its location. He glanced at his Zanpakuto. You'll get to eat soon, bastard. He laughed insanely and increased his speed. The vice-captains from every division were already scattered around the Siratii, waiting in front of the gates for the confirmation on the targets. At the same time, every group at the gates received the same report. It's the Quincy. At the same time, every group at the gates found itself under the onslaught of the volley of the Reishi arrows. When the first round of arrows died down, the ground was already moist from all the blood gushing from the gaping wounds of the many Shinigami that fell down. "Watch out, Kira!" Matsumoto yelled and swung her blade in his direction. The ash of her Hanko was barely able to redirect an arrow that almost tore off Kira's left hand while he was busy trying to save his men. Without stopping his movements, Kira raised his hand and pointed his finger at something behind Matsumoto. Hado number 4, Byakurai. The bolt of lightning energy hit an arrow and caused it to explode, nearly throwing the bust of Vice Captain out of her feet. She staggered and jumped to the side, dodging another arrow. "This is a massacre!" she yelled when another member from her division fell down, his head blown off. "We have to hold on until captains arrive." Kira yelled in reply and shot another Byakurai to the side, saving one of his own men. "That's no good, our orders were to kill you quickly." An unfamiliar voice spoke loudly, startling the two vice captains and forcing them to look around. From the gate in front of them walked out a slender man with light, cropped hair, holding a distinctive throwing knife in his hand. "Shizdomino, the Sternritter L, the lag, nice to meet you." He lightly bowed before spinning around and throwing the knife at Kira. The vice captain of the 3rd Division jumped to the side but widened his eyes, when he was unable to evade the attack and the knife dug into his stomach. "Kira!" Matsumoto exclaimed and aimed her hands at Shiz. "Yeah, Lord. Mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, yeah, who bears the name of man. Inferno and pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march on to the south. Hado number 31, Shakuho." She rapidly chanted and fired a red orb of energy at the Sternritter. The man smiled and lazily leaned to the side, easily avoiding the Kido. "That's ridiculous. The Shakuho is a fast Kido, he should have had bigger problems avoiding it." Matsumoto thought in disbelief and watched as the Quincy took out another throwing knife and leisurely aimed it at her. Just as nonchalantly as he aimed it, he also threw the knife, aiming at her left leg. She hastily jumped into the air but just like Kira, she too, was hit exactly where the Sternritter had aimed and she cried out in pain. "What is going on? I know I jumped before the knife left his hand." She bit her lip to stop herself from groaning. Despite being small, the wound on her leg hurt like hell. TS, and I went to great lengths at telling you my name and my letter. What is wrong with people nowadays? They never listen when you talk." Shiz shook his head in disappointment and took out another knife. "But enough talking. I said we are supposed to kill you quickly and yet, here I am, lazily giving you hints on how to defeat me. I'm so hopeless." He grinned and aimed his next knife at Matsumoto's head. Not understanding, Matsumoto raised her Zanpakuto to try and block the attack but without any luck. It was only because a layer of ice arose in front of her that she was able to escape with her life intact. "Captain!" She sighed in relief and slowly gripped the knife in her leg, trying to yank it out. Toshiro landed next to her and seeing the wound on her leg, he grimaced. Raising his head, he glanced at the Sternritter in front of him and quietly asked his vice captain. "What do we know about him, apart from his riot so clearly being on par with a captain?" Matsumoto sadly shook her head. "I'm not sure, Captain. He said he is the Sternritter L, the lag, whatever that means. Only thing I know is that me and Kira-kun tried to evade his slow attacks but always got hit. Even my Shakuho was ineffective as he evaded it like nothing." She quickly whispered. Toshiro nodded and walked past his ice wall to face the Quincy with a hard expression on his face. Kira coughed up blood and ripped the knife from his abdomen, applying the basic healing Kido he had learned during his stay in the 4th Division. He had a bad feeling that something akin to a poison was spreading from the blade and he wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. A scream disrupted his concentration and the glow around his hand disappeared, the healing Kido not working anymore. He raised his head to see a group of members of the 3rd Division fly by him, half of their bodies missing. The blood from their fatal injuries showering his face, he had to grit his teeth to prevent himself from emptying his stomach. His legs feeling weak, he clutched the hilt of his Zanpakuto and sluggishly stood up. A large Reishi arrow was flying towards him from a nearby gate, the trajectory of it precisely targeting his head. As quickly as he could, he raised his wabisuk and with some effort, deflected it into the air. But to his horror, there had been a second arrow hidden under the shadow of the first one and he knew he wouldn't be able to defend himself in time. With his body screaming in protest, he pumped his Ryoryoku into his legs and tried to leap to the side. He felt the tendons in his heels tearing and hoped it was enough to save him. Falling on his left shoulder, he noticed a third arrow, which pierced his right upper leg and ripped a chunk of flesh from it. The receptors of pain in his body going haywire, his mouth opened and a scream escaped his throat. A person in a white cloak emerged from the gate and jumped in the air. Kira knew he would land in front of him and so he tried to move his body backwards, to avoid getting slaughtered. When the Quincy landed, the weird claws protruding from his hand falling down on Kira's head, the lieutenant of the 3rd Division at that moment heard 4 words that saved him from death. Shoot to kill, Shinso. The Quincy was hit in his shoulder and the strength behind the attack blasted him to a wall, swirling dust around him. Ah, you look horrible, Izuru, what happened to all the training I gave you? A mocking voice called out to Kira, who glanced up. See Captain, I'm. The dust cleared and the man who attacked Kira calmly walked forward to them, dusting his cloak in the process. Seeing that he was completely unharmed, the captain of the 3rd Division didn't change his expression but his narrowed eyes opened a little. Izuru. I think it would be best if you'd fall a bit back and heal your wounds. It seems I'll have to go all out on this guy. Kira gulped when he heard an unusually serious tone in his captain's voice and curtly nodded. Jin waited until Kira crawled at least bit further and then turned around to the calm-looking Quincy. How polite of you to give my precious vice captain enough time to escape. Jin stated, his voice returning to the mocking tone he used most of the time. The Quincy just barely raised his eyebrow. It doesn't really matter how far he is. He'll die either way. The man with short, dark hair calmly replied, freezing Jin's grin a bit. My name is King Du, His Majesty Sternritter I, the Iron. Prepare yourself, Captain. Sui Feng was flashing through the air in her impressive shunpo, gritting her teeth. Just moments ago, she sensed that her vice-captain engaged in a battle with a strong Quincy. Just moments ago, she felt his Ryotsu go crazy and then it drastically dropped. She wasn't worried about him. Sui Feng never really liked her lieutenant, Omada. In her opinion, he was a rich, spoiled lazy bastard, who always whined. However, she had to admit he had helped her in her battle with the Segunda Espada. Even if it was because he was scared shitless, he hadn't abandoned her. Just for that, she didn't feel like letting him die so easily. Not until she would spank him for losing against a Quincy that easily anyway. Feeling she was getting close, Sui Feng slowed down and suppressed her Ryotsu. Using her spiritual awareness as her ears and eyes, she carefully proceeded to move forward, wary of her surroundings. When she was close enough, she peeked from behind a wall to see a petite young girl leaning above Omada, apparently saying something to him. A small tick mark appeared on Sui Feng's forehead. That lazy piece of fat. He lost to this little girl. She suppressed her growl and quietly released her Suzumibuki. Using her shunpo she jumped from behind the wall and rapidly approached the Quincy girl, intent on killing her in 2 strikes of her Zanpakuto. In the last moment the girl turned her head towards her and smiled widely. The bizarre reaction almost surprised the captain, but she wasn't a master assassin for nothing and so she kept her head cool. But to her shock, she suddenly felt something squeezing her heart and she flew past the Quincy girl and almost crashed into the ground. What was that? The girl giggled and pulled a lollipop from her pocket. She put it in her mouth and wagged her finger at Sui Feng. Ah. How could you strike a little girl, Captain Bitch? She said in an innocent voice and giggled again when a vein on Sui Feng's neck dangerously pulsed. With a growl, she kicked the ground and attempted to strike the Quincy one more time but once again, when she was close to her, the girl just smiled and Sui Feng felt her heart getting squeezed. It made her miss the Quincy and she rolled on the ground, crashing painfully into a wall. Is she doing this? Sui Feng grimaced and glanced at the girl that was happily waving at her. T.S., you're not cute, Miss Captain Bitch. Not at all. Sui Feng gritted her teeth. The girl was quickly getting on her nerves. You can't just strike Lil Tata Lampard. I'm the Sternritter G, the galvanize and bitches like you are making my lollipop taste bitter. Renji cursed and tried to block the attack from his opponent, but it was futile. The punch to his gut felt like a cannonball and he was forced on his knees, coughing blood. Receiving a kick to the face, he felt his body fly backwards and realized that some teeth had left his mouth. The power of the kick sent him traveling across the air, smashing several walls in the process and almost breaking some of his bones. Scatter, Senbonzakura. Thousands small blades rushed through the air and hit the Quincy that moments ago disposed of Renji. The vice-captain groaned in pain and forced himself to stand back up. He wouldn't leave his captain fight alone. Not after all the training he underwent with the hope of surpassing him. It just won't work, don't you get it? The Quincy with a mohawk yelled and stomped the ground, sending blazing flames all around him. It easily stopped Byakuya's attack and made him laugh. Welcome to the fire show of Bazb, the Sternritter H, the heat. Get ready for a blast. But captain, what can I do? I can't go against somebody of a captain level. A girly voice protested, while trying to keep up with a man with blonde hair. And I said I'm not expecting you to fight somebody like that alone, Momo. You'll be my backup, just in case. Shinji replied. His vice-captain puffed her cheeks but nodded nevertheless. She quietly released her Zanpakuto, convinced that without her Shikai, she'd be unable to do anything. Shinji just sighed and shook his head. This was still better than her sitting in her office, doing only paperwork and refusing to fight at all. Thanks to Ichigo's constant visits, Hinamori managed to get better, the wounds in her heart slowly healing. With the substitute's support, she was even able to take in the information about Aizen's escape. She still became upset, but it passed just as quickly as it came. The captain of the 5th Division shook his head again. This was not the time to think about pointless stuff. He could already feel enemies' strong Ryotsu nearby. As soon as they made a turn at a tower, the duo saw the gate covered in a shadow and a barrage of arrows swarming from inside of it. The members of the 5th Division were bravely trying to hold their ground, but they were slowly getting overwhelmed. Landing in front of them, Shinji quickly gathered his Ryuryoku and loudly exclaimed. Bakudo number 81, Danku. A huge, translucent barrier arose before him, effectively preventing the arrows from passing through. Shinji kept pouring his Ryuryoku into the Kido as he felt the Quincy's arrows slowly weakening it. After a while, the storm of arrows stopped and instead, a feminine figure walked out of the gate. Oh great, why do I have to fight a woman? Shinji quietly whined when a fireball flew past his head, heading towards the Quincy. The woman stopped walking and leaned to the side, easily evading it. Shinji slowly turned around to glance at Momo. His peaceful lieutenant was frowning and preparing another fireball. Momo? Didn't you say you don't wanna fight? Momo just humphed and purposely ignored him, making him sweat drop. Why, oh why, do I always get stuck with crazy women? He wondered. However, not wanting to be left behind, he let his Kido barrier dissolve and prepared to attack too. He horizontally raised his Zanpakuto and after a split second, an arc of yellow energy shot from his blade. Heido number 32, Okazen. The Kido hit Momo's fireball in the air, before it could hit the Quincy, resulting in a small explosion, which engulfed the woman. It seemed that Momo was feeling extremely not peaceful, and with a jump, she covered the distance between her and the Quincy and tried to cut her through the smoke. Caught by a surprise, Shinji went to warn her, but in that moment, Momo's sword hit something transparent and she was sent flying backwards. Moving to the side, Shinji caught her by her shoulders. Don't get so worked up, idiot. We can't attack them just like that. He scolded his vice-captain and both of them watched as the smoke cleared, revealing the Quincy woman. Something was covering her, just like a bubble. Attacking me just like that? I guess Shinigami really are scum. She said in disgust but continued shortly after that. However, I'm not a scum too, so I'll at least introduce myself, before striking you down. My name is Nadia Wended, a Sternritter of His Majesty. The letter assigned to me is N, the negate. There was nothing in the Dayton about the 9th Division having 2 lieutenants. To think I was excited when I had first saw you two, it hurts, it really pains me to see you being so weak. A huge Quincy with a chin-strap beard exclaimed with his arms outstretched to the sides. As if trying to show his pain, he clutched his head and slowly shook it in his denial of the situation. Stuck in the wall, Hisagi was heavily breathing, his mind finding no way out of the current predicament. While trying to pry himself from the wall, he glanced at Mashiro, who was crouching next to him. It was quite unusual, but she wasn't smiling. The fight they found themselves in was anything but fun. She covered her face with one of her hands and formed her hollow mask, making her Ryotsu heavier. The Quincy narrowed his eyes. I see. So you are one of those failed experiments. His mouth formed a grin. Well, things should get at least a bit more interesting. He stated loudly and watched Mashiro leap in the air and aim a drop kick at him, all in a flash. She was fast but not nearly enough. As her leg was falling down, the man clenched his right fist with a teco-like band covering its knuckles and punched upwards. His fist connected with Mashiro's leg and a sick crack signaled her heel getting broken. She cried out in pain and was propelled backwards. Just before she painfully hit the ground, Hisagi managed to free himself and caught her. Are you going to be okay? Mashiro bit her lip and while pushing her hollow Ryuryoku to the leg, nodded to him. She, like the rest of the Vizards, didn't possess a hollow's high-speed regeneration. However, during the century they spent as hollow hybrids, the group found out that their hollow Ryuryoku could still numb the pain and strengthen their basic Shinigami durability and regeneration. Hisagi stared at the man in front of him and after a moment of staying still, he threw one end of his Zanpakuto at him, forcing it around his waist. With a raised eyebrow, the Quincy grabbed the chain and pulled it, causing Hisagi to fly towards him. He aimed a punch at the seemingly helpless lieutenant, only for him to flip himself on the extended arm and sail above the man. While in midair, he slashed with his end of the Zanpakuto and a wind in form of a blade emerged from it. Keijidoshin. Not even looking at the result of his attack, immediately after he landed Hisagi gathered his Ryuryoku. Heido number 11, Tsuyuzuri Raiden. An electric current traveled across the chain of his Zanpakuto and electrocuted the Quincy that was still bound by it. Only then Hisagi dared to glance at the man to see a bit of a smoke rising from him. He wasn't moving and Hisagi almost thought he had managed to injure him when the man spun around and backhanded him with such strength that Hisagi crashed through a nearby building. Not bad, Lieutenant. You almost made me use my blood venet. The Quincy cracked his neck and stretched his right hand to the back, while keeping the other one in front of him. The spirit particles circling around him rapidly formed an exceedingly large arrow, which he threw right at the place where Hisagi should have landed. But he was forced to miss when Mashiro suddenly appeared above him and trying her drop kick again, she was able to move his hand to the right. Seemingly irritated with her interrupting his attack, the man quickly reacted and aimed a glowing fist at Mashiro's head, only for another fist to intercept it. What are you doing without me, you idiots? Kensei asked and gritted his teeth when the man's punch managed to push him back a bit. Woo, Kensei-chan is here. Mashiro tried to sound happy, but she was too tired for it, making Kensei frown even more. However, the Quincy formed a grin, which was followed by a laughter. Great, great. Finally a captain came out. Good. Before we begin, let me introduce myself. I'm the Stern Ritter, the Overkill, Driscoll Bursey. Kensei narrowed his eyes. I see. My name is Kensei Meguruma, the captain of the 9th Division. It's not a pleasure to meet you, Quincy. Not far from Kensei, Kiraku had just arrived to the battlefield too and his expression darkened after seeing the dead bodies of men scattered all around him. Hearing a fluttering of a cloak, he turned around to see an older-looking Quincy holding a briefcase in his hand land behind him. Why do I get the feeling you're not a very chatty person, Quincy-san? Kiraku calmly asked, his twin Zanpakuto already in his hands. The Quincy with a full mustache, wearing a thin-framed glasses just stared at him as if trying to purposely ignore his words. That didn't discourage Kiraku, who continued to talk. You see, we fully realize we can't fight you without our full power, but that ability of yours, possibly stealing our Bankai. He trailed off and raised his swords. Flower Wind Rage and Flower God Roar, Heavenly Wind Rage and Heavenly Demon Sneer, Katen Kyakotsu. Watching Kiraku release his Shikai, the Quincy showed some reaction. He pushed up his glasses and narrowed his eyes. Even my Katen Kyokotsu knows she can't be moody right now and allows me to release quite early. While it is not a Bankai, you should still get ready, Quincy-san. The captain of the 8th Division stated in a low voice, and his tremendous Ryutsu suddenly pressed on his opponent, finally untying his tongue. I see. That was all he said, and he put down the briefcase after taking out a pair of guns from it. Before their battle began, Kiraku managed to spot an inscription on the briefcase. It consisted from a letter C and 2 words, the clip. Iba and his captain, Komamura, were both staring at their opponent, a weird-looking Quincy who returned their gazes with a wide smile, which pushed his mustache even higher than it was before. The confusion in the stare of the Shinigami was caused by the continuous poses the man did for them. Coupled with a look-at-her mask covering his face, they were seriously doubting the man's sanity. My name is Seijin Komamura, captain of the 7th Division. Komamura stated in an uncertain tone, while Iba just continued to stare at the Quincy in front of him. When he heard the introduction, the man's smile widened and glanced at a tiny person next to him, as if trying to tell him something with his piercing gaze. The miniature figure hastily nodded, and reaching behind him, he took out a gong and rang it. Only then the Quincy spoke up. Ah, thank you, James. I hope you are ready for some real action, villains. A hero is here. Masked a masculine with the letter S, the superstar has just arrived to save the day. Iba almost felt his own mustache fall down. Rukia, are you alright? The petite Shinigami looked up at her captain and nodded. Yes, Yukatake Teiko, but the Quincy are slaughtering us. This is not a battle but a massacre. She exclaimed in an anxious tone. She wasn't able to arrive at the gate fast enough, and a mass of Shinigami bodies covered the area in front of her. Yukatake frowned and took out his own Zanpakuto. Don't beat yourself too hard, Rukia. This is going to be a war and you can't save everyone. You did well. He stated while glancing at multiple ice pillars, which were obscuring the view of the gate. It was quite obvious that Rukia had been trying her hardest to somehow stop a barrage of Reishi arrows, as the pillars were full of gaping holes. When they heard the sound of footsteps, they squinted their eyes, trying to see the person emerging from the gate. It was a man, and it seemed like he was deliberately walking at a slow pace. Rukia considered immediately attacking him, but then, the man suddenly appeared a lot closer than before. She blinked. The man was again a whole lot closer. After another blink, he disappeared, and she heard a voice coming from her right side. She, along with her captain, turned around to look at the Quincy, who started applauding them. Good, good. You managed to find me. After a full minute of silence and nobody moving, he tilted his head a little. You're not going to attack me? Rukia was opening her mouth, but Yukatake was faster. It is considered polite to introduce yourself first. The man's mouth formed a perfect circle. Oh, I see, I see. You're that well-mannered captain. I see, well then. I'm waiting. He eventually said, looking at the duo with curiosity in his eyes. Rukia frowned. The Quincy was mocking them. However, her captain was a man that had lived for many centuries, and provocation of this level was meaningless against him. He just followed the flow of the conversation and called out to the Quincy. In that case, my name is Jushiro Yukatake, captain of the 13th Division. It's a pleasure to meet you, Quincy-san. The man thoughtfully stared at him, before speaking too. Well, I guess I can give my name too. I'm Askin Nak-el-Ivar, a stern ritter of His Majesty. However, unlike my colleagues, I will not tell you my assigned letter. It would be too helpful to you. He said and blew on a strand of his hair that was loosely hanging across his face. I see. Yukatake remarked and prepared to release his Shikai. Kenpeka finally arrived to a place in which he felt the biggest Ryutsu and took a look around, only to see men getting blown up by Reishi arrows everywhere. With a bored expression, he scratched his hair. Did I miss him or what? Special Asset Kenpeka Zaraki, no, you did not miss me. Kenpeka turned around to come face to face with the Emperor himself, and his uninterested face formed a wide grin before laughing loudly. With a maniacal expression, he swiftly covered the distance between them and slashed down with his sword, creating a shockwave that caused nearby buildings to collapse. Near the newly built barracks specially made for wizards, Haki and Rose stood with their backs touching each other and cursed their own luck. Haki was facing a rather well-endowed girl with long hair and a quite bored expression on her face. Rose, on the other hand, was facing a sharp-looking man with his head mostly shaved, leaving only a crop of black hair on the top. Unlike the girl, his face radiated authority and concentration. Haki, this man is clearly not artistic. How about switching the opponents? Rose asked in a distasteful voice. Haki remained silent as the girl answered for him. I don't want to go against somebody with a disgustingly curly hair like that. Rose's eyes widened and he fell on his knees, his pride crushed. Without showing his back to the Quincy girl, Haki lightly patted Rose on his shoulder. There. You shouldn't sulk, Rose-san. This looks like a serious fight. He whispered. How very accurate of you, Shinigami. No, I shouldn't call you a Shinigami, should I now? From the daten we have received from His Majesty, we know about your hybrid nature. What is it that you call yourselves? Wizards. The Quincy man asked, feigning an honest question. That caused Rose to stand back up and glare at his opponent. It's wizards, Quincy. Meh, wizards sounds better, anyway. The girl started, I'm Menina's McAllon, Sternritter P., the parasite. After she finished introducing herself, the man continued. My name is Quill Jopi, Sternritter J., the jail. Haki leaned to Rose. You know, they are weirdly polite, in their own way. I don't like it. The captain commander of the Godi I-13 was standing on the roof of the 1st Division, watching over the Sirati and the battles within. He could see men fall down and every time another one died, his anger increased a bit. He wanted to go down and swipe all the enemies in one go, reducing them to pile of ashes. But he couldn't, not until he could locate Iwak and take him down first. It was crucial in every war. You let your underlings fight the enemy underlings and as the highest leader, you go after the enemy's leader. There was still the possibility of him getting a bit tired against the weaklings and youngsters and he couldn't allow it. Not when the enemy's leader was Iwak. He narrowed his eyes, his senses finally locating Iwaka's Ryotsu signature. For a moment, he thought he felt two same signatures but after a split second, the second one was overshadowed by Kenpaku's Ryotsu. Dismissing the thought, he gripped his cane. Reduce all creation to ash, Ryujinjaka. A blazing torrent of flames exploded outwardly from the oldest and most powerful fire type Zanpakuto, engulfing a large area in an extreme heat that instantly scorched the very roof the commander was standing on. Pressing his legs against it, Yamamoto shot in the air and left most of the roof, which couldn't handle the extreme power of his jump, destroyed. Like a fireball, the commander sailed through the air, leaving a fire trail in his wake. Involuntarily, every person in the Sirati raised his head, to stare at the most powerful combatant of the Soul Society as he finally joined the frail. Feeling the fiery Ryotsu, which was covering the whole Sirati, every surviving Shinigami of the Godi I-13 gulped and willed himself back onto his feet, his resolve to fight burning again. Such was the influence of the man that had led the strongest military organization for 1,000 years. Finally seeing the person he had been looking for with his own eyes, Yamamoto explosively landed on the ground, sending small shockwaves to his surroundings. I came to annihilate you, Iwak. He stated in a low voice. The Quincy Emperor ever so slowly turned around with a malicious grin. I've been waiting for you, Genri Yusai Shijikuni Yamamoto. The world of the living, Karakura Hospital. Uriah was running through the hallway of the empty hospital, his breathing accelerated and his spiritual energy wildly fluctuating. He briefly considered using a Hiran Kyaku but the constricted area of the hospital prevented him from doing so. Running was his only option. Taking the stairs in few jumps, he turned right and sharply opened the doors leading to his father's office. Ryukin. It's him, it dash. How many times do I have to tell you that it is rude to call your father by his name? Ryukin shook his head and slowly unfastened his tie, placing it on the table. Uriah's mouth opened and closed without any sound, leaving them for a few times, before he collected himself. How can you BS dash, again? Uriah wasn't able to finish his sentence as Ryukin interrupted him with a sigh. Yes, I know, but hurrying won't help anybody. If he wanted to, he could have easily destroyed the whole hospital and kill every patient, nurse, and doctor within. The fact that he gave us enough time to send them away tells us we have time. He said and stared at the framed picture of his deceased wife, Uriu's mother, for a long moment. This silenced his son, who just decided to stare at him. 5 minutes later, the two of them were slowly walking up the stairs, heading towards the building's roof. The silence between them was eerie and Uriu felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. It was time to fight. When they finally reached the roof and walked to the center of it, they glanced up at a man floating above them. Ryukin Ishida, the last pure Quincy in this world, and his son, Uriu, the boy who had survived my Auswallen, despite being a gemist. I'm sure you know why I'm here. The man in a black cloak asked. Ryukin pushed his glasses up his nose before replying. The answer is obviously no. We will not join your cause. Uriu wiped the sweat from his forehead and prepared his Quincy cross. I will never join you, Iwak. Urahara's shop. Hinta, Ururu, hide in the underground training facility and don't come out until you see us going down there. Do you hear me? Do not come out. Tessai ordered the two children in a low but stern voice. But. Hinta tried to protest but Tessai cut him off. No buts, Hinta. This is not a game. Keep Ururu down too. You don't want to see her get hurt again, do you? Hinta swallowed hard and saluted. Grabbing the older girl's arm, he dragged her to the latch and pushed her down the ladder. Just before his head disappeared, he glanced at Tessai once more to see only the man's back and feel the riot soot, which started to pour out of him in great amounts. Once the kids were safe, Tessai walked outside to meet up with Urahara, who was studying the air above the shop. There was a huge group of Minos Grande, few Ajichas, and a small army of Quincy with a lone woman as their leader. This is bad, boss. Tessai noted quietly. Urahara chuckled and took out his sword. When it is not, Tessai. In multiple locations, great battles were starting to take place, the Ryotsu of all combatants putting a blanket on the areas. 4 of the fighters were apparently facing the Quincy Emperor, and so no attention was pointed towards the Sokioka Hill, where a tall man with light hair led another person to the middle of it. He was talking on a receiver plugged in his ear. Yes, I'm sure the commander will release his Bankai despite the information they possess. He is too arrogant and probably thinks we would be unable to steal it from him. Yes, once he shows us the full capabilities of his Bankai, we will commence the second plan. Jugram finished talking and turned around to glance at the second man with a blank look on his face. His eyes were foggy, as if his consciousness wasn't there. The name of the man was Muramasa. Chapter 18, Außerdienst. What is going on with me? Why can't I hit her? Sui Feng gritted her teeth and dusted herself, after she had crashed to the ground once more. Her opponent, the stern Ritterji, a small girl, was madly giggling at the sight of the captain repeatedly rolling in the dirt. She sucked on her lollipop and plucked it out of her mouth. You were funny at the beginning but now, you're just boring. What happened, Captain Bitch? She asked, holding her lollipop in her left hand. Sui Feng took a deep breath. The bad language coming from a childish and innocent face of the Quincy was greatly annoying her. It was also messing with her concentration and she couldn't allow that. She needed to find the way how to fight the girl. Every time I come close to striking her down, she just turns at me and I feel like my heart is being squeezed. What is this? She furiously thought. There just had to be a reasonable explanation for this. A few words coming from her Zanpakuto resonated in her mind and she widened her eyes in horror. No. I refuse to accept it. My heart getting squeezed every time she looks at me is because I fell in love with her on first sight? No, I belong to Yuruaki-sama. When she realized what she just mentally screamed, Sui Feng's concentration on the fight completely evaporated and her cheeks obtained a pink tint. She clutched her head and violently shook it. Lil Tato tilted her head when she saw the captain behave oddly, but deciding it wasn't a very interesting sight, she sighed. Raising her right arm, she stuck her index finger forward and aimed it at Sui Feng. In an instant, a bright small arrow formed at the tip and with a smile, she fired it at the Shinigami. The captain of the 2nd Division sensed the incoming attack and rolled to the side. Her face was a bit flushed, but it was quickly fading. Damn, for a second I lost the sense of reality. She berated herself and jumped behind a short wall, when the Quincy girl shot another arrow. Crouching behind her cover, Su Yifeng tried to analyze the situation again, this time with a cooler head. Excluding what Suzumibuki said, this feeling I get when she looks at me really is just like when I'm close to your Yuki-sama. But this girl can't create love just like that. There has to be something else. When she felt something hitting the cover, she flashed away. From the opposite side of the battlefield, she watched as the wall exploded to a small spiritual particles. This girl is dangerous. She muttered, and narrowing her eyes, she closed on her opponent again. When she was above her, she sheared with her legs, and with her right leg over her head, she kicked backwards, trying to hit the girl's head. Kazeguruma. Again, Lil Tato turned to Su Yifeng and smiled at her. The captain quickly looked away, at the ground next to the Quincy, and surprisingly, her leg connected with the head and blasted the girl away. As Lil Tato was crashing through the concrete walls, Su Yifeng landed on the ground and touched her chest. Nothing, no squeezing. Is it because I didn't look at her? What is her power exactly? She searched the area and her eyes found her lieutenant, Omada, still sprawled across the ground, motionless. She flashed next to him and studied his form. He doesn't look injured, but his Ryutsu is chaotic. How did she knock him out? Checking the man, she lightly kicked him and a groan escaped his lips, causing her to frown. She spun around when the wall on her right exploded into spirit particles. TCH, you knocked the lollipop out of my mouth, Captain bitch. Lil Tato was back and she wasn't smiling anymore. It looked like she was trying to pierce Su Yifeng with her glare. Reaching to her pocket, she spoke menacingly. It seems I'll just have to. She trailed off, before pulling out a new lollipop. Take out a new one. She finished and the glare changed into a happy expression once more, causing a vein to pop on Su Yifeng's forehead. This little. She growled, but then she cursed. Damn it. She's practically unhurt. What is she, Kurosaki Ichigo? Recalling her spar with the substitute, an idea struck her. Dodging another arrow, she squinted her eyes and looked closer on Lil Tato's skin. Is it possible she has some sort of arrow like Kurosaki? He did mention something about blood that should be similar to that. Is this it? Come on, come on. Do something, Captain bitch. Entertain me. My lollipop is getting sourer. Su Yifeng ignored the Quincy girl's ranting and thought about her next attack. Well, I'm not very keen on using it, but Kido sounds like a good test. I need to strike her from a distance. She muttered and gathered her Ryoryoku. You should be thankful, Urahara Kisuk, I get to try your own Kido. She thought with grimace and shot in the air. Hovering above Lil Tato for a moment, she pointed her Zanpakuto at her. If she can stop this, then things will be bad. Kaizo Heido number 4, Jugki Byukurai. She exclaimed, and a powerful red beam shot from the tip of her Zanpakuto, heading straight at the Quincy. As she was falling down, Su Yifeng kept her eyes on her opponent, studying her closely. Lil Tato saw the Kido flying at her, but she made no attempt to evade it. She just narrowed her eyes and received the attack head-on, believing she would stop it with her skin. In the moment when the modified Kido touched the girl, Su Yifeng noted a web-like intriguing pattern on her skin, which appeared to absorb the attack. However, after a second, the modified Byukurai managed to pierce her skin and drilled a deep wound to the girl's shoulder, causing her to quietly cry out in pain. This proves it. She must possess this blood thing. That unpleasant man had informed me that he had created this Kido for Aizen and it could pierce a captain-class Shinigami with ease, but this girl received only a small gash. Su Yifeng grimaced at the outcome and with wide eyes, was forced to dodge a series of light arrows. This time, the girl seemed hell-bent on truly killing Su Yifeng, and the captain of the 2nd Division was forced to use her fastest Shunpo. Even with that, she received a shallow cut on her thigh and her upper arm. You bitch, now I completely lost my appetite for lollipops. Lil Tato growled, his smile completely disappearing, and she raised both her arms and aimed all of her 10 fingers at Su Yifeng, charging an arrow at each one. She was cut off when her arms were hit by a spiked ball, causing her to almost lose her balance and trip. How dare you call the captain like that? From a far right, Omada exclaimed and pulled his Zanpakuto back to him. Finally decided to wake up. Su Yifeng called out to her lieutenant, who was breathing heavily and had a lot of sweat on his forehead. "Sorry, Captain, she took me by dash." He trailed off as he was forced to dodge an arrow. Yelping a bit, he jumped behind a wall. With a frown, Su Yifeng charged another Kido. Heido number 31, Shakuho. She fired a red orb of energy at Lil Tato, who evaded it this time. The spell, however, still hit the ground and the resulting small explosion raised the dirt and obstructed her sight. Su Yifeng quickly flashed to her lieutenant. "Report Omada. How did you lose to her, you lazy piece of fat?" she inquired with a frown. "Oh, I tried to attack her but she smiled at me and I felt something squeezing my heart. Next thing I know, I'm on the ground. She walked up to me and continued to smile at me until I fainted. That's all," he replied, sweating bullets. "Tch, useless," Su Yifeng muttered, causing Omada to pout until she smacked him. "Still, she did the similar thing to me. It appears her power works only when you see her smile. So we have two options, either we fight with our eyes closed." She trailed off and saw Omada staring at her as if she was crazy. "Which is dangerous against an opponent of her caliber. Or, I release my Bankai. Kido seems to be barely effective against her and my Bankai is the only long-range attack I have aside from that." But didn't the reports say they can steal it?" Omada protested, gulping a little. "We have no other choice. I need you to do the same thing you did with the Espada. Try to buy me some time." Su Yifeng retorted and with a resolute kick, she pushed the wide-eyed lieutenant from behind their cover. "Oh, I almost thought you left me." Su Yifeng heard the annoying voice of the Quincy girl and cursing at her own uselessness, she hurried to find a suitable place to attach herself, so that her Bankai wouldn't blow her away. Ignoring the small explosions and Omada's screams, she quickly found the place and using her obi, she tied herself to a thick concrete wall, with a perfect view to the battlefield. For a moment, she closed her eyes and released her Ryotsu. "Bankai! Jakuho Reikoban!" she exclaimed and was slowly turning around when Omada's extremely loud scream entered her ears. Grimacing, she glanced at the battlefield, ready to tell her lieutenant to get away so that she could fire her Bankai when her eyes fell on her subordinate in the clutches of the Quincy girl. She was holding him down next to her, causing him to tremble in fear. Lil Tato raised her head to notice Su Yifeng staring at them with her Bankai ready. "Ho ho, so you though on killing me with your Bankai? Too bad, I already know this tactic that you used in your fight with Baragan Luzenbern," she stated, and to Su Yifeng's and Omada's surprise, she leaned to the latter and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Su Yifeng wanted to yell at them but to her horror, Omada widened his eyes in fear and in his last second, he looked at her with regret. "I'm sorry, Captain. Tell my sister th." He couldn't say more as his body suddenly exploded, sending pieces of his flesh on all sides and splashing the ground with gore and blood. In the silence that followed, Su Yifeng watched in disbelief as a part of her lieutenant's head slowly rolled on the ground, like a ball, until it hit an obstacle. What? Su Yifeng was in complete shock. She couldn't believe her own eyes. Her vice-captain, the lazy bum who never seemed to train or fight seriously, just died. He died, in an attempt to buy her time. He died in an explosion of his own flesh? Well, I did tell you I was the Sternritterg, the Galvanize, didn't I? My power is to excite a person until his body can't handle it. It seems that my kiss overexcited him too much, right, Captain Bitch? Su Yifeng just stared at her, multiple emotions flashing through her mind. She didn't even pay attention to the arrow that flew right at her and grazed her waist. But the pain of receiving the wound managed to bring her back to the reality and she gritted her teeth. She felt a righteous anger. With a growl, she aimed her Bankai at Lil Tato and fired it, getting blasted backwards in the process. I can't believe it. Su Yifeng thought as her obi was getting stretched to its limit in an attempt to hold her attached to the wall. The light of the following explosion hit her face. There were no tears in her eyes, she wasn't that sentimental. But there was a bit of blood pouring out of her lip, where she angrily bit it. As the explosion died down, she glanced at the crater in the ground. Her Bankai completely erased every piece of her former vice-captain's body, leaving no evidence he had ever lived behind. It was for the best. If Omada's family would ask her for their son's body and she'd be forced to give them the part of his head, the only thing that was left in one piece. She didn't think they could handle it, certainly not Omada's little sister. In that moment, on her far left, a torrent of blue energy shot in the air, causing Sui Feng to grit her teeth. Quincy, Volstandig. From the torrent of the energy emerged heavily signed Lil Tato, her injuries healing at a fast rate, while she glared at the captain of the 2nd Division. Game over, Captain bitch. I'm out of my lollipops. His gaze locked at the Quincy in front of him. Jin used his other senses and his spiritual awareness to check on the lieutenant somewhere behind him. By the fluctuating feel of his riot suit, it was clear to the captain of the 3rd Division that Kira was certainly not fine as he had just tried to convince him. While appearing calm and collected on the outside, Jin's mind was working fast. His enemy was just standing there, motionless and seemingly watching him, just as Jin was watching the Quincy. Yatter, seems like I got the quiet guy. Jin remarked. His Quincy opponent didn't reply, instead he slowly raised his arm, showing the tip of his fingers from underneath his cloak. Before Jin's eyes, the spirit particles around the Quincy began to gather at his sleeve and in a small flash of light, they formed 4 curved claws attached to the back of his palm. Narrowing his eyes, Jin gripped the hilt of his Zanpakuto. Interesting choice of weapon, Quincy. He exclaimed, and when his opponent disappeared in a flash, he raised his sword and intercepted the sudden attempt at his torso. The claws, despite being a tool made from Roraishi, clanged against Jin's sword, making it sound like they were actually made from steel. Right, he mentioned something about being the Sternritter Eye, the iron. That probably means he can manipulate Reishi and turn it into iron. What a scary ability. Jin thought and pushed King Du away. And here I thought we could be friends. Jin muttered in a fake hurt voice. Using Shunpo, he closed the distance and went on the offensive. His frontal slash was blocked with the claws on King's right hand, causing Jin to mentally curse and sidestep when King attempted to cut him with the other hand. The captain quickly spun and brought his sword around, forcing King to dodge it by crouching. As Jin's sword met nothing but air, he jumped over his opponent and when in midair, he aimed his Zanpakuto and shot it. Underneath him, King Du leaned to the side and caught the blade between the claws and forced it to dig into the ground. Still crouching, he let himself fall on his back and kicked upwards, forcing Jin to either let go of his sword or to receive the kick to the gut. Jin chose the former and momentarily let go and spun himself around the Quincy's leg. Quickly gathering his Ryuryoku, he pointed his index finger at King Du. Heido number 1, show. He stated, and the small amount of kinetic energy hit his opponent's shoulder, causing him to retract his claws. Jin hastily grabbed the hilt of his Zanpakuto, yanked it from the ground and landed on his knees. He horizontally lashed out with his blade and frowned when King Du supported himself on his arms and pushed his body upwards, away from harm's way. Using his hands, he somersaulted backwards and landed a good distance away from Jin, who jumped backwards too. Ah, why did you refuse my hug? Jin mocked King Du, inwardly thinking about his next move. An instant later he tilted his head to the right to avoid a sudden arrow. Shifting his gaze to the left, he noticed a tiny droplet of blood flying away from his face, indicating he didn't move his head fast enough. Oh, maybe you got my hugs wrong. I meant it no homo, of course. Only Aizen was into that stuff. He stated, and swiftly moving his Zanpakuto in front of him, he blocked a barrage of oncoming arrow projectiles coming from the Quincy. Don't tell me, did I strike a nerve? Jin asked and leaned backwards, barely evading a fast roundhouse kick, which was followed by an attempt to kick his legs from under him. Therefore, he was forced to jump above it. King Du wasn't finished, and making a full turn, his fist shot forward, heading to Jin's torso. From the corner of his eye, Jin noticed the glow of the spirit particles on the Quincy's hand, and so he brought up his Zanpakuto. The blade once again met the claws, but the strength behind the punch pushed him back a bit. Wisely, Jin let himself get pushed, and while doing so, he slid his Zanpakuto on the claws and pointed the tip at King's stomach. With a grin, he triggered his Shikai ability and his blade hit the Quincy straight into the gut, sending him flying across the area. Trying to use the situation, he flashed to where King Du hit the wall and shot his Zanpakuto at him again. From the swirled dust, the Quincy raised his arm and grabbed the extended blade heading towards him with his bare hand, forcing it to miss him. When Jin saw no blood gushing from the man's palm, he grimaced and squinted his eyes, trying to get a better look at the hand gripping his sword. With wide eyes, he noticed the additional silver layer on its skin. He retracted his sword and watched as the blade slid along the silver skin, creating sparks. Damn, he can use his ability to coat his skin in iron too? Scary ability indeed. He cursed, and in that moment, he heard footsteps behind him. "You good, Izuru?" he asked. "Why yeah. I wasn't that much injured, it just felt like something akin to a poison was spreading through my body, so I was trying to get it out of my system." Kira huffed and explained between the heavy breaths. "That's good, because this guy is trouble. I think I may have to use my Bankai." Behind his captain, Kira widened his eyes. "You can't. The report said they can steal it." Quickly shooting a bright red shakuho at Kangdu, forcing him to jump away, Jin used the small distraction and glanced at his lieutenant. "Yeah, but we have no other choice. This guy has skin like Ichigo-chan." Kira stared at him with scared eyes, before gulping heavily. "Before you do that, we could try to work together, Captain. I'm sure we could do some damage like that," he stated in a shaky tone. Jin opened his eyes in surprise and a small chuckle escaped his lips. Yatter, Izuru. I was wondering how long it would take you to propose an idea like this." He grinned and turned back to their opponent, who was slowly approaching them. "So, do you have a concrete plan in mind?" Kira glanced at his Wabisuk and then at the multiple walls around them, the remnants of destroyed buildings. He shielded his face when debris from a small explosion nearby hit him, and he tried to ignore cries of the other Shinigami fighting all over the Sirati. "I could try to use my Wabisuk on the walls while the captain would try to force the Quincy under it. When in position, I'll tumble the wall on top of him. Even if he has tough skin, it should do some damage," Kira proposed, and after Jin shortly nodded in acknowledgement, he flashed behind the chosen wall. Sensing the Quincy heading towards him, Jin spun around and shot his Zanpakuto at him. Kangdu used his hand coated in iron and flicked the blade away and flashed from existence. Not surprised, Jin instantly retracted the blade and turning to his left, he deflected an arrow and blocked the one-handed slash at his upper arm. He blocked the following kick with his free hand but was forced backwards when the Quincy momentarily retreated a step and shot another arrow from a close distance at him. The projectile passed just above his shoulder, grazing his skin a little, but Jin paid it no mind as his opponent mirrored the movements of using a bow with his clawed hands and a large arrow formed in front of him. Cursing quietly, Jin flashed away from his location. If he didn't, the arrow would hit the wall behind him and it would ruin their plan. Kangdu had no problems tracking his movements, and as soon as Jin landed, he shot the large arrow. Jin managed to deflect it with his Zanpakuto, albeit with little trouble, and while doing so, he noticed dozens of small arrows already forming in front of Kangdu. He crouched and shooting his Zanpakuto forward, he slashed from the side, just a moment after his opponent sent his arrows at him. "Oh crap!" Jin mentally cursed and immediately retracted his sword before it managed to make contact. Swiftly rolling to the left, he avoided part of the volley, but the rest of the arrows hit him dead on. Moving his sword from side to side as fast as he could, he was able to deflect most of them, but he was still hit in the right knee and his left shoulder. He saw the Quincy attempting to use this to follow with a frontal assault with his claws and quickly tried to get out of the ways. March on to the south. Heido number 31, Shakuho. In mid-flash, the Quincy was hit with Kira's full incantation Kido, causing him to erupt in a smoke. The lieutenant hurried to his captain. "Are you okay, Captain?" Jin rose from the ground and glanced at him with a grin, pointing at his leg. "I used to be, but then I received an arrow to the knee." He joked and hit the arrow protruding from his knee with the blunt side of his sword, causing it to dissolve. Small amount of blood poured from it, but the snake-eyed captain was still grinning. When Kira didn't get the joke, however, he sighed. "I'm fine, Izuru. Did you set up the plan?" Kira nodded. "I hit the wall as many times as I could without it breaking apart under its own weight. Still, I hit it 5 times. Its weight should be more than 3 tons. Good. We'll just have to force him under it," Jin retorted, and shooting his Zanpakuto in the air, he brought it down at the Quincy coming out of the smoke. He blocked it with his claws, but Jin jumped and sailed over him, retracting his sword and shooting it again when he landed behind the Quincy. It caused King Du to get pushed in the direction of the wall, next to Kira, who attempted to use the moment and hit him with his Zanpakuto. Giving off a small piece of emotion, King Du grimaced, and in an amazing show of his athletic abilities, he leaned backwards and jumped, his body sailing inches above the Kira's blade. He even managed to fire a single arrow at the wide-eyed lieutenant, who got saved when Jin's blade shot in front of him and destroyed the projectile before it could hit him. Kira gulped, and mentally thanking his captain, he jumped away, gathering his Ryuryoku. He levitated his Zanpakuto in front of him, hit one of its end, and after it spun around multiple times, he stopped it and exclaimed, "Hado number 58, Tenran." A tornado-like blast was shot at the Quincy, causing him to get pushed even further backwards and hit the wall. Seeing that, Jin grinned and shot his Zanpakuto and sliced the wall behind the man. King Du quickly turned around, and when he noticed the block of concrete falling on him, he widened his eyes. However, he reacted instantly, and using the Hyrenkyaku, he flashed to the left. Feeling something was off, he raised his head to see another fall already plummeting on top of him. It was too close, giving him no chance of escape and burying him underneath it. The crash resonated through the area, creating a tiny shockwave. Jin flashed to his vice captain and raised an eyebrow. "I thought you used Wabisuk on only one wall." Kira allowed himself a small smile and shook his head. "No, I knew he would be able to react, he was too fast to get trapped under a single wall. With that in mind, I tapped other 4 walls in the vicinity of the first one, just in case," he explained, causing his captain to grin and chuckle. "Ah, shouldn't have underestimated you, Izuru." His vice-captain gratefully nodded, but then the two raised their heads to see a pair of long claws protruding from underneath the fallen wall. With a few quick slashes, the wall crumbled and King Du slowly crawled from under the bricks and concrete. He was covered in dust and debris, bleeding from his mouth, and had multiple cuts on his body. His clothes were torn at some places and one of his arms was hanging down in an odd angle. He was glaring at them and spit a bit of blood on the ground. "Only my majesty can cut me down. You've just made a mistake, Captain." He spoke, and with a grimace, he corrected his bent arm. Kira gulped and raised his Zanpakuto, while Jin narrowed his eyes. "I think we really have no other choice, Izuru. I'll have to go Bankai and pray that we can kill him before he steals it." Jin muttered and unleashed his Ryutsu. He pointed his blade at King Du, and just as a torrent of energy rose from the Quincy, he exclaimed, "Bankai! Kamishinai no Yuri!" In an immense speed, his blade shot forward, heading towards his opponent, but an instant later, it drastically slowed down, causing Jin to frown and look closely at the Quincy. When the torrent of energy died down, he was able to see his Zanpakuto embed in a thick wall made of iron, lying in front of King Du. It was pierced through, but the sheer thickness of it managed to slow the sword before it could touch the man, who was sprouting a pair of iron-looking wings from his back. "Quincy, Volstandig," King Du stated and stared down at the duo. Jin's frown increased and he retracted his Zanpakuto back, leaving a hole in the iron wall. "Izuru, try not to lose your eyes from him, or else you're dead," he said to his lieutenant, who gulped once more. Toshiro intently stared at his opponent. The Quincy man in front of him didn't look that dangerous at all. However, the fact that his lieutenant was somewhere behind him, trying to yank blades out of her body, proved him otherwise. She had told him the name of the man. Shizdomino, a Sternritter L, the lag. Toshiro had no idea what that letter or the word meant, the only thing he knew was what Matsumoto had told him. The man was able to hit her and Kira even if they had thought they had got out of the way. Why was that? Was it a Quincy thing? Was it something only special to that man? Toshiro didn't know. So far, ever since he had intercepted the attack meant for Matsumoto, Toshiro didn't have to move an inch. The man hadn't attacked him, nor did he even attempt to. It was weird. Was he waiting for something? Toshiro allowed himself to quickly glance at his surroundings. They were behind the Kukaki's compound, where no building, only nature, was. He didn't know if he should thank the heavens, as the lake nearby was full of water. Water, He could easily suck the moisture from to create the ice for his attacks. His Hyarin-Maru was already released. The opponent lazily standing in front of him was a Quincy, so he wasn't allowed to take things easy. He couldn't underestimate him. Without missing a beat, he swiftly raised his sword to intercept a stray arrow heading towards him from another battlefield. Keeping his eyes on the opponent, he saw him flick his wrist in a Reishi knife. The same Matsumoto was busy yanking out of her, flew towards him. Heeding the report from his vice captain, he didn't budge from his position and instead brought his Zanpakuto down. The moisture sucked from the air created an ice wall in front of him. He widened his eyes. The tip of the knife was protruding from the wall on his side, just inches before his chest. The ice block managed to intercept it. But only barely. Toshiro grimaced. However, he noticed a tiny change in his opponent's expression. He expected the knife to hit me. Whatever that man's ability was, it was dangerous. Toshiro jumped backwards, to create a bigger distance between them. Let's try this. He thought, and with multiple swings of his Hyarin-Maru, he sent half a dozen of his ice dragons. With a virtual roar, they sailed through the air and tried to hit their target. Toshiro carefully watched the scene and saw the man slither around the ice dragons. It always looked like he would get hit, but just before the impact, the man disappeared and reappeared at a safe location. As the man's attention was aimed at the dragons, Toshiro didn't just stand there motionless and quickly gathered his Ryu-Ryoku. Hado 54, Hyene. He muttered, and an oblong blast of purple energy flew from his hand at the place where he predicted the Quincy would land next. Watching closely, Toshiro saw the man reappear exactly where thought he would and slightly widen his eyes. Seemingly cursing, the man noticed the Kido spell and hastily threw 2 knives against it. The Hado hit the knives instead of him and completely eradicated them with flames. Seems like I'll have to get closer. Toshiro wondered, and flashing close, just as his last dragon splattered against the ground, he slashed sideways, generating another ice dragon. Up close, he thought he could surprise his opponent, but he was forced to jump away when a barrage of arrows caused the dragon to shatter into small blocks of ice. Leaning backwards, he evaded one larger arrow. With wide eyes, he realized the mistake too late, and so he at least tried to yell. "Matsumoto! Get away!" The arrow had been speeding towards the location where his vice captain had been tending to herself. Fortunately, when he turned his head, he saw the arrow hit nothing but the concrete wall far away from their position. "I'm here, Captain." He sighed gratefully and glanced at his left to see Matsumoto landing next to him. She casually flicked another arrow away with her sword, but Toshiro frowned. His vice captain was obviously injured. With a click of his tongue, his gaze shifted back to his opponent. With Matsumoto backing him up, he flashed to the man and attacked him with a jab. Growl, Hanko. Behind him, Matsumoto released her Shikai, turning her blade into ash. She quickly maneuvered it to cover all sides of her captain, functioning as protecting shield. It was a good idea, as Toshiro flinched when his opponent dodged his jab and returned the attack with a holy arrow, before the young captain could react. Because of the ash shielding him, Toshiro emerged unharmed, but in his eyes, it only proved he was right. The Quincy was indeed dangerous. Spinning around, he sent 2 ice dragons from both sides and followed it with another Kido. Hado number 4, Byakurai. A concentrated bolt of lightning escaped from his stretched palm. Instantly after that, he heard his vice captain finishing a chant, and another Kido flew towards the Quincy soon after that. Hado number 31, Shakuho. While the Quincy managed to evade both dragons and even the Byakurai, he didn't expect Matsumoto firing another spell from the opposite side and was hit in the back. The lieutenant of the 10th Division flashed to her captain with a small smile. "I got him." Toshiro watched as the red orb of energy landed on the man's back and exploded. With a frown, he shook his head. "No, we barely scratched him," he commented, causing Matsumoto to turn and look at their opponent through the smoke. When she thought she saw a movement in it, she hastily commanded her ash to make a cover for her. An instant later, she watched as a knife was dissolved into spirit particles and thanked her Zanpakuto special ability. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and heard her captain. "Damn, we need to figure out his ability or I'll really be forced to use my Bankai, despite the danger." he stated and gritted his teeth. With a grimace, he shot upwards and let the barrage of arrows hit the row of trees behind him. Later, he would realize his luck, as in this position, he could clearly watch another knife fly towards Matsumoto. When he saw what happened, he widened his eyes. That's impossible. He thought, and trying to create a diversion, he shot another half-dozen dragons from midair. Gaining some time, he hastily used Shunpo and landed next to his vice-captain. I think have just figured out his ability. Matsumoto turned her head to him and with a surprised expression stared at him. Not wasting a minute, he spoke rapidly. I couldn't see it before, so I think his ability is invisible to a certain range. Up in the air, I saw his knife flew towards you normally, but then it disappeared from my view. Next thing I know, it was already next to you. Matsumoto looked at him in confusion. Captain, I don't think I understand. Toshiro nervously glanced at their opponent and seeing he was still preoccupied with his dragons, he turned back to her. Don't you see Matsumoto? He said he was the Stern Ritter L, the lag. When you take what I just told you into account, there is only one plausible explanation. I think he can manipulate time for a brief amount of time, hence the lag. He quickly explained and watched as Matsumoto's expression changed from a comprehension to a shock. That's... Toshiro nodded. Yeah, it's hard to imagine somebody can have this ability, but it must be the truth. I mean, there is no way you couldn't evade such slow attacks, or how could his knives just appear in my ice wall or your ash shield? That's also how he evaded all of my dragons with ease. He just delayed them a bit so that he could move out of the WA dash. Matsumoto widened her eyes when Toshiro was forced backwards as a knife hit his shoulder. You should keep your eyes on me, Captain. However, I'll applaud you for uncovering my ability. It's just as you said. My ability is the lag, because I can delay inanimate objects. Any inanimate object, be it my knives, arrows, or your dragons. Shizdomino said, calmly walking towards them. One of his shoulders was covered in ice and his back was still smoking a little. Toshiro groaned and yanked the knife from his shoulder. He tried to move with his arm and sighed. The wound wasn't too deep to restrain his movements, but with a grimace, he noted that for some reason, it hurt like hell. The Quincy rubbed his hands. You may wonder, why am I telling you all this? Well, since you managed to figure my ability out, I can only do the good thing and reward you by confirming it. He stated and casually raised his hands with two knives in them and formed arrows at the tip of each. Shooting it forward, he threw the knives after them too, in different directions. Matsumoto cried in pain, causing Toshiro to momentarily lose concentration and receive another knife, this time to his second shoulder. He gritted his teeth and suppressed his groan. However, even if you know my ability, I hope you don't think you've won. I can delay things anytime, so if you don't know the precise timing of my delay, you can't defend against it. What if I throw my knives and I use my delay immediately after that? What if I use my delay on multiple projectiles with different timings? Hard to imagine, right, Captain? Shizdomino exclaimed with a chuckle. His clothes fluttered when a blast of wind hit him and he watched as a heavy energy exploded from the young captain. Bankai! Daiguren Hirin Meru! Toshiro yelled, and a pair of wings made from ice slowly appeared on his back, with the ice traveling across his body, encompassing his hands and his legs in it too. I hope you don't think your words would scare me, Quincy. Toshiro growled and let the ice cover the wounds on his shoulders too. He heard huffing sound form where Matsumoto lied, so he concentrated on his opponent. I just hope I can take him down before he can steal my Bankai. He thought grimly and sent a huge ice dragon, a lot bigger than the previous ones, at his opponent. The distraction allowed him to flash next to a nearby lake and he touched the water surface with his Zanpakuto. Taking his sword out and swinging it in an arc, he shot an array of ice daggers straight at the Quincy. Gunko Tsurera. He flashed closer and swung his Zanpakuto again. Hiryu Senbai. A crescent of ice emerged from the tip of his Zanpakuto, flying in high speed. Seeing a movement amidst the attacks landing on the ground, he sent another crescent-shaped attack at the moving silhouette. Hiryu Senbai. From somewhere on his far left side, a stream of ash sailed through the air and circled around the figure. Nico Rinbu. The cloud of ash enclosed the Quincy, creating a deadly tornado that could shave a person's skin just with a simple touch. Toshiro lowered his sword and sensed his vice-captain land behind him. Quietly, they waited for anything to happen. The young captain knew the term overkill and was wondering if what he and Matsumoto just did was a one. Both of them glanced to the right, where the captain of the 3rd Division, along with his lieutenant, were fighting their own enemy. They did it because a torrent of energy shot upwards in that location, catching their attention. An instant later, the similar thing happened at their battlefield too, and the energy blew Hanko's ash away, revealing Shizdomino with a pair of torn-looking pair of wings full of holes. He was bleeding from multiple cuts and gashes, but to the pair's shock, they started to rapidly heal. Quincy, Volstandig. The Quincy stated. It seems my colleagues are starting to use this, so I guess I should too. I am fighting, after all, against a Bankai. He tried to sound calm, but there was a hint of uneasiness in his voice. Toshiro gripped the hilt of his sword tighter. It seemed the Shinigami weren't the only one who could power up themselves. He recalled the report of Urahara Kisuke about a technique, which Ichigo's Quincy friend had used in past, a technique that sounded similar to this. Urahara called it Let's Still. He also claimed that once used, that techniques caused Urayu Ishida to temporarily lose his powers. Say, Quincy, since you look a bit talkative. Is this something similar to a Let's Still? Toshiro asked and raised an eyebrow when Shizdomino grimaced and spit on the ground. Let's Still? That ancient technique? No, this is nothing like it. As I thought, if he says Let's Still is ancient, then this is surely an evolved ability, and since apparently others can use it too, it probably doesn't have the same side effect of losing powers too. Either way, if the power-up from it is the same, we're screwed. Toshiro mentally cursed. Rukia had been a Shinigami for a lot of years, dozens of them, and during that time, she had learned not to worry about her colleagues. They were the same as her, warriors. It was particularly obvious when she and Renji had joined Ichigo's group in the mission to save Orium from Hueco Mundo. Because of her attitude, Renji had reprimanded Ichigo not to try and protect her, as she was a proud warrior. This teaching came mostly from her experience and from the previous vice-captain of the 13th Division, Kyan Shiba. Obviously, she was still just a person, and so she had emotions. She would feel uneasiness whenever one of her friends went onto a very serious and dangerous mission. However, this time, looking at the frail form of the captain, she felt an extreme worry. Jushiro Yukitake was a constantly ill person. His lungs were severely damaged from an unknown disease that he had been suffering from for as long as he could remember. Rukia was glad she was fighting alongside of him as his new vice-captain. Yet she could not shake that bad feeling, almost a premonition in her mind telling her that this could very well be her captain's last battle. She gripped the hilt of her Zanpakuto. While she was alive, breathing and able to move, she would not allow him to die. If the coughing fit attacked him, she would defend him with all of her might. Pushing these thoughts to the back of her mind, she concentrated on the opponent in front of her. She had an urge to curse while studying him. The Quincy in front of her was anything but an easy target. She couldn't read him at all, and it was making her feel anxious. The only thing she knew about him was his name. Askin Nak Elivar. Rukia had never heard a name even remotely similar to his, but that was the least worrying thing at the moment. What made her feel tense was his unknown ability. She saw the fraction of it when he was walking out from the gate, when he had just seemingly crossed a distance without actually doing anything. Well, not that I don't appreciate curious glances, but you've been staring at me for quite a long time. Have you figured something out? I'm afraid not, Quincy-san. Yukitake politely replied. Rukia ignored the question. She didn't dare to lose their opponent from her sight, not even for a millisecond. Her Zanpakuto was already in a Shikai state, and she was contemplating which attack to use as first. She widened her eyes and rolled to the side when 2 arrows, one for each of them, flew towards them. Not as nervous as her, Yukitake just raised his arm. Bakudo number 8, Seiki. He calmly stated, and an orb of light blue energy formed at the back of his palm. The arrow meant for him hit the barrier, causing both of them to shatter. Interesting. You seem very calm, Captain, unlike your partner. She appears to be quite nervous. Is it because of my hair? It is, isn't it? Rukia watched as the Quincy nonchalantly blew the strand of hair away from his face. His action had no meaning, as the hair fell back at the same place, it only served as an attempt to aggravate the enemy. Rukia gritted her teeth. She was getting too emotional. It was unlike her. Taking a deep breath, she schooled her expression and forced all of her emotions to slowly wither. As she released the air from her lungs, she calmly raised her Zanpakuto and punctured the ground 4 times in a semicircle. As ice particles began to flow up, she aimed the tip of the sword at the Quincy. Tsuji no Mai, Hakuren. A powerful blast of cold air rushed towards the man with an unusual name, causing Yukatake to glance at Rukia in surprise. His surprise, however, didn't last long and he quickly nodded and pointed his finger forward. Bakudo 61, Rikyu-Koro. He stated, attempting to immobilize the opponent, so that Rukia's attack would surely hit him. To both of their surprise, a skin just smiled and made a step to the side, completely vanishing. He stated, attempting to immobilize the opponent, so that Rukia's attack would surely hit him. To both of their surprise, a skin just smiled and made a step to the side, completely vanishing from existence. The Kido spell and the blast of cold air hit nothing but an empty air. Only with centuries of experience, Yukatake was able to sense an oncoming attack and spun around and blocked an arrow to his knee. Rukia gulped, she wasn't able to notice the Quincy to reappear behind them at all. You sensed me well, Captain. The girl, not so much. Yukatake frowned and when the man disappeared again, he anxiously yelled at Rukia. Dodge, Rukia. Rukia widened her eyes and rolled to the side. An arrow flew by her previous position, causing her to curse. Damn it, I didn't train like crazy to be a nuisance. She angrily thought. All waves, rise now and become my shield, lightning, strike now and become my blade, Sogyo no Kotori. Yukatake released his Shikai and gave Rukia a short glance. I apologize, Rukia. I was prepared to release sooner but I thought I'd study him for a bit longer. Rukia shook her head and got on her feet. She flashed behind her captain, standing with her back against his back. No captain, I'm sorry. I got nervous. It won't happen again. She stated resolutely and intercepted an arrow coming at her from right. At the same time, Yukatake absorbed and sent back another arrow, only a lot larger. How does he do it? Rukia wondered aloud. From the corner of her eye, she could clearly see their opponent, lazily leaning on a wall and cleaning his nails. Without a warning he formed a dozen large arrows and shot half of them at Yukatake, who used his Zanpakuto and easily absorbed them. Rukia narrowed her eyes, the man disappeared from her view again. Not wanting to leave him an opening, she hastily slashed her sword in front of her. Some no Mai, Tsukishiro. A wide blast of an extremely cold air rose from the ground, freezing the moisture in it and creating a pillar of ice in front of the petite Shinigami. It was also just in time, as the structure stopped the second half of arrows, which were shot at her. Oh? It seems like I'll have to up my speed a little. If even a Lieutenant class Shinigami can react in time, it's time to change the game. Rukia and Yukatake groaned when a skin reappeared between them and slashed their backs with his arrows, causing them to jump away from each other. Bit of blood gushed from their wounds and splashed on the ground. Rukia gritted her teeth but her back muscles were intact, only the skin had been severed. She gathered her Ryuryoku and when a skin appeared right in front of her, she reacted instantly. Bakudo number 1, Sai. She exclaimed and with a bit of satisfaction watched as the man widened his eyes and was blown backwards, where Yukatake had been already waiting. The captain slashed vertically, aiming at the man's back. Rukia growled as the man disappeared into thin air just before her captain could even touch him. She raised her index finger. Heido number 4, Byakurai. She hastily exclaimed and fired the Kido behind Yukatake, who sensed the presence of the enemy and turned around. While Rukia's spell flew towards the Quincy, Yukatake absorbed a rather large arrow but didn't send it back. He carefully watched the scene and when a skin evaded the Byakurai by vanishing into thin air, he spun to the back and fired the suppressed arrow behind Rukia. The new lieutenant threw herself on the ground to dodge it and watched as the immensely fast arrow hit the Quincy dead on. She got up and wanted to smile but with a grimace, she noticed the state of their enemy. He had a hole in his clothes, just where his left lung was located, but there was no real injury, barely a scratch on his skin. Really, hitting me with my own attack. That's just simply rude, Captain. Yuka swallowed a cough that was nearing his throat. You're invading us. We have to use any means necessary to defend ourselves. Askin narrowed his eyes. True. He stepped to the side and vanished again. Rukia and Yuka were warily keeping their eyes open at their surroundings, trying to anticipate next attack. An arrow flew straight at Yuka face. He absorbed it. An instant later, another arrow headed toward Rukia from her left side. Next one came from behind Yuka, who spun around and intercepted it. Another from Rukia's right, her behind, her left, her behind again, her right, her front, from above, from front, keeping her busy and causing her to slowly lose concentration. She finally cried out in pain when she was hit in her left calf, her ass cheek and her upper right arm. Yuka wanted to help her but he was busy himself. After he absorbed the arrow coming at him from behind, another one flew at him from the same position. He swung his blade to the right, stopping next one, leaned to the side to evade another, leaned backwards, crouched, rolled to the side, slashed upwards, jumped in the air, rolled in midair, landed and sidestepped. He heard Rukia's cry and gritted his teeth. Bakudo number 81, Danku. He exclaimed and erected a barrier in front of him. He spun around and leaned to the left, blocked an arrow from his right. He was moving fast, intercepting all attacks, all the while moving towards Rukia. After she had received 3 arrows, she was having problems defending herself. Unfortunately, the sense of safety after he had performed the Bakudo was quickly lost when a large arrow hit him to the back from behind, piercing his left lung. He widened his eyes and spit some blood. Rukia yelled and willed herself to her feet. Ignoring the pain in her body, she forcibly flashed behind her captain and stopped another arrow from piercing his other lung. Captain, Captain! She exclaimed, when Yuka gritted his teeth and gurgled a large amount of blood. No. Not now. Yuka mentally protested and raised his hands. Bakudo number 81, Danku. He managed to create another translucent wall, shielding himself and Rukia from another barrage of arrows. But his body wasn't listening to him and he fell on his knees, coughing violently. His coughs broke the arrow in his body and caused it to dissolve into spirit particles, but the damage had been done. His vision blacking out, he collapsed in a heap, leaving Rukia to fend off the attacks alone. Captain! She yelled. The anxiety inside of her was rushing back. She blocked another attack. Oh well, seems like he's dead and gone. Rukia clenched the hilt of her Zanpakuto and raised her head to glare at the Quincy. He's not dead. She growled and a breath escaped her mouth. The air around her was drastically dropping and her another breath came out as a cloud of steam. For the first time, Askin looked wary. Well, this is interesting. There was nothing in the Dayton about Kukaki Rukia being able to decrease the temperature. Is it possible you have achieved Bankai? He asked carefully. Rukia cursed. Not yet, however, Sode no Shirayuki had taught me other things. She told me I can't achieve Bankai if I don't even know what the basic ability of my Shikai is. She stated as her hands were starting to get coated in frost. And I was getting worried. What purpose does freezing yourself has? Askin asked. Rukia narrowed her eyes. I'm just a conduit. What you should fear is me touching you. She flashed to him with an obvious killing intent in her eyes, forcing him to step into nothingness. I think I'm getting to understand how his ability works. At first sight, I thought he was teleporting, but it's different. His whole body doesn't disappear instantly, it's as if he's crossing into another space and then comes out of it a different place. She thought and preventively spun around, holding her sword pointed forward. She heard somebody cursing and glanced at her left to see Askin holding his hand. At -18 degrees Celsius, the blood from any wound doesn't flow. Oh, I should also mention the lower the temperature, the sharper my blade is. Rukia stated and flashed to him but had to block an arrow instead. More. I need to decrease the temperature more. I think I should be able to sustain -50 degrees for a few minutes. She thought and jumped in the air, dodging another arrow. Up in the air, she groaned and quickly hit the arrow that hit her in the thigh with her sword. Since her temperature was dropping, there was no blood gushing from her leg. But because of the low temperature, the injury felt more painful. Instantly after landing on the ground, she leaned backwards, evading the arrow. Another one hit her in the foot, making her stumble a bit. She slashed the air around her, but the Quincy spoke from different location. "I'm not falling for that again. However, you seem to believe your captain to be still alive, so I should use that, don't you think so?" Askin stated, and Rukia watched as he fired an arrow at the motionless Yucatec. Gritting her teeth, she tried to suppress the pain from multiple injuries and pushed her shunpo to its limits. She landed in front of her captain and in the last moment, diverted the arrow upwards. A cry of pain escaped her lips, when Askin appeared next to her and pierced her left forearm with an arrow. However, soon after that, she smiled, causing Askin to become wary. "I knew you'd try this, but too bad, Quincy, you're too close to me," she muttered tiredly and raised her sword with her right hand. Askin clicked his tongue and tried to step to the side, but to his shock, he couldn't. Glancing at his feet, he noticed they were stuck to the ground. "I told you, my body is only a conduit, everything I touch becomes frozen, the ground in no exception. This close. I can freeze your legs," Rukia stated and walked towards him, deflecting a few arrows while doing so. "Don't think you can cut me down, Kukaki Rukia," Askin warned her. She raised her sword and slashed down, but before she could hit him, she slowed down and only touched his body with the tip of her Zanpakuto. "I never intended to cut you down. I will merely freeze you, and only after that, I'll slice you." She watched as the frost was traveling across her opponent's body, slowly freezing him. -150 degrees, the most I can muster, she thought, and after a few more seconds of a silent protest from the Quincy, Askin was finally frozen. Rukia allowed herself a small breather and winced, the injuries slowly getting to her. She glanced at Yucatec and tried to feel his Ryotsu. It was definitely there and something was happening to him. She shifted her focus back at her frozen opponent and raised her sword. "This is the end, Quin dash." In mid-swing, she was cut off when a short outburst of energy exploded from Askin. It threw her backwards and she landed next to her captain, flinching in pain. Desperately, she looked up to see her opponent slowly moving his limbs, and a pair of flickering wings appeared behind him for an instant before dissolving into thin air. That scared me?" Askin experimentally moved his limbs, trying to feel them. "I do, however, must congratulate you, Kukaki Rukia. You forced me to use my Volstandig for an instant. That's amazing, for a vice-captain level Shinigami." Staring at her opponent, Rukia swallowed hard and glanced at her captain, who was still unconscious. She was alone. Alone and out of her league. It had been 10 minutes since the invasion of the Wandenreich had begun. Casualties on the side of the Wandenreich, 0. Casualties on the side of the Godi I-13, 1,254 unseated officers, 28 seated officers, 1 vice-captain. And still, the invasion was far from over. Chapter 19, Heldenclaw. At the same time, in a different part of Sirati, the captain of the 5th Division narrowed his eyes and, extending his arm forward, he grabbed his vice-captain's shoulder. With a small pull, he forcibly dragged her backwards. Ignoring her protests, he spoke to her. "Calm down, Momo." His vice-captain opened her mouth to protest more, but when she saw his mouth forming a straight line, she quieted down. Despite knowing Shinji for only a few months, she knew one thing. If Hirako Shinji wasn't grinning, things had to be bad. "I don't like what I've just seen. We don't know how she repelled those attacks. That's the first thing we need to figure out," he commented in a steady voice. "You should listen to your captain, young girl. You don't want to end up getting stabbed by your own friend like the last time you participated in a fight, isn't that right?" Shinji mentally cursed, and for an instant, he closed his eyes in annoyance. Of all the things their opponent could say to them, the Quincy woman chose the worst thing. With a slight worry, he opened his eyes and glanced at his vice-captain's face, to see a dark shadow looming over it. It seemed, however, that the Sternritter wasn't completely finished. Yes, Aizen Sosuke had informed us how magnificently he had deceived the Godi I-13 during the Battle of the Karakura town and made them almost kill you instead of him. Nadia heartily laughed and slowly pulled down her hood to reveal an attractive woman in her 40s with short black hair and a fair skin. Momo, Shinji said, trying to keep his vice captain calm. However, to his pleasant surprise, Momo raised her head and showed the Quincy her determined expression. Her hands were trembling a little, but there were strong flames burning in her eyes, even more brightly than the flames on her tabayum. Cap dash. Aizen did many things. I will always cherish the happy memories I share with him, but that's all. I will not let your words shake me up. Momo firmly stated, and the Zanpakuto she held in her hands glowed with Ryotsu. In his mind, Shinji thanked the certain orange-haired substitute once again and proudly stared at the girl. It was almost mind-boggling just how much her behavior had changed during these past few months. Following her example, he brandished his own Zanpakuto and slowly formed a grin. You heard her. Aizen is the past for her. And I think it's time we get this party going. Collapse, Sakanade. He exclaimed and slowly rotated the blade, using the pommel that transformed into a ring. Now, Nadia-san, don't you think something smells nicely around here? Shinji casually stated while walking towards the woman, keeping his vice captain behind him so that she wouldn't get caught up within his Zanpakuto ability. To his irk, Nadia just smiled and deliberately took a deep sniff of the air around her. Why yes, it smells kind of sweet. Really? And you don't feel anything out of the normal order? His voice suddenly came from behind her as he stared at her back, his body hanging upside down from the air. The woman's smile widened and she addressed the captain without even turning her head. Sakanade, it has certainly an interesting ability. However, I hope you don't think we came here unprepared? Your ability to invert the world was contained in the Dayton made by His Majesty. Aizen Sosuke added extra details. Don't even bother to try and unsettle me. She said with her head tilted to the side, still looking at Momo who, unflinchingly, returned her gaze. I see. And by showing me your cool attitude, you're trying to convince me that you're fine. Or is it yourself that you're trying to convince? Even if you know everything, you cannot train your brain to counter the inverted directions of everything. Shinji replied and casually flashed next to her and swung his blade at the back of her neck. Feeling the movement of his blade coming to a complete stop just half a meter from her skin, he frowned at the translucent barrier that formed around the woman. So it doesn't matter how strong the physical attack. Her barrier can stop both Momo and mine easily. He thought and jumped back a little. That's why I was sent to fight you, Captain. For me, it doesn't matter from which direction your attack comes, I can negate all of them without moving any of my fingers. Nadia calmly commented and took a wobbly step forward. Visibly looking uncomfortable, as soon as her foot touched the ground she stopped moving for a moment. Shinji observed it with a curious expression and then his grin returned. So you say, but from the looks of it, my Sakanade makes it hard for you to move freely. And if you want to successfully invade us, eventually you'll have to move again. You can't just expect me to waste my time on you if you just dash. He was forced to stop talking and flash to the side to evade a barrage of arrows coming from within the woman's barrier. Well then, that just means I'll have to kill you, doesn't it? Nadia retorted a bit coldly. Shinji narrowed his eye and touched his shoulder, where one of the arrows grazed his skin. Her arrows are fast. His eyes found his vice captain, who was fortunate enough to evade those few arrows that had been sent her way. It seemed that Nadia's focus was mostly on him. He couldn't find any faults with that. He was a captain after all and perceivably a bigger threat than any vice captain. Right now, it also played in his cards. Rotating his blade one time, he called out to the girl. Momo, while she's concentrating on me, try to find a way how to break through her barrier. His vice captain looked at him with wide eyes and glanced at their opponent, who was looking at them with confused eyes. It's okay, she can't understand what we're saying. I was able to find a new way to use my Sakanade and now even the words people say in my vicinity are inverted. Everything we say is practically gibberish to her. Shinji said with a grin, which increased as he saw Nadia shaking her head, clearly annoyed by something. Using Shunpo, the captain of the 5th Division positioned himself in front of the Quincy and from the corner of his eye noticed as Momo cautiously went around, so that she could try something from behind the woman. He knew he needed to keep Nadia's attention on him. If he failed and she would shift her focus on his vice captain, the girl under his command wouldn't be able to fend off the fast attacks. Keeping that, along with what he knew about Nadia's abilities so far, in his mind he threw away his grin and concentrated. Okay, she was able to negate Momo's Zanpakuto abilities and physical blows. But there has to be some sort of a limit to her barrier. If there wasn't, she would be easily the top fighter in the Quincy army. And the strongest fighter in their army wouldn't spend his time trying to kill me. As highly I think of myself, I'm well aware there are people stronger than me in the Godi 13. He wondered and raised his hands. Bakudo number 21, Sikienten. He muttered and a large cloud of red smoke emerged from his palms, obstructing his opponent's view of him. Within the smoke, Shinji pointed his index finger at where the woman should have been and gathered his Ryuryoku. Bakudo number 61, Rikuya Koro. He whispered. The cloud around him was blown away and 6 thin, wide beams of light appeared all around Nadia, flying towards her to complete the Kido spell. Without any visible surprise on her face, Nadia remained motionless and let her barrier block every beam. Not even a fireball sent at her from behind managed to penetrate it. Shinji watched it all with grim expression. So she can block even multiple strikes at the same time. His thoughts were cut off when a large arrow almost blew his head off and he had to heavily lean backwards to avoid it. Cursing loudly, he saw a similar arrow fly towards his vice captain. When Momo forced the projectile to explode using a few of her fireballs, he sighed in relief. We're running out of options. This is a stalemate battle. We can't leave her go, but we can't defeat her either. It seems we need to use brute force. He grimaced and gathered his Ryuryoku again. This is the strongest Hado I can use safely. Shinji raised his right arm forward and outstretched, gripped it at the wrist with his other hand and concentrated. When a few sparks of electricity began to burst out from his palm, he exclaimed. Hado number 88, Hiryogekazoku Shinten Reiho. An immense beam of electrical and spiritual energy shot from his position and crossed the distance between him and wide-eyed Nadia in a matter of an instant. Along with a barrage of fireballs, the attack hit the Quincy woman head-on, creating a huge explosion upon impact and forced both the captain and his vice-captain to shield their eyes. As the flash of light and a burst of wind passed them by and blew their hair, pieces of debris flew everywhere, tearing bits of the both Shinigami's clothes. When the explosion finally died down, Shinji slowly lowered his arms and glanced at the place where Nadia stood. His eyes widening, he groaned and cursed. The barrier around the woman was flickering in and out of existence and the person within it was completely unharmed. Damn! Looking behind the woman, Shinji noticed his vice-captain hitting the few light arrows that seemed to protrude from her leg and shoulder, dissolving them upon impact. The girl cried in pain, but despite that, she forced herself back on her feet. He closed his eyes for a moment and sighed. Screw the Central 46. I won't let people die because they are a bunch of bigots and are afraid of our power. He mentally growled and put a hand in front of his face. Resolutely, he pulled the hand down while emitting his hollow Ryuryoku from the fingertips, creating his pharaoh-like hollow mask. It's time to fight seriously, Quincy. He spoke, and for the first time, he noticed the woman grimacing. She could understand his words again, as using his mask was making it hard for the wizard to maintain all of his Zanpakuto abilities. However, it looked like his words weren't the reason for her grimace. So you finally take your hideous mask out, huh? She stated and cursed when she saw Shinji raising his arm and forming a red orb of energy at his fist. Yeah, I do. Zero. Shinji exclaimed. Hoping Momo would notice his intentions and run away, he released the crimson red Zero. The wide arc of the attack destroyed the surroundings of the battleground and, with a devastating force, struck the Quincy woman, creating an explosion even bigger than the one from the Kido spell. His clothes fluttered because of the shockwave from the attack, and Shinji watched through his mask as the woman's barrier blocked his Zero in the same manner like the rest of his previous attacks. However, there was one distinct difference. The translucent barrier around the woman was slowly corroding under the energy of the Zero. It was slowly repairing itself soon after that, but it was all it took for Shinji to realize something. He grinned. In an impressive show of shunpo, he flashed close to Nadia and, recalling Ichigo's Getsuga, he poured some of his hollow Ryuryoku to the blade of his Zanpakuto. Bringing it down, he slashed at the woman from her right side. His blade was stopped, but the force of the blow sent the woman skidding down the concrete surface. With a satisfied smirk, he noticed that the hollow energy on his blade created a small opening in the previously impenetrable barrier. As the Quincy woman cursed, she was forced backwards when Shinji repeated his heavy blow, this time from the front, and instantly followed it with a bright red zero. The energy strike slipped past the opening in the barrier and hit the woman dead on. The following explosion blasted her backwards. She crashed into the nearby building, demolishing the whole structure. Momo! Now! Shinji yelled, and together with his vice-captain they jumped above the battlefield and released a barrage of attacks. Fireball after fireball, Hado after Hado rained upon the Quincy woman lying somewhere amidst the rubble, creating a chain of explosions large enough to blast even the two GoDi-13 combatants backwards. Not convinced of their victory, Shinji finished the onslaught with another zero, blasting half of the battlefield into nothingness. Grabbing Momo, he hastily flashed to a safe distance, and together they watched as the smoke from the explosions slowly died down. Through it, a pillar of light suddenly rose, hitting the Shakinmaku barrier from within and dispersing sideways. I have a bad feeling about this. Shinji muttered, and together with Momo hurried back to the battlefield, just in time to see their opponent kneeling on the ground with a pair of translucent wings protruding from her back. She was horribly injured, lacerations and burns covering most of her body, blood was flowing from deep wounds, but despite all that, she was slowly getting back on her feet. Through gritted teeth she spat on the ground. "Damn you, Shinigami! Don't think this is over," she muttered. "It is over. You're half dead," Shinji retorted with a frown. While he didn't like to execute enemies that couldn't defend themselves, he would do it if it meant weakening the enemy army. His frown deepened when Nadia's dry laughter entered his ears. "Exactly. I'm still only half dead. Until I'm completely dead, this won't be over," she stated. When glowing spirit particles started to gather around the woman, Shinji narrowed his eyes and flashed to her to finish her off, but got blasted backwards instead when the translucent barrier around the woman explosively pulsed outwards. As he rolled over in the air, Shinji saw the spirit particles slowly covering her whole body and forming multiple thin strings of reishi, connecting it with her head. "Quincy, Volstandig. Quincy, Ranso Tenge." Nadia muttered and straightened her back, staring at Shinji with determined eyes. "Round 2, Captain." I'm glad my first opponents look strong. The superstar, the best hero, can at least show his might to his fans." Iba stood slightly behind his tall captain, both of them still staring at the Quincy in front of them with confused eyes. Neither of them moved. They were trying to solve the riddle called Masked Masculine, a bizarre person trying to pose as some sort of a justice hero. The fact that he was a part of an invading army, however, only made him look more grotesque. "Let's go, villains." Star dropkick. Komamura swiftly raised his arms and putting them forward, blocked an attempt of the Quincy to drop-kick him in the chest. But the strength of the attack surprised even the large captain, and he had to support himself with one leg so he wouldn't get pushed back. Behind him, Iba maneuvered to the side, and with his Shikai released, he jumped in the air and tried to strike the Quincy with his sword. He was unsuccessful as his opponent grabbed the blade with his bare hand and threw him away. With a little difficulty, Komamura sent the Quincy flying backwards, only for the man to skid along the ground and stop after a few meters. Kicking the dirt, Masked Masculine jumped forward again, faster than before. Star Eagle Kick. Only his enhanced senses and reflexes allowed the captain of the 7th Division not to get overwhelmed by the kick. He managed to bring his gauntlets-covered forearms in front of him in time to lessen the impact of the sudden knee kick to his guts. Gritting his teeth, he felt his feet leaving the ground. Even the lessened attack had enough force to send him flying backwards, and he noticed small dents in his gauntlets. These were able to block strikes from Zaraki Kenpake a long time ago, just what monstrous strength this person possesses. He wondered, and seeing the Quincy closing on him again, he grabbed the hilt of his Zanpakuto, and when the enemy was close enough, he slashed from the side. His blade didn't penetrate his opponent's skin, but the blow was powerful enough to force him to fly to the side. "Naburita!" A loud yell came from the side, and Komamura watched as a volley of small knives flew from Iba's position straight at the Quincy. Although they hit the man right in his back, they were unable to hurt him and only shredded his clothes. Komamura narrowed his eyes, and when the man shot forward, heading straight towards his vice-captain, he used Shunpo to intercept him. "Roar, Tenkan!" he exclaimed and brought his Shikai blade down at the enemy, slamming him into the ground. As his body was forced to sink into the concrete surface and a small shockwave resonated through the area, the man grunted and stayed down for a moment. There was no blood and the man's fingers twitched. Komamura raised his sword and with a bit of regret prepared to execute his enemy. No regret. They are invaders, trying to destroy this world. We cannot allow them to survive. But as his sword was falling down, the small man who came with the Quincy hammered the gong and yelled at the top of his lungs. Stand. Please stand up, superstar. Without having any idea on what was going on, Komamura felt a knee in his guts and found himself crashing into the building on his left. Slightly growling, he shook off the surprise and stood up, the debris falling down from him. And just in time to see the Quincy flying towards him, head first. Star Rocket headbutt. Komamura cocked his fist back and punched the air in front of him at the same time as Mask's head entered his range. His fist and the man's head collided and for a moment both of them fought for dominance. The captain gritted his teeth when he felt his bones almost breaking and so, using his other arm, he elbowed the man in the back. This time, man only hit the ground and bounced back on his feet, instantly pushing forward. He slapped away Komamura's arms and grabbed his head. Star headbutt. Komamura groaned and felt like his skull was splitting open. Next attack hit him in the abdomen and he was sent backwards once again. Captain! Ibai exclaimed, and using Shunpo, he appeared behind Mask, holding the pick-like protrusion on his blade and aiming the tip of his sword at the Quincy's back. Naburito, Nikono .2. From the end up his Zanpakuto, a small blast shaped like a knife shot forward and sank a little in the Quincy's skin, causing the man to snarl. Before he turned around and slapped Iba away, the vice-captain managed to shoot another 2 blasts, drawing a bit of blood. Unforgivable, villain. To injure a hero, unforgivable. Mask yelled, and putting his index and middle fingers to the points of the star on his mask, a star-shaped beam flew at Iba in high speed. The beam of a hero will. He trailed off when Komamura flashed from behind him and intercepted the beam just before it could hit his vice-captain. Stopping it with the back of his blade, the captain stared at Mask. What are you, Quincy? Mask returned his gaze with a confused look, a question mark forming on the forehead part of his mask. He tilted his head to the side and spoke. So you finally say something, villain. His mouth opened widely, a loud laughter escaped his throat. It seems you still haven't noticed it. I'm the superstar, and the audience cheers are my power. Keeping a calm expression on his face, Komamura narrowed his eyes. It's unbelievable he is simple enough to give away the explanation of his power so easily. He's almost like a manga character. He thought and glanced at his vice-captain twitching on the ground and trying to will himself back from unconsciousness. But I shouldn't complain. If what he says means what I think it means, once that small person is out of the picture he should be powerless. I see. Thank you for the explanation. He retorted, and raising his Zanpakuto upwards, a giant arm formed above him. The increased range of his attacks made the Quincy narrow his eyes. That is an intriguing trick, villain. He stated, and when the blade fell on him, he evaded it by jumping to the side. However, he noticed too late that it was only meant to scare him off and that he wasn't the true target. With a horizontal slash, Komamura bifurcated the small man next to the gong. Mister. The small man said in a frightened voice as his legs flew in a different direction as his torso did. Mask quickly turned around. Jams. He glanced at Komamura and raised his clenched fist. You coward! How dare you harm a simple fan? He yelled, enraged. Komamura sighed and suppressed the regret he was feeling again. You didn't give me another choice, Quincy. He was the source of your power. Without him, you are powerless. He raised his Zanpakuto once more and prepared to strike Mask with the giant's arm, when a loud voice caused him to widen his eyes. You can do it, superstar. Don't give up. The small man, James, was still alive and able to loudly cheer for his partner. Glancing back at the larger man, Komamura saw the star-shaped mark manifest on the back of his fists. In the next instant, however, the man disappeared from his view and reappeared right in front of him, his fists flying at the captain. "Striking, my dearest fan. You have just angered me, villain. Die with my Star-Killer punch." Moving fast, Komamura managed to block the first punch but felt few bones in his hand break, making him unable to block the rest of the strikes. He felt the hits connect with his stomach, shoulders, and jaw, forcing him to spit blood and fly backwards, where he crashed through the wall and continued flying further. Destroying 2 more concrete structures on his way, he finally came to a stop at the third one and a large amount of blood escaped his mouth. He fell on his knees, supporting himself with the uninjured hand. As the blood dripped from his mouth, he mentally cursed. This is too much. I never expected them to be this strong." From the corner of his eye, he saw Mask rapidly approaching and he gritted his teeth. "I can't fail here. I will protect Soul Society just like Genryu Saidano taught me," he thought, and ignoring the pain in his body, he forced himself back on his feet and released a large amount of riot soot, stopping the Quincy in his tracks. Bankai! Kokyujo Tenjin Myo! A giant figure rose from behind Komamura, demolishing the rest of the building he was in and causing Mask to widen his eyes. "Let's continue, Quincy. It seems you're hell-bent on claiming you're a hero and I'm the villain. I will change that opinion. It had been decided that we should deal as much damage as we can, so you should prepare yourself, former captain." Rose didn't answer and watched as the Quincy in front of him, Quilljopi, drew out his sword and pointed it upwards. Without a warning, half a dozen Reishi arrows dropped from the sky at the wizard's position. He was forced to use his Shunpo to flash sideways, and so he took his Zanpakuto out of the scabbard. "I can almost feel the unartistic aura around you, Quincy, and it makes me sad. It makes me very sad," Rose stated with narrowed eyes and quickly put his sword in its scabbard in front of him, levitating it with his Ryuryokuta from a cross shape. With a small twitch, his fingers began to slowly move up and down, as if he was playing on a piano. He knew he didn't have much time before his enemy would attempt to strike him again, and so he increased the speed of his fingers. His eyes glued to the movements of his own hand, he couldn't see the wary expression on Quill's face when the man heard a real piano music being played. The sound coiled around him, creating an illusion of feeling constrained. "Yes, this is nice, don't you agree? Arpeggio," Rose whispered and moved his fingers even faster. The music of his illusion gave birth to countless wires, wrapping around the Quincy's body, squeezing it tightly. The wizard was slowly increasing his rhythm further, falling into a musical trance, while the wires began to constrict his opponent more and more. "It is pointless, wizard. We have been given data from His Majesty. I already know this ability of yours." Rose awoke from his daze to see an intricate pattern showing on the back of Quill's hands before the said man tensed his limbs and broke out of the constraints. Feeling the Reishi accumulating near his opponent, Rose hastily grabbed his levitating Zanpakuto and brought it in front of his face, just in time to stop a harsh slash at his head. "What is wrong? I've been given an impression you hybrids prize yourself to be quite powerful." From behind the blades, Quillj provoked him. Straining his muscles, Rose pushed the man off of him and gathered his Ryuryoku. "Do not worry, Quincy. This is still just the first act of my play. Here comes the second part, play, Kinshara," he exclaimed. In an instant, his Zanpakuto transformed into a golden whip, its tip flying forward. It hit Quillj straight into abdomen, causing Rose to frown. He didn't even attempt to evade it. His eyes widened when the robe the man was wearing tore at the point of impact and showed his completely intact skin. Not even a scratch. He thought in disbelief and cursed when an arrow tore a bit of flesh from his calf. "You're too careless, wizard, or was it vizard? My Heilig Feel bears barely an average power and yet you're getting torn like a butter." Quillj continued his provocations and corrected a hair that fell in his face. Rose schooled his expression and resolutely swept his whip-like sword, forcing Quillj to block it with his own blade. Flashing to the right side, Rose spun around, his Zanpakuto flying in a broad range, and with a small waving move he attached the tip of the sword to his opponent's back. Golden Saltree Sonata No. 11, 16-Day-Old Moon Rose. He tapped his end of the Zanpakuto and a tiny vibration traveled across the whip, intensifying with the distance. When it reached the opposite end, a sound of a strummed guitar string sounded in the area and created a shockwave that blasted the Quincy headfirst into the nearby building. Rose shielded his eyes from the burst of wind and jumped backwards, to avoid the flying debris. In a fluid motion, he swung up and down his Zanpakuto, destroying all arrows that shot from the destroyed building. Safe from the harm, he frowned. He's durable. I commend your attempt, but I will repeat myself. It is all but for a knot. When a figure emerged from the cloud of a swirled dust, Rose grimaced. His opponent was barely injured. The clothes on the upper half of his body were mostly ripped apart, but the skin underneath was only slightly singed. Light burns, that was all his attack was able to do to him. He saw his opponent raising his sword again, and so he flashed behind him, intent on striking him up close. It wasn't a very artistic thing to do, but the time was calling for attacks like that. He had no other choice. But when his blade touched the skin on his opponent's back, it only slid along it, unable to penetrate it. Quilge spun around and caught him off guard by slicing his midsection with his own, shorter blade. Small amount of blood sprayed the air before the wizard realized what was going on and jumped backwards, holding his abdomen with a free hand. He glanced at the wound and narrowed his eyes. It's not very deep, but he's getting too troublesome. Ah, that was such an inartistic word. He thought, and trying to keep his opponent in a safe distance, he smoothly waved his whip, causing it to wrap around the Quincy. The man carelessly let this happen with a laugh. I told you, it's useless. You cannot pierce the blood I have received from my majesty. Ignoring the provocative words, Rose concentrated on the movements of his fingers. He squeezed his end of the whip and waved it sideways, sending a small wave through the Zanpakuto. Golden Sal Tree Sonata No. 5, Summer Eggplant Rose. He exclaimed, and a sound of violin filled the air between the two of them. When the wave in the Zanpakuto reached the other end, the blade glowed. Rose mentally congratulated himself when he noticed the uncomfortable expression on the Quincy's face. Small amount of blood dripped from around the places when his Zanpakuto was enveloping the man. Quilge looked down and widened his eyes. How? Rose took a deep breath to mask his relief. It worked. I have developed this attack after I had become a wizard. I push a tiny bit of my hollow Ryuryoka through my Zanpakuto and the blade reacts by erecting a set of thorns in the place where it's connected with my opponent's skin. He answered calmly. Quilge narrowed his eyes and tore the whip from his body, letting more blood drip from the small cuts on his skin. I see. I was under the impression you hybrids couldn't use your hollow powers unless you don the mask. Rose chuckled. We can use only a tiny amount, which is usually not enough to form any kind of attack, but it proved to be just enough to create this one. I noticed you've been trying to provoke me with the word hybrid, and I just couldn't shake the feeling that it means something. I think this proved it. You are afraid of us, wizards, as our hollow Ryuryoka can wound you. He stated, and with a sweep of his hand, he donned his mask. Afraid? Nonsense. But, it seems I have probably underestimated you. It won't happen again. I shall have you die quickly after this. Quilge retorted and raised his hand, on which he was wearing a black glove with some sort of a symbol on it. It rapidly began to glow and a column of energy shot from the man, upwards into the air. Quincy, Volstandig. That friend of yours over there is lucky. Quilge took him away. Haki listened to the words of his opponent, a tall girl with light-colored hair, with a slight worry in his eyes. So far, she hadn't attacked him at all, reacting to the actions of her colleague with just a short scoff. Other person could think it was a good sign, but the large man knew otherwise. From the energy he could sense within his opponent, Haki realized there was a difficult fight waiting for him. He mentally wished his fellow wizard, Rose, a good amount of luck, and closing his eyes for a moment, he prepared himself for the imminent battle. In that moment, he heard something flying towards him. He sighed, it had begun. Bakudo No. 81, Danku. He calmly stated. When he opened his eyes, a tall, translucent barrier that stopped a large Reishi arrow stood in front of him. Haki was aware of his own limitations, and just from the few minutes he spent studying his opponent, he realized his only chance to fight was Kido. He was in possession of a Zanpakuto, however, his Shunpo skills were insufficient to keep up with the Quincy. Knowing all this, he decided he could not let her play her own game and he clapped his hands. A bright green light escaped from within. "Rappo Fujin," he said, and the green light expanded outwards, reaching the girl in an instant. It swiftly enveloped her and formed a tridimensional, horizontal, and vertical cross-shaped barrier, sealing her within. The Quincy raised her eyebrow and looking around her, she calmly smiled. "That is an interesting barrier, hybrid. However, I'm afraid something like this won't be enough to stop me," she exclaimed, and with wide eyes, Haki watched as his barrier slowly began to dissolve, to break down to simple spirit particles. "It's just like the fight with the Segunda Espada," he thought, and alarms went off in his mind when he felt a good amount of his Ryuryoku reserves disappear. "What? I'm sure Rappo Fujin doesn't take so much energy." A sharp pain in his left shoulder forced him to turn around and quickly erect another Danko spell. His eyes twitching from the pain, he glanced at the wound. The arrow from behind tore some flesh from his body, leaving a hole between his shoulder and neck which showed the whiteness of his collarbone. For a normal person, it could easily be a serious injury, but for a Shinigami of his caliber, the wound only hurt a bit and was at most a hindrance. Although, even he couldn't afford to take many injuries like that before it could become life-threatening. After all, his life force wasn't as strong as Hiyori, who survived being bifurcated. Hado number 4, Byakurai. He pointed his finger at the girl who flashed around his Danku and was now in the middle of preparing another arrow. His spell caught her in midair, but when she emerged from the small cloud of smoke unharmed and irritated, he frowned. When he saw the girl creating an even larger arrow than before and firing it at him, he hastily clapped his hands again and made a step forward with his left leg. Moving his hands in a flash, he manipulated his energy that took form of another barrier. Seeking redemption, Ryabai no Yomon. He finished chanting and felt another good amount of his reserves being drained. As the barrier in front of him was his own creation, he knew the girl wasn't trying to maneuver around it and instead decided to dissolve it like the previous one. With that in mind, his mind wheels spun in a furious manner. My barriers can only slow her down, and that's only if she decides to go through them. Byakurai was ineffective. I'll have to switch to stronger Hado spells, he thought, and raised his palm in front of him. Generating a yellow orb of energy, he stayed still and waited until the girl dissolved his barrier. When a hole, big enough to let his spell go through it, appeared, he opened his mouth. Hado number 63, Reikoho. He exclaimed, and a massive concentration of energy shot forward in a form of a single lighting strike, hitting his opponent dead on. This time, the impact created a bigger cloud of smoke. However, nothing changed. The girl emerged unharmed from it, the expression on her face showing a clear annoyance. "It seems you don't get it, hybrid. Your little spells cannot harm a Quincy from His Majesty army, not to mention somebody like me, a stern ritter." She scoffed and reached behind her to take out a thin, long reishi knife. With wide eyes, Haki quickly summoned his Zanpakuto and blocked the strike, aimed at his left arm. With some effort, he pushed the girl back and dropped his sword. Raising both of his palm and extending them forward, he quickly gathered his Ryuryoku. Hado number 87, Soren Reikoho. Twice as strong as a simple Reikoho, Haki's spell hit the girl in the stomach, forcing her to fly backwards. This time, he didn't wait for the confirmation whether his attack did any damage and prepared his next spell. In a quick succession, he clapped his hands and repeated the same process he did just a moment ago. The memory of his fight with Segunda Espada gave him an idea. Ryabai no Yomon. A small bead of sweat formed on his forehead, but he never stopped waving his hands. Koko no Yomon. A barrier in a shape of watermill appeared next to the first barrier, around the place where his opponent crash-landed. Kigai no Yomon. A honeycomb-like barrier formed next, and Haki felt the beads of sweat on his forehead multiplying. Hoyoku no Yomon. An obelisk rose next to the cloud of smoke, from which Haki could see a silhouette of the girl slowly standing up. Ignoring the fatigue, he moved his hands and let multiple planks appear around the tip of the obelisk, creating a lampshade. The 4 barriers in place, Haki took a deep breath before raising his middle and index finger together and pointing them at his barriers. Shiju no Samon. He felt his legs wobble and fell on one knee. The Ryuryoku expenditure were slowly approaching his limits. Impressive, hybrid. If I recall correctly, this is the same thing you used in the battle with one of Aizen Sosuke's espada. Too bad you don't have the captain of the 2nd division to back you up, though. This will only slow me down, and from the looks of it, you're reaching your limit. The girl commented from within the barrier. In a distance, the two of them noticed a large explosion. Within, Haki felt Shinji's Ryutsu and narrowed his eyes. Not far from them, he felt Rose's Ryutsu too. He recalled what Urahara told him when they were discussing how they ended up being a wizards. With wide eyes, he understood. Seeing the girl slowly dissolving his immense barrier, he knew he had to act quickly. Slashing with his hand, he formed a hollow mask on his face. The boost in strength allowed him to stand up and flash next to the barrier. When he observed the girl warily looking at his mask, he sighed in relief. It's this or nothing, he thought, and with his right palm, he touched the barrier. What are you doing? The girl asked cautiously. Haki didn't answer and instead concentrated on his remaining Ryuryoku reserves, carefully adding his hollow energy into the mix for his next spell. Seeping crest of turbidity. Arrogant vessel of lunacy. Boil forth and deny. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse. Fill with soil and know your own powerlessness. Heido number 90, Kuro Hitsuji. He chanted and watched as a large coffin, constructed with a black energy, slowly enveloped the girl. As the spell faded away, his mask crumbled and the Quincy fell from within, multiple cuts and gashes all around her body. She was barely conscious and blood oozed out of her mouth. Her clenched fist hit the ground. You will pay for this, hybrid. Quincy, Volstandig. She wheezed and a torrent of energy shot upwards. With a painful expression, she got up and glared at Haki, who felt he was slowly losing the rest of his Ryuryoku. I am His Majesty Sternritter P, the parasite. I will not let some hybrid kill me. All of your little magic tricks. I will suck your energy out of it all. She yelled, her pretty face distorted with an angry grimace. She let dozens of small projectiles shoot from within her body and hit the barrier that was still around her. As soon as it happened, the Shiju no Samon began to dissolve at incredible speed. However, Haki put his hands on it and let his remaining reserves flow into it. Ha! Even if you try to reinforce it, I'll still destroy it. The girl laughed, but then she stiffened and a pained expression appeared on her face. She turned to Haki and with wide eyes noticed the mask back on his face. Through it, she couldn't see the tired smile on his face. He was approaching dangerous limits of his Ryuryoku reserves. I know, but I understood your power. You don't just dissolve my spells, you absorb my energy from them. The small connection between me and my spells allowed you to suck some energy even from me, at least while the spells existed. That's why I'm out of Ryuryoku. However, you can't choose which energy you absorb when the spell is made out of more than one. Now, you're absorbing not only my Shinigami energy, but even my hollow one. He said. The girl fell back on her knees, vomiting a large quantity of blood. Her limbs began to shake and she fell on her back. It seems that right now, you can't even stop yourself from absorbing more energy. I apologize, Menina's Macalon, the Sternritter P, the parasite. The victory is mine. Haki trailed off as he pumped the last bit of his hollow Ryuryoku into the barrier and promptly lost his consciousness. Kensei let the Quincy retract his fist from the captain's grip, using the moment to quickly study the man. The punch Kensei caught with his hand had been powerful enough to push back even the physically impressive wizard. That made him wary of his opponent. He released his Ryutsu, causing the ground below him to crack. I'm not really a patient person, Quincy. That's why I'm going to end this quickly. Bankai, Tekken Tachikaze. He exclaimed, revealing his Zanpakuto true form with an angry glare aimed at his opponent. Flashing around the man, Kensei appeared behind him to deliver a devastating punch to his back and launching him straight towards a nearby building. The man's flight didn't stop there and his body crashed through several concrete walls before his momentum eventually ran out. Without missing a beat, Kensei followed the trajectory and dodged a Reishi arrow while doing so. Never looking back to see where the projectile headed, he landed next to a hole in the last wall and tried to see the man's silhouette through the dust cloud. Punching upwards, he smashed another arrow targeting his body, and with a growl, he reached into the cloud. As his fingers grabbed the fabric of the man's clothes, he strained his muscles and threw him out of the rubble. His eyes followed the path Driscoll's body traveled in, and when the man landed on the ground, he instantly flashed to him and tried to deliver another heavy blow. The knuckle blades on his fist connected with the Quincy's knuckle bands, creating a small shockwave which forced the two combatants to jump backwards. Driscoll was obviously in some pain, yet he laughed. Finally. My excitement slowly returns when I'm fighting you, Captain. You even forced me to use my blood venet. Your punches pack a lot of strength. However, seeing as you're using a Bankai against me, I think it's only polite to return the favor. Kensei frowned, not completely understanding the implications of his opponent's words. Cautiously, he watched as the man reached inside his robe to take out a round, metallic thing. It looked like some kind of a device, and Kensei decided to focus his eyes on it. His opponent noticed his stare and laughed. Don't worry, Captain. I'm not going to use this on you. Even if I could store 2 Bankai on it, right now, the conditions wouldn't allow me to do it. Now this made Kensei finally realize what he was looking at, and the temperamental wizard gritted his teeth. His opponent laughed once more. Indeed, here I have the Bankai I usurped from that vice captain. I was quite surprised to find out just how powerful it is. I think it was called Koko Gonryo Rikyu. Watch. He stated with a grin, and in a flash, a dome of lightning formed high above his head, fastened to the ground by a large numbers of lightning pillars. A single lightning pillar also reached from the dome upwards to the sky. The powerful riot so that filled the air the very moment the Bankai had been released caused Kensei to raise his eyebrows. Truthfully, not once while he was a member of the Godi I-13 had he witnessed the Bankai of the vice captain of the 1st Division. He didn't even know Yamamoto's subordinate had one. He never cared for things like that or for people he didn't know. However, looking at it right now, he had to admit, the power emanating from it was incredible. Quite easily on par with an average captain-class Shinigami's Bankai. He pressed his lips together. This fight just got troublesome. Shit. He mentally cursed when with a flick of his wrist, the Quincy sent a lightning bolt flying straight at his head. It was large enough to make even Kensei think twice about just tanking it, and so he flashed away. His opponent was most likely able to follow his movements as he waved his hands and sent many more lightning bolts at him. Kensei rolled to the side, and instantly after getting up, he used his Shunpo to maneuver through the multiple attacks and appear inches before the large Quincy. Cocking his right arm backwards, his fist shot forward and hit the man's abdomen with destructive force. It caused him to stop using the stolen Bankai and fly backwards, crashing through multiple concrete walls again. This allowed Kensei to take a short breather, and he looked around at the marks the stolen Bankai left on the landscape. Is this really a Bankai of a vice captain? It's incredible. He wondered and cursed when a large arrow flew his way. Barely evading it, he flashed forward to follow after his opponent, but as soon as he landed he was struck by a lightning bolt. Heh, you're good, Captain, but you're also predictable. An easy target after one, analyzes the pattern of your movements. Driscoll panted and emerged from the cloud of dust, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. In front of him, Kensei was being electrocuted, and after an instant he knew that anyone who was into kinky stuff like that simply had to be an idiot. The burning sensation within his muscles was unbearable, making him feel sore. The spasms within his muscles made him feel like the very fibers, tendons, tissue in his body were getting torn at a painfully slow rate. He felt itches all over his body, but the convulsions made it impossible to scratch anything. Even if he could, he wouldn't have been able to scratch the flesh an inch deep in his skin. His jaws were clenched, forcing his teeth to smash together. He almost felt like they were moving, digging themselves into the gum. Twice, his body was hit with the lightning bolts. And then it was over. The breath escaped his lungs in a form of a groan, and his limbs felt a bit numb. He managed to open his previously closed eyes, and before his opponent could send another attack his way, he ignored the weird feeling in his muscles and jumped forward. He noticed the Quincy's right arm rising to deliver a counter-punch, but a chain enveloped it and prevented it from moving towards his head. I almost thought he would just stay down. Driscoll cursed and tried to move his hand, intent on throwing the person holding the chain away from him when a masked person appeared above his hand. Mashiro kick. The super vice captain's mask-enhanced kick forced the Quincy's arm backwards, allowing Kensei a clean aim at the large man. Which he immediately did. His fist connected with the man's abdomen, but he controlled the punch so that the man didn't get blasted backwards. It just knocked the wind out of him. Still having the time to follow through with another attack, Kensei tightly gripped the knuckle blades. They slowly changed form and turned into brass knuckles. With a yell, he pumped Ryoryoku into his arms and released a series of hard punches to the man's guts, finally allowing his feet to leave the solid ground. The two vice-captains landed next to their captain, heavily panting. Kensei was faring better, but even his breathing was a bit accelerated. The two hits from the stolen Bankai sapped a good amount of strength from his body. Speaking of the stolen Bankai, he thought and glanced at the ground, where the medallion, containing the said Bankai, innocently lay. The Quincy dropped it in the moment Kensei's punch sent him plummeting backwards. While his two vice-captains tried to catch their breaths, the captain walked closer and stared at the small device. When he sensed some movement in the distance, within the cloud of dust from his opponent's crash landing, he growled and cocked his fist back. Resolutely punching downwards, the brass knuckle on his right hand hit the medallion, and after a brief moment of resistance, it smashed the device into pieces. In a small shockwave, the constricted Ryotsu within the medallion exploded outwards, disappearing into the air. Maybe it was just his mind playing tricks on him, but Kensei was almost sure he heard a whisper entering his ears. This short distraction, however, cost him greatly. A torrent of energy shot upwards from within the dust cloud, dispersing it instantly. A large figure of Driscoll Bursey with a pair of Reishi wings protruding from his back stared at the group of three Shinigami with one of his arms cocked back, preparing a monstrous arrow. In a flash, he released it and the projectile traveled the distance so fast, the vice-captains were unable to intercept it. Kensei was trying to shake out the surprise of hearing the whisper when a sharp pain forced him to loudly groan. He lost his balance and fell on his back. He knew he was probably injured, but his mind was in shock, unable to determine what happened. Kensei. It was only when he heard Mashiro's scream that he widened his eyes and, supporting himself on his elbows, looked down. Shit. Most of his left leg had been blown away, leaving him only a part of his thigh. Everything else was all around the place in a form of small pieces of flesh and a pool of blood. His mind finally realized what had happened to him and the pain intensified, forcing him to grit his teeth. He saw his two vice-captain hurrying to him, and so trying not to cry in pain, he yelled at them. Idiots! We're in a war. Forget about me and focus on the opponent. A small shockwave resonated through the area when Driscoll Bursey landed in front of the group, his feet shattering the concrete ground. That was a bad idea, Captain. By destroying the medallion, you actually helped me. Without it, I was finally able to release my Quincy, Volstandig. The man laughed and began to surround himself with spirit particles. Kensei glanced at his nervous lieutenants and then at his injury. Shit. Chapter 20, Totenkopf. Around the same time at a different location in Siratii. The combined Ryotsu from the multiple battles happening all around the Siratii pumped the adrenaline into the veins of even such an experienced fighter as Shunsui Kiraku certainly was. In both of his hands he was gripping the hilts of his twin-blade Zanpakuto and stared down at his opponent. It was a tough work to analyze the man in front of him. No emotions, no muscle twitches and no facial expression made him quite unreadable. The only Shunsui knew for a fact was the threat his opponent represented. Shunsui was old. Not as much as the captain commander, but old indeed. He had lived through many life-threatening battles, survived things ordinary people wouldn't have, and most importantly, he had faced quite the number of Quincy in his lifetime. But things were different this time. This time the Quincy weren't weak, they didn't fight while their hearts were squeezed in psychological turmoil. This time, they weren't the defenders, now they were the invaders. And according to the iron rule of the Godai 13, invaders must die. Only once had they broken it and they had gained a powerful ally with orange hair, but now, such a thought was out of the question. His hands felt sweaty. It surprised the captain of the 8th Division. He didn't think he was feeling intimidated by his opponent, no, he was far too experienced and confident in his skills for that. It must have been something else. When his opponent moved forward and Shunsui accordingly reacted by raising his right sword, he suddenly knew it. He realized the reason behind the sweat. He was excited. His blade missed the outstretched arm of his enemy by mere millimeters and sliced off a portion of his sleeve. With a kick, he sent the man tumbling backwards and tried to follow with another attack, but he was forced to stop when a set of Reishi bullets scratched his left cheekbone. The Quincy's right hand held a modern-looking gun and the man was aiming it at Shunsui, a tiny cloud of smoke gushing out of the barrel. The action installed the sense of stalemate between them and neither of them moved. Yes, Shunsui was excited. The ever-present screams of people dying everywhere brought back the memories of the war, the tingling sensation of dread numbing one's mind and emotions. He had been trained in the art of war and knew how to keep his cool. The warmth slowly disappeared from his eyes. He despised this side of him, he despised the notion of wars and fights. He was the paladin of the Goti I-13, yet the power he possessed created a weapon of mass destruction, a killer capable of ending conflicts. He loved his Zanpakuto to death, and the relationship between the two of them, their bond, was unbreakable. Yet, there was a single room within his mind where he stored all the hate he felt towards it. His Zanpakuto knew about it and respected it. He hated the reflection of his soul his Zanpakuto represented. The shadows were his theme, the power behind his abilities. They were dark, endless, and capable of swallowing a man whole. They were part of the force that made children's games real. He deflected a bullet with his left blade and let it sink into the wall behind him. "Bushagoma," he said, and rotated with both blades facing in opposite directions, creating large wind blades that shot towards his opponent, enveloping him in a vortex of sharp air. Using the flash step, he appeared behind the man, attempting to slash his back. A few moments later, he landed at his previous position, blood dripping from the wound in his left shoulder where a bullet drilled a hole in his flesh. However, his blood wasn't the only one that landed on the ground. A bit of it trickled from the shallow cut on the Quincy's abdomen too. "Tisk, tisk, I act like I know how to counter an opponent wielding guns, but yours shoot faster than the ones of the late Primera Espada," Shunsui muttered and nervously wiped the blood from the cut on his cheek. This fight was shaping to be just like he had imagined it to get. Problematic. The most precarious thing at the moment was for Shunsui the superficial injury he dealt to the Quincy. He was sure he used a good amount of strength in the slash, which was supposed to cleave him in two halves. This is like a repeat of my fight with Coyote Starke, he thought. Trying to move with his injured shoulder, a relieved sigh escaped his mouth. It burned like hell, but he could still use it without any restriction. But it seemed like he knew exactly what I was going to do. They must have analyzed our fighting patterns, that means I'll have to be unpredictable. Shunsui narrowed his eyes. Dodging a sudden bullet to the knee, a plan formed within his mind and he hurried to put it in motion. "Takeanai!" he loudly exclaimed and watched as the Quincy immediately jumped in the air and landed on a nearby building's roof, pointing his gun straight at Shunsui. With it, the captain confirmed his assumption that the enemy knew their abilities, and because of that, he also knew he had fractions of a second to finish the plan if he didn't want to end up dead. In a flash, he showed the Quincy his back and struck his shadow with all of his might. "Kajanai!" From behind him, he heard a loud gasp and felt his blade sinking into something soft. Pulling it back, the sword emerged from the shadow covered in blood. As he stumbled forward when a bullet hit him in the back, he turned around to see his opponent on his knees. An explosive Ryotsu exploded somewhere in a distance, and the heat coming off of it was drying his throat at a fast rate. He could recognize this energy anytime. It was his oldest mentor, the Captain Commander. Releasing his own Ryotsu at his surroundings, his gaze pierced his enemy who landed in front of him with a hand pressed against the new wound. "It seems Yamaji has joined the fight. I can feel his Ryotsu all around the place." Spinning around, he sidestepped his opponent's attempt at shooting his head off and lashed out with both of his blades. As if nothing happened, he continued his speech. "It's almost as if he's yelling at me, the energy is so raw. Like he's telling me to hurry up and defeat you. Like I'm still a small boy who doesn't listen to him." Ignoring a bullet to his calf, he kneed the man in the gut and tried to cut his head off. "His aura is so commanding, you just have to stand up, gather all of your strength and fight. His blade cut skin and created another injury, but what entered his ears was not a gasp, nor a groan. It was a chuckle. The Quincy he was fighting, an older-looking man, was hunched over and breathing rapidly. Yet, despite his injuries, there was a smile on his face. "You're too naive, Shinigami. Your leader is not the only one who can raise the morale of his group. Maybe, but Yamaji will take out your leader." There was a small pause when neither of them moved. "And what makes you think our leader is even here? We don't need his presence to fight for him. See Captain Kukaki, please. Let me release my Bankai, otherwise this is a losing battle." Renji yelled at his captain as he recovered from a brutal kick to his back which had forced him to smash through several buildings. He was bleeding from multiple cuts all over his body, but his stubborn nature caused him to refuse to stand down. "No. Something's not right." Byakuya yelled back, beads of sweat rolling from his forehead while he desperately held his Bankai against a fire attack from the duo's opponent, Bazz-B. The captain of the 6th Division was slowly losing his cool demeanor. Nothing he or his lieutenant did had worked on the Quincy with a mohawk. The man had been effortlessly beating them even after Byakuya had released his Bankai, and that was making the noble captain feel one thing he hadn't felt in a long time. The fear. He had tasted defeats in his lifetime, the most recent one being at the hands of a certain substitute Shinigami. But this was different. Ichigo had fought him for a just cause, while the opponent grinning at him from afar was causing mayhem, a mindless destruction of the Siratii. And he was good at it. Too good. Too strong. Too fast. Too powerful, almost overwhelming. This is ridiculous. Byakuya's eyebrow twitched as a fire beam penetrated his wall of petals and almost pierced his skull if not for his hasty dodge. Having enough troubles defending himself, he was in no position to warn Renji when Bazz-B formed a massive Reishi arrow and flung it at the red-headed lieutenant. Thankfully, Renji noticed it in time and, with some problems, deflected it away. "We were told they can steal our Bankai, yet even after I have released it, nothing happened. Why? Is the enemy waiting for something? For some trigger?" Byakuya wondered grimly. His opponent's attention being on Renji, he tried to come up with a plan. "I can't use my Senkai. That would be a suicide. His offensive power is too great. I could use Gokii, but would it be enough?" A small explosion rocketed the place, making him stumble. Hastily he turned around to see his lieutenant plummeting through the air. With a relieved sigh, he noticed he was still in one piece. He narrowed his eyes. What a preposterous thought. Would it be enough? Me, questioning my abilities? Haven't I learned anything? It will work. There is no way my blade wouldn't work. In a flash, he appeared behind the bored Quincy, who raised his eyebrow. Finally thought of something that could entertain me, Shinigami. Raising his Zanpakuto in front of him, Byakuya took a deep breath and closed his eyes. You're too arrogant, Quincy. Gokii, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. The myriad of Senbonzakura's petals swirled around Bazz-B, creating a spherical formation. As Byakuya grabbed groaning Renji and flashed away, the innumerable blade fragments collapsed within, aiming to obliterate the Quincy. Landing in a short distance away from the sphere, Byakuya placed Renji on the ground and allowed himself to take a breath. The shockwave that blasted the air around him calmed him down. It was a sign his attack was finished. But when he turned around and saw his enemy standing there surrounded by scorched petals that fluttered in the wind and the man was completely unharmed, his mind froze. I am possible. He muttered in a daze. His mind rebooted itself only after it registered a sharp pain in his chest. See, Captain. Byakuya blinked. The scene was too surreal for him to comprehend it. One of his most powerful attacks didn't even left a scratch on the Quincy. He stared at the man with eyes wide open and blood trickled down his jaw. Bazz-B was standing opposite of him, they were maybe 20 meters apart. His arm was raised and outstretched forward, a single finger was pointed at the captain. The tip of it was covered in smoke. Burner finger 1. He glanced down, at the place where the pain was coming from and touched it with his fingers. He felt his bare skin. Moving his fingers around, he came across some weird hole in his body that shouldn't have been there. Behind him, Renji gritted his teeth and, ignoring the pain, stood up. His position allowed his eyes to see Bazbi. But it wasn't because he wanted to look at him. It was because of the gaping hole in Byakuya's torso that he could see him. The hole was only the size of a coin, but it had been done precisely. It was almost like he was looking through a short, hollow tube. "Captain." Byakuya coughed a bit, blood and his legs wobbled. He remained standing, but he felt the strength leaving him. Feeling dizzy and empty-headed, he stumbled forward. In the last moment, before he could fall, he stubbornly moved one of his legs and supported himself on it, refusing to go down. As images of familiar faces flashed through his mind, he clenched his jaw. I can't die like this," he growled, catching Bazbi and even Renji off guard, and straightened his back. "This is not the end." Hado number 73, Soren Sokesui. Two bursts of bright blue energy shot from his fingers and hit the surprised Quincy dead on. Without stopping, he turned to Renji. "Don't just stand there, Renji. These people have come here killing our men, our comrades. We'll have time to rest after we are dead. Let's crush them," he exclaimed, and despite the blood gushing out of his mouth, he jumped in the air and slashed with his sword, sending the myriad of petal blades at his opponent. Hado number 73, Soren Sokesui. Another Kido spell flew at the Quincy, surrounded by smoke, but Byakuya wasn't backing off. He spun around, and his petals, following the movements of his hands, tore through the enemy's position. Landing next to the man, his Ryotsu exploded, allowing more blood to flow out of his mouth. Shukiai, Hakuti Icon. Pure white wings formed on his back, as well as a halo-like circle, made out of his concentrated spiritual energy. With a roar, he flashed forth and thrust his blade forward. The attack connected with something, and a small shockwave caused all of the smoke to scatter, revealing two people in a deadlock. Renji, stunned by his captain's outburst, was just numbly staring at the scene, his brain slowly catching up with what was going on. A small pool of blood underneath the two combatants was slowly expanding. The Quincy chuckled. "It's quite ironic, Shinigami. With those wings and the halo you resemble an angel, and one should never try to imitate something as holy as that." Byakuya coughed, his hands shaking a little from the fatigue. "And you're saying you're the actual angel? An absurd notion." The captain gritted his teeth when he felt his sword moving and glanced down. There was no shock represented on his face, only a small smile. Closing his eyes, a single tear escaped his eye. This was truly as far as he could go. His serene expression was radiating an acceptance. In the end, he couldn't defeat his opponent, but at least, he had managed to injure him. Now, it was in the hands of his loyal lieutenant. All of his strength was leaving him, and he fell on his knees, his hands letting go of the hilt of his Zanpakuto. The sword itself began to dissolve, leaving only a deep wound in the Quincy's side. The man looked down at Byakuya's face, a tiny amount of respect present in his eyes. "Heh, you've survived most of my fire show, Shinigami. You were good. However, it is time for you to finally die." With his own halo glowing above his head and a set of wings made from fire protruding from his back, he raised his right arm. "Quincy, Volstandig. Burner Finger 2. With a swipe of his hand, a deep gash appeared on Byakuya's torso. Before his consciousness left his body, Byakuya recalled a face of two raven-haired women and passionately smiled. "Rukia. I'm proud of you. You have become an amazing woman, an amazing Shinigami. I'm glad I was able to tell you all of it before today. Hisuna. I'm coming home." The last thing he did was to turn to his shocked lieutenant and mouthed his last words. "I failed to protect this place, my men. Renji, take care of my division, and most importantly, Rukia. She'll need you." With a loud thump, he fell of his back, dead. His body was full of scorched injuries. Thus, the captain of the 6th Division and the head of the noble Kukaki clan died without glory, becoming just another casualty of the war. As Bazbi grinned and turned away from the dead body, he felt a fiery Ryotsu from afar. It was the captain commander. But before he could head towards his position, another large Ryotsu hit his back. Bankai. Suzabumaru. As the shockwave from his slash died down, Kenpeicha was able to see the situation. His blade was embedded into Iwaka's forearm, a bit of blood flowing from the cut. Pressing onward, Iwak pushed the sword away, uncovering the slight cut. It wasn't very deep, but it was also deep enough to draw blood. To think you could cut through my blood so easily, it was indeed cautious to label you as a special asset. Iwak stated casually and, with a flick of wrist, removed most of the red liquid from his forearm. Grinning from ear to ear, Kenpeki laughed. Ha, surprise. Slashing diagonally, a powerful attack forced Iwak to lean backwards. In a rapid series of motions, the Quincy leader gathered an enormous amount of spiritual particles around his hand, stepped to the side and threw it at Kenpeki. Another shockwave rocked the place as Kenpeki explosively released his Ryotsu, interfering with the projectile and causing it to explode. Emerging relatively unharmed, Kenpeki hacked and slashed, forcing the man backwards with the immense power behind each strike. His blade stopped moving when a hand firmly grabbed it. Indeed, you are very strong, Kenpeki Zaraki. Even more so than we have expected. Iwak said, his hand shaking a little as he tried to hold the sword in place. Of course I'm strong. That's why I'm Kenpeki. He finally yanked the Zanpakuto from the man's grip and tried to cut off his head. It took Iwak less than an instant to duck and stretch his right arm, full of raw spiritual energy, forward. Releasing all of it at once, a powerful blast blew Kenpeki away. A mocking smirk appeared on the Quincy's face. However, it is nothing we can't adapt to. We suspect you have been able to acquire a proper Shikai release. You should use it, Kenpeki Zaraki, or else this will end very soon. A wave of yellow energy demolished the building where Kenpeki landed and a leg kicked through the rubble. A second leg appeared soon after that, revealing the overjoyed man. And? No fucking way. This is too much fun. Way too much fun. He leaped in the air and landed next to Iwak, his sword destroying part of the concrete ground. The flying debris from the violent destruction obscuring their sight, Kenpeki laughed again. My Shikai? Bah, fuck that. You're still too weak for that. You need to earn it. Spinning around, he slashed through the debris and blasted some of it towards his enemy. Iwak didn't even bat an eye at the oncoming fragments and smirked. I see. So be it. In a fluid motion, the man reached inside of his clothes and parried the next attack with a sword of his own. This ornate sword had a relatively long handle and a crossguard shaped like a bird. On a first glance, it appeared to be fragile, but surprisingly, it easily withstood crossing its blade with Kenpeki's Zanpakuto. A set of sparks flew from the point of contact, illuminating both combatants' faces and further emphasizing Kenpeki's wide grin. You even have a sword? That's good, that's really good. It means we can have even more fun. He exclaimed, and the pair withdrew their swords only to cross them again the next instant. Another shockwave shook the place. The exchange of blows continued in a series of high-speed movements completely invisible to the naked eye of an ordinary person. Only things visible were sparks, occasionally bursting from within the sequence of blurs encircled in a cloak of heavy spiritual energy on one side and an aura of glowing spiritual particles on the other one. The walls crumbled as even larger and louder shockwave hit it with its monstrous pressure. The two adversaries flashed all around the place, caring little for their surroundings. As a result of the previous clash, a small accessory fell on the ground only to be stepped on. It was an eye patch, and a blast of yellow Ryotsu forced Iwak to narrow his eyes. So this is the true level of your power. Kenpeki raised an eyebrow and raised his right hand to touch his face. He noticed the small black thing innocently lying on the ground and scoffed. TCH, you shouldn't have done that. I wanted to enjoy this for a while longer. A pair of huge Reishi arrows exploded on the contact with his skin and sent him plummeting backwards. So arrogant. Don't mistake my words. I'm not afraid of your power. It was a mere observation. A psychotic laughter entered his ears, and he watched as another building crumbled under the pressure of the heavy Ryotsu coming off of the captain, who emerged from it with the intention on cleaving Iwak in two. The Quincy's eyes showed dismay when he saw Kenpeki's sword cutting through his blade that he put on guard. He instantly jumped away, but it was a moment too late as Kenpeki's Zanpakuto managed to slash him across the torso. Mere observation, my ass. Look at your sword. You thought you had me and lost your concentration. Kenpeki stated, looking at the broken blade in Iwaka's hand with a pity in his eyes. But it was quickly erased when the sword he was looking at glowed and slowly repaired itself. And I'll repeat myself. So arrogant. Iwak said, and pointing his sword at the heavens, a barrage of arrows fell from the sky straight at Kenpeki in a series of small blasts. Once again, yellow energy detonated from the center and cleared the area around its source. A swirled dust slowly revealed the man staring at his opponent with serious expression. He was no longer unharmed and was bleeding from a few cuts. His clothes were a bit torn and showed parts of his skin. I gotta give it to you, you're one strong bastard. He stated and cracked his neck joints. His spiritual energy increased and he slashed the air in front of him, sending the Rory Iryoku at Iwak in high speed. Another shockwave. Indeed, an energy truly worthy of a special asset. Iwak commented, the skin on his arms lightly signed from the attack he took head-on. Both of them just gazed at each other, motionless as if in an attempt to decide on the next course of their action. Being the one who had rarely used any sort of strategy in the past, Kenpeki gave up after mere seconds and sped up towards his opponent armed only with his Zanpakuto and his enormous stamina and durability. In the next few minutes nobody uttered a single word, the air vibrating only with the sounds of two blades clashing, sounds of two sets of flesh getting pierced, cut, or slashed, and with the slowly increasing amount of shockwaves. They were equally matched, neither of them gaining any real advantage over the other one. When one of them pushed the other one back, the remaining one instantly responded and pressed on. If one of them scored a hit, the other one quickly returned it. A fiery riot so washed over them, but both of them ignored it, too immersed in their own fight. An explosion of raw collection of spirit particles and a massive amount of Ryuryoku split them apart and forced them to jump backwards. When Kenpeki took a quick breath and leaped in the air to clash with his enemy again, Iwak raised his left arm and instantly generated a number of Roman numeral inscribed constructs from the fingers of his outstretched palm. Several towering columns of Reishi, shaped like a quincy cross, erupted upwards in a circular formation around him. It surrounded Kenpeki, who was still in midair, with its pure white glow. Kirchen lied, Sanctzwinger. As Kenpeki was falling to the ground, Iwak allowed himself a smirk and glanced at him with a smug expression. This is a spell of maximum protection among the Quincy techniques. If you step inside, the light of the Lord will strike down. Kenpeki narrowed his eyes and for the first time, cursed. As soon as his feet touched the ground, a pillar of white light shot from the ground and enveloped him in a pillar of burning energy. A grunt escaped his mouth. He moved forward. Another pillar burned him with its holy light. Multiple moderate burning marks began to appear on his scorched skin. But he wasn't stopping and the grin on his face widened. He took another step. The third pillar hit him and he started to laugh. Smoke started to rise from his body. He slashed the air and sent another energy attack at Iwak. The fourth pillar struck him. He laughed even louder. Iwak watched the scene with clenched jaw and took an unconscious step back. Die already, you monster! Ha, maybe I will. Kenpeki replied with a grin and jumped in the air, preparing to strike the quincy as soon as he landed. The burnt skin on his arms cracked and blood started to pour out of it. When Iwak raised his head to look at the captain of the 11th Division, his pupils widened in a small amount of fear. The enemy descending upon him looked as a devil incarnate, cloaked in blood and energy beyond belief. His burnt body, which was still moving, radiated a berserk impression, and the smoke trailed after him just added to the appearance of a monster from heavens coming to punish him. You said you wanted to see my Shikai. Here it comes. Kenpeki exclaimed and released another burst of Ryotsu. Drink, Ketsuki no Gasada Kuro. Before Iwaka's very eyes, the sword in Kenpeki's hands changed. Its length doubled, now being almost as long as the man holding it. The guard widened in its center, a skull with glowing eyes appeared with blood flowing from its mouth. Unable to move, he watched as all the blood surrounding Kenpeki slowly stopped moving, and in the next instant, it got sucked inside the skull and the blade's color changed into violet red. Kenpeki finally landed next to the stunned Iwak, forcing both of them to get enveloped in the fifth pillar of light. You're the first person to ever witness it. It was fun while it lasted, Quincy, but it's time for you to die. With a resolute slash, Kenpeki's Zanpakuto cut through Iwaka's sword, Reishi arrow he held next to it, and even through his entire body, cleanly separating him at his abdomen. As the pillars of light broke down and the upper half of Iwaka's body fell down, Kenpeki sighed and glanced at the whispering enemy with something akin to a sadness. Too bad I can't enjoy our fight again. I rarely kill my opponents like this, but this time, I had no choice. You chose a bad place to invade, Quincy. He turned away from the body and so he missed the changes it underwent. The Zanpakuto in his hand glowed and the color from its blade was slowly disappearing. The accumulated blood within the skull flowed out of it and crept on his arm. It traveled across his body and healed some of his injuries. He looked up and closed his eyes. Feeling a multitude of strong energy sources, his grin returned. Time to find more fun. Human world, outside of the Urahara's shop. Chikasumi notate. A barrage of Reishi projectiles hit a hexagon-shaped crimson barrier from behind which the former captain of the 12th Division watched another arrow fly towards him, this one larger in size and power. The barrier held but a small crack appeared in it. Urahara Kisuke, why do you cower behind such a measly shield? It is a measly shield, don't you think? Urahara pointed his sight at the woman leading the small group of Quincy and a confused expression formed on his face. He glanced at the shield in front of him. Ah, now that you're saying, it kind of looks weak. A few more arrows flew towards him, smashing the crimson-red shield into pieces and forcing him to hastily dodge them with surprised eyes. What the? He cursed and narrowed his eyes. That was the second time his shield suddenly shattered from a far too weak attack and he was getting suspicious. It wasn't natural that his Shikai ability could be destroyed just like that. He spun around and fired at the few Quincy trying to surround him. Nake, Benihime. Just as the attack was about to emerge from his blade as a red energy blast, the woman spoke again. It's rather cold here, thank you for bringing out this nice, harmless burst of warm air, don't you agree? Urahara blankly stared at her, trying to understand what she was talking about when his attention got caught by the men around him receiving his attack dead on. As the red energy harmlessly passed through them, barely hurting them, he raised an eyebrow. Interesting. I'm sure I fired a regular Nake. Did she change my attack with just her words? They were too odd to be said just like that, without any purpose. Is it her power? To change reality like that? But she's a Quincy, it doesn't add up. He thought while dodging arrows coming at him from all sides. Trying to empty his mind so that he could think about the whole thing once more in a different way, he glanced at Tessai, who was busy fending off all of the hollows. The large man, a former captain of Kido Corps, was doing well. The group of ordinary Jillians and Ajichas were nothing he couldn't handle by himself. After all, from the trio of childhood friends, Tessai had always been the best in Kido. Even Urahara, a genius in his own mind, was still unable to surpass him in a raw usage of the demon arts. The man's Danku easily withstood a series of Red Zero only for him to retaliate with a Hado No. 88 Hiryogekazoku Shinten Reiho, one of his strongest destructive spells, and annihilate half of the hollow forces. It caused the other half to start approaching him more cautiously. Seeing that the man was more than capable of taking care of himself, the woman commanded some of her Quincy forces to join the hollows. Are you sure you want to send them away? I'm quite strong. Urahara stated humorously, correcting his hat with his left hand. The woman turned to him with a smirk. I'm sure. Berenice Gabrielli, the Sternritter Q of the Wandenreich army of His Majesty, is enough for the likes of you, Urahara Kisuke. We'll see, Kami Sorai, Benihime. Urahara replied and fired an unexpected energy arc straight at the woman, catching her off guard. He sensed something was wrong as soon as the strike didn't cut through her and instead blew up in a small explosion. I should have expected unexpected from you. However, thinking you can strike a Quincy with an attack based solely on energy manipulation is quite silly. We are masters of Reishi manipulation. Berenice emerged from the smoke, completely unharmed despite some of her clothes being burnt away. There is it, the web-like pattern on her skin. That should be the blood. Urahara observed while looking at the skin on her arms. Don't you think you should be ashamed for attacking a woman? He wanted to reply in a witty manner, but Urahara felt something shift in his mind and heard himself saying something completely different. Maybe, you're right. I'm despicable, aren't I? Attacking a woman. I'm sorry. Only the reflexes gained by years of training saved him from getting hit by an arrow an instant later. He shook his head and looked at the Quincy woman. He was sure now. Her words were her main weapon. There was still much he didn't know about her ability, but one thing was certain. He could only attack or defend himself successfully only if she was silent. "Boss, watch out." A sudden yell caused him to turn around. Leaning backwards, he dodged a bright zero only by inches. Was it wise to dodge it? As soon as the words left the woman's mouth, Urahara's eyes reflected horror. He spun around to watch as the hollow attack hit a distant part of the Karakura town, resulting in an explosion. Damn it, that's Sato-san and Orium-san's apartments. He clenched his jaw and turned to the woman, causing her to blink as a deadly glare pierced her soul. His Ryotsu started to pour of him, filling the area with red, heavy aura. "It seems you are finally getting serious," she commented and braced herself when his Ryotsu started to press on her shoulders. Urahara took a deep breath. He rarely get angry as he considered such strong emotion to be a nuisance, but when he did. "From your words I assume you know where the Zero headed, am I right?" he asked in a calm tone. "I don't know, are you?" When he felt an intrusion in his mind once again and felt his mouth opening, he released more Ryotsu and felt the intrusion leaving his system. "I think I am." Apparently surprised, the woman grimaced and began forming an arrow above her right palm. Those kids had nothing to do with this war. Or did the Quincy fell so low they'd bring even humans into their conflict? The grimace on Berenice's face broke and twisted itself into angry snarl. "What do you know about us? As long as our holy crusade becomes a victory, I don't care who has to die," she yelled, completely losing her composure, and fired the large arrow at Urahara. But the emotions intruding into the fight, her aim was bad and she missed the man by a huge margin. "I see," Urahara said and flashed around her to deliver a devastating slice to the back of her neck. His eyes widened when a hand holding a small arrow plunged into his abdomen. "Too slow." "You're right." Beatrice paled at those words and watched as the Urahara in front of her burst into pieces. "A portable Jigai," she whispered in shock. "Exactly, Nake, Benihime," Urahara exclaimed and fired a strong burst of red energy at her from a proximity too close for her to evade it. Once again, she was enveloped in a small explosion. In a quick movement, Urahara drew a circle of energy with the tip of his Zanpakuto's blade just as a handful of Reishi reached for him from the smoke. "Tsupan, Benihime. You're not the only one who's good at analyzing and manipulating the energy, Quincy." The smoke revealing Beatrice's anxious face, Urahara flashed to the right and pointed his sword at her side. "Shibari, Benihime." With a slash, a tangible blood-red net shot from the tip of the blade and latched onto the woman, binding her and restricting her movements. When the net pushed her to the ground and forced her on her knees, she groaned. This is not the end," Urahara kissed Deshdot. "Hyasabai, Benihime, Juzutsunagi." Stabbing the net with his blade, a series of explosions traveled across it, allowing Urahara to watch as the final large explosion engulfed his opponent. He blocked a desperate attempt from the few Quincy soldiers still alive and flashed to the woman, still feeling her Ryotsu signature. "That blood of yours is quite incredible, Quincy-san. Most people hit by this technique don't stay in one piece, and yet you're even still conscious." As the woman twitched and another groan escaped her lips, he raised his sword and pointed it at her torso. His eyes void of emotions as he hid his anger, he slashed down. "But this indeed is the end." Couple minutes later, after dealing with the rest of the Quincy, he landed next to Tessai. Shooting a powerful Reikoho at the last Ajichas, the man nodded to him with a regret in his eyes. "I'm sorry, boss. I didn't realize where it was headed." Urahara raised his hand. "It's not your fault, Tessai. Moreover, I think our friends are still alive. Otherwise we'd be hearing a lot of beeping noises from within the shop." He glanced at the distant part of the town, where a cloud of smoke was rising to the sky. "However, we should hurry. I have a bad feeling about this." Amid the sands of Hueco Mundo, slowly running out of stamina, Grimjo growled, and kicked the dirt beneath his feet. His resurrection was keeping him alive, but even with it the former Espada had received a lot of injuries, making it difficult to operate under the harsh circumstances surrounding him. His opponent, the Sternritter R, stared him down from afar but was in a considerably better condition. The wound Ichigo had given him was mostly healed and no blood was flowing out of it. However, it had been a deep injury and until he completely recovered, the man was unable to use his special ability on Grimmjow. Because of that, the fight between the two animals had been mostly happening with the use of range attacks. Reishi arrows were countered with multitude of special abilities and an occasional Zero. It was a difficult combat for Grimmjow, who liked to fight up close, where his claws could skin his opponent alive. But he couldn't just surrender. He was all too aware of the terrible ability of Quincy. To completely destroy a soul, smash it into pieces and turn it back into simple spirit particles was the most horrendous death a Hollow, evolved to an Arrancar, could ever imagine. After spending years, decades, and even centuries consuming other Hollows in an attempt to satisfy that hunger screaming at him from within his soul and to push his limits to the absolute maximum so he could transcend his meager existence, Grimmjow refused to die like this. Like a piece of shit. It was just with sheer luck the tide of the battle began to slowly tilt in his favor. In a rare moment of extreme ingenuity and ability to logically perceive the small details during the fight, he had noticed it. He had noticed the pain on the Quincy's face whenever a tiny amount of his hollow energy penetrated his skin and entered his bloodstream through the injury on his abdomen. In that instant, he recalled something he had heard about the Quincy race from Urahara, or as he called him, a fucking Aizen-like smartass. He and the rest of the Hollows were a natural opposite to Quincy, a poison to their bodies. At that time, the Arrancar didn't really listen to the shady man. He rarely listened to anybody. However, his brain had stored tiny bits of information it had registered, and now it all came back to help him. Not liking the sense of owning a favor to anybody, Grimmjow made a note to form some sort of thanks to the man once this conflict was over. Guerra de la Pantera. It was kind of funny for Grimmjow, though. He had sworn months ago to become stronger, more so after a brief, sparring session, with Ichigo. The fact the teen had the audacity to call it like that made Grimmjow burn with a resolve Ichigo once faced him with. It hadn't supposed to be a spar. Grimmjow came at the substitute with all he had. After all, he had promised him he'd try to kill him in the future. Yet the teen shrugged him off like he was nothing. He barely forced him to activate his Shikai, and even that may have been done just for the heck of it. Desgarin. Ever since that day, he had immersed himself in a training. Endless training. He hated the fact he became inferior to almost everybody. In his pursuit of power, he even forgot about his pride and attempted to copy the other person he hated, Ulquiorra. However, no matter how hard he had tried, he had been unable to do it. Even if Nell had tried to reason with him that the Segunda Etapa had been probably something unique just to Ulquiorra, he had still continued to train. To the present day, the Segunda Etapa still eluded his grasp. Yet everything he had undergone in its pursuit stayed with him and created a new person. Gran Rey Zero. As the bright blue torrent of energy shot forward and hit the Quincy dead-on, Grimmjow ignored all the arrows tearing his flesh and flashed to the man with a fist surrounded with a faint glow of his own Ryuryoku. You were good, fucktard, but there is only one fucker I will ever lose to, and you're not him. Indeed, the present Grimmjow was still the same person, and yet he was different. He was still an animal, yet he became a bit human. He still hated Ichigo, yet he had learned to respect him. He still loathed the weak, yet he had grown to live with them. He watched as his energy found its way into the man's system through the deep wound he had created with his Desgarin. It took only a few seconds before the Quincy started to violently cough and fall on his knees. Along with him, Grimmjow fell on his knees too, the rest of his energy spent on the final attack. As his opponent's eyes rolled back in his head and the man died, Grimmjow ferociously smirked before fainting from the fatigue. Serves you right, bitch. Haribel was faring fairly better than Grimmjow, as was expected from her former position in Aizen's army being superior to his. Yet despite that, she too was having troubles in dealing with her Quincy opponent. The Sternritter W had not been injured as badly as his comrade, and so he had no problems using his special ability. He utilized it every moment it was possible, exploiting the scenarios in which his whirls became a superb counter to Haribel's attacks based on water manipulation. She shot a blast of water and he swirled it around and redirected it back at her. What goes around comes around indeed. She poured a stream of water and blocked it by spinning it into a whirlpool. It was almost as if their abilities were created to counter each other, and it reminded Haribel her fight with a certain white-haired captain of the Godi 13 so many months ago. Sending multiple strikes in a rapid succession from all sides, she glanced at the teen fighting in a distance and her lips twisted into a small smile. In the past, she used to fight to protect her trace bestias. She was willing to die for them as they had become something she couldn't imagine to lose, which was rare among the Hollow race. Now, the number of other people she was willing to sacrifice herself for had increased. Ignoring the roars from the other distant fight, she followed her series of attacks with another, successfully creating a shallow cut on the Quincy's arm. Yes, she considered Grimjo to be one of those people too, even though she would never say it out loud. It was not because she liked his presence or him in general. She had other reasons. However, the person she would be willing to die for the most, was the orange-haired teen. She didn't love him. While she was an odd kind of hollow, capable of creating unbreakable bonds of friendship, her missing heart was unable to produce an emotion called love. She only enjoyed his presence. She felt calm, at ease with him around. She effectively cut through the Quincy's skin again, this time more deeply. At first, the boy had been an enigma, something unknown she wanted to uncover. Now, she knew that him being an enigma was good enough for her. In a way, she grew accustomed to the warm feeling in her stomach whenever he did something unexpected. What she liked about him was his endless ability to trust people he cared about. Never once she found him staring at her or others in Hueco Mundo with hostility. Not once he looked at them in disgust at being so close around hollows. And not once did he throw away Lilynet when she desperately needed his company. After she found out about the circumstances around his mother's death, his actions become even more precious to her. A sudden energy blast coming from Ichigo's direction hit the Quincy in front of her in his back, propelling him forward. She smiled more. This was exactly the kind of unexpected action she liked. In Ichigo, she found something akin to a soulmate, but not in a romantic way. He too was a person willing to sacrifice himself for his precious people. And the number of people he considered precious was a whole lot larger than hers. Despite that, he never faltered. There had been some setbacks in his road to become a protector, but he never backed down. No matter what, the burning resolve in his eyes couldn't be extinguished. It was all this that had created a different emotion within her during those past few months. Frustration, or more like regret. It showed itself only once, but it affected Haribel deeply. In a rare moment of vulnerability, the hollow hole in her womb ached as if trying to resonate with the missing heart, and she needed a hug from her trace bestias that night. She regretted being a hollow unable to feel. She regretted being a hollow that could not love. She regretted not being a human that could fall in love with Ichigo and a human Ichigo could fall in love with. The morning after, she vowed never to feel that emotion again. No. She didn't need it. Ichigo didn't need it. A grimace forced its way on her face when an arrow pierced her thigh. So she got over it, and the experience only made her stronger. She was a hollow for a reason. She couldn't dwell on something unreasonable. Her purpose in this lifetime was not to be a lover. Ignoring the pain, she shot forward and used the knowledge she had received from Urahara in the same way as Grimjo. She would become a companion to her precious people. To people she had bonds with. To people she couldn't imagine living without. To Ichigo. The Quincy fell on his knees, blood pouring from his mouth as he cursed before she mercilessly cut his head off. Never threaten my people again. This is weird. Ichigo thought as he tightly gripped the hilt of his Zanpakuto and watched the Quincy walk towards him. Here I am, pitted against the very person responsible for my mum's death, for Uriu's mum's death, and for much more, yet I feel eerily calm. Weird. He raised his sword and prepared himself for a fight. The Quincy in front of him, the Emperor himself, raised one eyebrow. Immediately preparing himself for a battle. I see, Kurosaki Ichigo. You will not allow me to say anything. Ichigo's mouth twitched. There is no need for words, Iwak. You know who I am and I know who you are. Spare me your little backstory of suffering, as nothing could justify your actions. He retorted with narrowed eyes. Iwak narrowed his eyes too, before raising his right hand. Indeed. The next instant, Ichigo was busy dodging a volley of large glowing arrows made of spirit particles. He didn't really need to do it though, as his senses were telling him the power behind the projectiles was not enough to pierce his arrow and blood-induced skin. Which is quite weird, actually. He thought and slithered around the arrow, slashing the air and sending a wordless Getchuga forward while doing so. Even more surprisingly, his attack collided with the man, creating a small explosion that sent the sand flying in every direction. Ichigo had expected the Emperor, the progenitor of all Quincy, to be a figure in a possession of power easily above most of the people he had met so far. At least more powerful than Aizen was. Moreover, the ancient himself talked about his son like he was more powerful than he was. He intercepted the incoming arrow with the blunt side of his sword and frowned. He certainly hadn't expected a Quincy whose attacks were only slightly more powerful than those of the other two Quincy from the enemy's army he had met so far, the two Sternritters. And he certainly hadn't expected him to emerge from his wordless Getchuga with slight injuries. No, something was wrong and he could feel it. He had met the Soul King and the very presence of that being was overwhelming. The man he stared at was constantly releasing waves of amazing spiritual pressure, but it was lacking something. It lacked superiority. He fired another Getchuga from his blade. This time, the man evaded it and let the energy strike sail through the air until it hit his comrade, the one fighting Haribel, in his back. But his lack of concern about his comrades without a doubt feels like somebody in his position. He ducked under a second barrage of Reishi projectiles. While they didn't feel particularly powerful, the multiple attacks were fast. Deciding to try something out, Ichigo reached out with his left hand and pumped his Ryuryoku into it. When the web-like pattern appeared on the skin, he willingly put the palm of his hand against a flying arrow. He fought its momentum until it slowed down and, spinning around, he threw it back at its sender. Besides the smoke rising from his hand, he didn't feel any pain in it, which meant the attack was not able to penetrate his skin. He glanced up just as the man landed on the ground after previously dodging his own arrow and grimaced. "Who are you?" The man seemingly ignored the question and reached into his clothes. Taking out an ornamented sword, he pointed it at the teen and sneered. "I thought words were useless, Kurosaki Ichigo." "Fine, have it your way." They clashed. Expecting a powerful blow, the teen braced himself and strongly pushed forward. He quickly overpowered the man and forced him to back away. Momentarily caught off guard, Ichigo received an arrow to the abdomen, which broke upon the contact with his skin. He looked up and gazed upon Iwak with a slightly amused expression, despite the seriousness of the situation. The man's face twisted into a grimace. "Do not take Quincy lightly, Kurosaki Ichigo." Kirchen lied, Sankt's-Winger. Several towering columns of Reishi, shaped like Quincy Cross, surrounded the teen and wiped the smug expression from his face. Seeing the alertness in his eyes, Iwak regained his composure and sneered. "It's the end for you, Kurosaki Ichigo. Step into the light and the Lord will strike you dead where you are. You do realize when a villain takes out his ace this early in a fight it usually ends with his defeat, right?" Ichigo retorted calmly and took a step forward. And nothing happened. Looking around, Ichigo raised one of his eyebrows before taking another step. What is this?" Ichigo tilted his head to the side. "You're losing it quite quickly. Was that really your best attack?" Iwak took a step backwards. "This cannot be. Sankt's-Winger was created especially to deal with the worst enemies of the Quincy, the Shinigami." Ichigo released a knowing sigh. "Yeah, that must be it. I'm sure you know it, but I'm not exactly a normal Shinigami. Or weren't you informed?" When the Quincy remained stationary with his eyes glued to the scene, Ichigo clenched his jaw. He played with the man long enough. It was time to get some answers. "I'll repeat my question. Who are you?" "You're not the real Iwak, I can feel it," he asked in a serious tone, finally gaining the man's attention. "I see. It seems my performance wasn't good enough to fool the likes of you, Kurosaki Ichigo. But you're too naive if you really think I'll tell you anything. This is a war." Ichigo didn't like the tone in which the man said that last word. He flashed to him and pressed the blade against his neck. "There is still time before the war begins. I'll stop you before you can." When he saw the man's evil grin, Ichigo cursed. "You." The Quincy laughed. After everything you've been through, you really think we would play by the rules? This is a war, Kurosaki Ichigo, and in the war the one who strikes first, wins. Ichigo withdrew his sword. That's right. Your friends are already fighting, dying. The Soul Society is under siege and there is nothing you can do about it. Clenching his fists, Ichigo shook his head. You're wrong. I thought about this possibility, and do you know why I came here, despite knowing it? When the man didn't respond, Ichigo grinned. Because I believe in my friends. They will fight you and they will win. I have learned that I can't be everywhere at the same time and I have to trust the others, they can take care of themselves. He stated confidently. His smile froze when he noticed the cold and cruel grimace on the man's lips. You're talking about your friends in the Soul Society, but what about the ones in the human world? The atmosphere rapidly changed. The smile on Ichigo's face completely vanished and was replaced with a stone-hard expression. His eyes became cold and his voice caused the hair on the man's neck to stand. What did you do? Nothing is sacred in the Holy War. The Ryotsu exploded from the teen, undetectable by normal means, but its very presence began to erase the spirit particles around him. His hand, in which he was gripping the sword, shook. What did you do? His Majesty will bring peace and dash. The Quincy fell silent when a sword pierced his abdomen and stuck out from his back, the blood dripping from its tip. After he yanked it out, the teen barely contained himself while looking at the man's face. If something happened to them, I swear I'll fucking exterminate all of you. By myself. Starting with the real Iwak. He watched as the man's appearance began to change into a young man with bald head and a third eye tattooed at the center of his forehead. Before he died from the gaping hole Ichigo's sword left in his body, the man deliriously chuckled. Lloyd, Sternritter Y, the yourself, is returning to you, your majesty. Not wasting another minute, Ichigo hastily turned around and flashed away, to clean the rest of the invading party. A few minutes later he stood next to the entrance to Las Noches with Haribel panting next to him and Grimjo lying on the ground, unconscious. Haribel, I trust you to take care of things here. I need to dash. He was interrupted when a small mobile device in his pocket rang. Urahara-san, what's going on? I heard dash. From the other side of the connection, Urahara spoke to him in a serious and urgent tone. Kurosaki-san. I need you to return to Karakura town as quickly as possible. Hearing the distressed tone, Ichigo felt adrenaline entering his bloodstream. What happened? For a few seconds, everything was quiet. It's your friends, Kurosaki-san. They are in a serious condition. Wha? His eyes wide open, Ichigo stared at the ground, a sense of dread building up in his stomach. There's more. Ishida-san is getting violent and yelled something about his father sacrificing himself for him. He intends to go into the hell for him. Kurosaki-san, hurry. Check the description for the links to the author.